Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, January 17th, 2023, and this is a work session of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. We will be discussing everything utilities today. It is an absolutely beautiful day today in Manatee County. We're going to start the day by honoring God and then by honoring our great nation. So we have Pastor Max Sanchez from Crossroads Christian Church, who will lead us in prayer, after which Marine Corps veteran and County Commissioner Mike Ron will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
Good morning. Please bow your heads with me. Lord Father, thank you so much for this gathering today, and thank you for all the blessings that you allow us each day. Lord, I pray for the gifts of wisdom and discernment upon each commissioner and each speaker here today. Bless each of them with ears to listen and eyes to see, dear Father, on every issue discussed. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. We are going to, should I just turn this over to you, Dr. Hopes, or do you want me to turn over to Evan first?
Pardon me, I was going to go ahead and turn it over to Deputy County Administrator Courtney DePaul.
Or Courtney. We can draw straws.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I just want to note that this is both a work session and a special meeting around utilities. Thank you.
So good morning, Commissioners. Courtney DePaul, I'm Deputy County Administrator, and I oversee utilities as one of the departments. I have the pleasure of getting to know Evan over the last couple months, and he has truly done an exceptional job with building his team at a record pace. And he's here today to have each of his team members introduce their divisions within utilities. And then we obviously have a couple focus sessions as well, focus topics. So with that, I'm going to bring Evan up to the podium, and he's going to introduce his team and tell you a little bit about utilities.
Yeah, Commissioners, I forgot to state that it was a special meeting. I made that change late last week because I thought we may want to take action. There's no action required during the meeting, however, but should the board choose to take action, I want us to have that option. Evan?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak about all things utilities this morning. We do have a very full agenda, despite only having the one item on the agenda. We expect this is going to be a full day. A little later, I'm going to introduce the specific utility staff members who are going to be speaking on their sections. But before we get to that, I do have some introduction slides that I want to talk a little bit more in general about utilities. Please do stop me and team members at any time that you want to have discussion on any of these topics, or if there's any questions. We have a number of slides that, but we have factored in enough time to make sure that we have a chance for open discussion. And really the value of today is both to educate the public on all things utilities, but it's also to make sure that utilities staff gets a chance to hear directly from the board and to learn more about your vision for the future so that we can properly carry that vision forward. So with that, sorry, just learning the interface here. So here what you can see is the utilities management team. We have clearly our highest level of staff here, but arguably to the average customer, the people that are out there turning your water back on or fixing the lift station are far more important than any of the utilities staff that are here today. So I don't want to lose track of that because really every member of the utilities team is vital to the people of Manatee County. Specifically, I want to do a quick intro for all 5 members that you see here. Katie Gilmore, who has very recently been named our Deputy Director for Water. She has spent 18 years with Manatee County Utilities. She has at various times led the Water Quality Lab, the Water Treatment Plant, and the Water Division in various capacities over those 18 years. She also has a master's degree in analytical chemistry. Kevin Morris, he has an extensive career in public sector. He spent a great many years in Peace River, and we were lucky enough to steal him away a couple of years ago. Until very recently, he was the Deputy Director for Water. He has accepted a lateral move as the Deputy Director for Wastewater. He has a master's degree in engineering, an MBA, and he is a professional engineer in Florida. Rebecca Kwiatkowski is our Deputy Director for Solid Waste. She joined us in December of this year, or of last year, and she actually comes back to Manatee County, where she spent a portion of her career back in the 1990s. Most recently, she was serving as a township administrator in Ohio. Tina Neary is our interim business operations manager. She has spent 14 years in the county, working for the county, I should say. She has a degree in technology management and is a certified project management professional. And then last but not least, we have Victor Ortiz Marfisi, who is our fiscal services manager, officially a member of FMD, but he is embedded with us with utilities. And you'll hear from each of these 5 members later today. So first, just a quick bit of history. The Manatee County Utilities Department, with its enterprise operations, was established by resolution back in 1991. This really sets us apart where we function independently, at least on a fiscal term or fiscal perspective, from the rest of the general fund. So we do have water and wastewater fees as well as solid waste as separate enterprise funds. And when you look at what utilities is tasked with here, we have a number of different requirements that we must adhere to. First and foremost, public safety and public health, I should say, is really the paramount consideration for us. It's not just drinking water that we provide, it's also to make sure that we have adequate fire flows, that we treat our wastewater to an appropriate standard for reclaim use, as well as collecting and processing solid waste throughout the county. In addition to that, we do have some considerations on regulatory compliance and fiscal stability. On the regulatory compliance, there are 18 different permits that we have to abide by across our operations. It's a daunting task that we have to manage and ensure that we stay in compliance. And then fiscal stability. You know, we have considerations to make sure that our rates stay affordable, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we have proper investment in our infrastructure to make sure that it does not deteriorate and pose a risk to both our bond ratings or to our future operation of the county. We can't leave a burden through deferred maintenance to future generations. So this slide, very briefly, I'm not going to go into the specific numbers, but you can see here, one of the biggest challenges that we have in utilities is to manage for growth. You can see over the last approximately 10 years, we've seen about a 20 to 25% increase for population as well as most of our infrastructure. So it's a significant set of growth, and at the same time, our employment has not kept up with that same 20 to 25%. Now, some of that has been achieved through some technology that we've implemented and greater efficiencies that we've gained. Some has also been due to the fact that a lot of infrastructure here in Manatee County is relatively new. So new infrastructure requires a little bit less on operations and maintenance. But as we age out and as that infrastructure is reaching its replacement cycle, we are going to get to a point where additional staffing is going to be necessary to keep pace with the required operation and maintenance to make sure that we are providing the services that Manatee County residents have come to expect from us. Let me see. So very briefly on long-term planning, this is really just meant to show that our long-term planning approach is an iterative process. That as we make assumptions, as we check the progress that is occurring within the utility, we constantly have to adjust as conditions change. So for instance, if growth is occurring more in one portion of the county than another, we have to take that into consideration as we get into our plans for infrastructure replacement. So we do have a number of unknowns that we are managing for. On this slide in particular, I do want to point out inflation as one big one that's I know we're all familiar with. In utilities, we've seen some pretty staggering increases. So we've seen about a 75% increase in pricing for two of our big chemicals, for bleach and alum. You know, this is far past the rate of inflation that we might see on a regular, everyday basis that we see in our homes. In the utility, we're seeing some pretty big increases. Electricity is another one where we're seeing about a 20% plus increase. Accelerated growth. This is another one I just want to call your attention to briefly, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more later today. Excuse me. For that, we are monitoring when do we need to expand our wastewater, water reclamation facilities. And we're having to adjust the timing of that to make sure that we have the capacity online when it's needed so that we do not stand in the way of the development that's in the works right now. And the last one on this slide is a big one for us, is a labor shortage. We are competing for a finite group of talented workers where we've had to really come up with some long-term and short-term approaches to make sure that we're able to fill positions that we need in order to continue to operate our facilities. So things like our water operators, our SCADA instrumentation techs, these are very difficult positions to recruit for nationwide, and we're really having to reconsider our approach and look at some apprenticeship programs. We really need to make sure that we are paying a competitive salary to make sure that we can both retain and attract new people to work for Manatee County. And then this one, I know that Tina Neary is going to talk more about it specifically, but technology, we're really big believers in the efficiencies that technologies can provide. There's a number of things that we have in the works as well as future plans which Tina will talk more about, with the specific goal of ensuring that we maintain affordable rates, we increase efficiencies where we can, and take that next step to make sure that we have a sustainable operation. All right, so this slide just very quickly wanted to show and really reinforce the urgency for why we need to talk about water and sewer rates today. From what you can see here, for back of the envelope calculation, 10,000 new homes or equivalent is going to produce about 2.5 million gallons a day of need for potable water, as well as 2 million gallons a day of wastewater. when you look at the cost of bringing new capacity online, it's far outstripping what we collect in FIFs. So this is putting more pressure on the utility as we continue to grow as a county. And this is just one of the reasons why it's so important that we have a conversation about the water and sewer rates later today. This point, and I really would welcome, and if anyone wants to have a discussion on this point, really welcome that at this time. Specifically, out at on the island communities, we have a number of franchise agreements for water and sewer services where the county provides operation and maintenance of those systems. There are 6 individual agreements for Anna Maria, Holmes Beach, and Bradenton Beach for both water and sewer. All 6 of those agreements sunset on December 31st, 2026.
So,
Now,
to be
as
clear,
we've looked-
Evan, quick question on that.
Please.
Obviously, similar to like Longboat Key, Manatee County provides potable water, and we take their sewer, and then they're charged a rate. But from what I understand, Longboat Key owns and maintains their own infrastructure. Is that true?
They do. We have a wholesale agreement with them.
Okay. Is that the same agreement we have with the island communities?
No. We actually operate and maintain the infrastructure for the 3 island cities. We'll send people out for water leaks. We'll oversee capital improvement projects.
Sure. I know we have a big one going on in,
Yes, we do.
It's my district. So in Bradenton Beach, we have a large project going on right now. So I assume that the rate that Longboat Key is charged and the rate that island customers are charged reflects the difference in the agreement?
And I can answer that. It does not. The rates for Anna Maria Island are the same as the rates for the Lakewood Ranch. And the county attorney and I have been going back and forth for quite some time with at least one of the island cities regarding their contract.
Commissioner Baugh.
Mr. Administrator, so am I to understand, Dr. Hopes, that I want to make sure that I'm totally clear on this. So the islands, the citizens are paying the same rate as unincorporated Manatee County. Is that fair?
The rate that we afford Anna Maria Island is a similar rate to other parts of the county. It doesn't. I don't believe it accurately reflects the cost of providing the service to the islands.
And Longboat Key, can you give us a little bit more clear picture on that as well, please?
They have, as Evan referred to, as a wholesale rate because they have their own infrastructure. They
Right.
maintain their own infrastructure. So they pay sort of like a wholesale rate, similar to, I believe, Palmetto.
Palmetto is the same?
We
as Longboat
provide
Key?
Palmetto with water, and
Okay.
we provide it a wholesale rate. They have their own infrastructure.
You know, it might be a good idea, because I didn't know that, and I've been here forever, I feel like. Maybe you should give us documentation on that so that we'll have a very clear picture, because it sounds like, depending on where you live, that's what you're charged, and that's the way it should be, definitely, but I want to make sure that I'm really clear on that, as far as the islands and
because
so
I
forth.
think
Cities.
we could check with Mr. Clegg. One of the agreements for one of the island cities, I believe it's up in a year, Mr. Clegg? I think
26, it says there.
the one we're in
26.
litigation on. Maybe
Mr.
I shouldn't
Clegg.
talk about it.
One of them is up in 26, Mr. Chairman, and the agreements go back decades. They go back a long, long way.
Long ways.
And they've been rolled over a couple of times over the years as they expire, but those agreements do provide, for whatever reason, that the rate to be charged customers within those franchise areas will be the same as the rate charged to the rest of the county's customers.
That's a commitment that the board made decades ago. Maybe they did it to incentivize getting utilities out on the island. I don't know what the history is, but.
What's,
but anyway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thatcher.
So, but if I understand correctly, it's a little bit of a different situation in that Longboat Key is maintaining its own infrastructure
Yes, sir.
than the island.
Yes, sir.
Anna Maria Island. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a lot different. Commissioner Bearden.
do we know how much more it's costing us to provide from a percentage basis compared to the rest of the county?
We can speak with Evan and his staff. There is definitely a cost difference. I think we're in the process of refreshing that calculation. And as the board knows, we have been taking a deliberate approach at going back through a lot of these older agreements and utilizing the termination provisions in order to give the board the opportunity, this board and the prior board, the opportunity to take a look at some of these agreements that were promulgated decades ago and, in my opinion, do need refreshing.
Commissioner Baugh.
Just one last thing. Dr. Hopes and Evan, thank you so far. It's been great. But I really would like documentation on everything that you're telling us so that we can look back on it and, you know, to refresh our memories and try to figure out what we're going to do, et cetera. It would be nice because I noticed we have no documentation on everything that you're talking about, really. So,
Yes, ma'am.
because that's amazing to me that these agreements were done multi-years ago.
Some of it seems like a half a century ago.
Perhaps we need to hand over some of these plants and let them maintain them themselves. Just thinking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Evan?
All right, so just to reinforce, there's really three options as we move forward. We can continue with the status quo with how those agreements are set up. We can let them sunset and try to put in a new wholesale agreement, or we can consider an additional surcharge to reflect the cost, the additional cost of operating those facilities out on the islands. So I did want to take just a couple of moments to brag about utilities personnel a little bit more. So the next several slides are about awards that we have received over the last about 2 years. So a number of them are for safety awards that you can see here. We do have some individual awards, which you can see in the bottom right, where Mr. Collins has received an award for his contributions to the industry and actually an invitation to join an elite society within the industry. Here we have some additional awards that we have received for safety. This is an important one. I think it's important for you all to know about. Really, Manatee County has led the way on an odor control and corrosion program within our lift stations. So this is something that's pretty innovative that is not done everywhere, and really is an example of how the expertise within the utility has led to some improved operations, both from odor impacts within the public, but also for corrosion prevention to make sure that our infrastructure does not need to be replaced as quickly as it would otherwise. And then we have a couple of other individual awards that have occurred within the last several months, actually, since I've been here, with the Employee of the Year to Billy Koch, and then a volunteer of the Year with Region X of the AWWA, the Florida AWWA, for Ms. Katie Gilmore, who you'll hear from a little later today. All right, so at this time, I'm going to start to transition over to presentations from my team. First up is Tina Neary, who is our interim business operations manager. and she's going to walk through much of her time talking about the technology improvements that I've mentioned. So, Dina.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Hopes, and Mr. Clegg. My name is Tina Neary, and I will be talking today about our business operations. First, allow me to thank you for letting me be here today and sharing a little bit of my world with you. Our program consists of customer service, billing, collections, business system support, safety and communications, infrastructure locates, mapping, and utility records. We support the water, wastewater, and solid waste employees, and we do that with about 73 employees at any given time. As Evan indicated earlier, our goals in business operations are fully centered around improving the customer experience, and that's both internal and external customers, and creating efficiencies. It's always been done that way is never an acceptable response in our area. We stay fluid, and we always look at ways to do things better. We always challenge the business as usual approach, and we implement systems to achieve that, which I'll talk about more in just a little bit. I won't read all of these numbers, but I will point out that we processed over 1.6 million billing statements last year, and we processed over 1.4 million payments. We had 146,000 calls come in, and we received over 49,000 emails. Those are from our citizens looking for us for help and answers and direction. We have our locate section. We have 9 locators, and alone, each of them is averaging 11,000 locate responses a year. Fortunately, last year, the board supported us in our initiative to reduce our call wait times by allowing us 2 additional CSR positions. And you can see in this visualization that it has definitely helped with call wait times, though we're continuing to monitor as demands increase. So this is a really important slide, and it's going to really play in with the upcoming wastewater and potable water discussions, because as Evan has already mentioned multiple times, our greatest challenge in our department is managing and planning for the growth that we're experiencing. So this slide specifically is showing growth within our customer information system, but it represents the overall county growth because each one of these 1.4 million payments and each one of these premises that we created, over 6,000 last year alone, they belong to one of our citizens. So even with all of this growth and meeting demands, we've had a very good few years in keeping up and accomplishing some wonderful things. Just to highlight, we implemented our ServiceLink mobile workforce management solution. This is for our metered service orders, and it gets us off of paper and keeps everything in a real time back and forth with our field workers into our internal customer information system and those CSRs taking the phone calls. We conducted an extremely thorough needs analysis for our business processes, how we're doing things, what's working, what's not working, where can we get better, what do we want to be when we grow up. We advertised an RFP for our customer information system, and now we're implementing a product called Itinerus's UMAX customer information system. We recognize that we've had some turnover in our CSRs specifically, and that our training time was just too long for getting people hired to taking phone calls. So we created a space dedicated to CSR training. We increased the seats from 2 to 5, and we've seen a training time now at about 6 weeks. Unfortunately, this year, we got to exercise our FEMA work orders and reporting response with Hurricane Ian. We saw with Hurricane Irma that it took a full-time employee about 3 months to manually process work orders and get them into an Excel spreadsheet. But with our Lucity Enterprise Asset Management System, we were able to do that same work with a report from the system in 3 hours. We hope we don't have to do that again anytime soon, though. We know it's there if we need it. So some of the exciting things, again, we're always looking forward. How can we be better? Some of the things we're already using today and we're excited about expanding is our ability to leverage our data. We have so much of it. So we've been really working towards business intelligence. How do we make the decisions with data behind them, not just, my gut tells me this is what I should do. So we've been working on predictive analytics. We've talked about exploring the idea of digital twins, using modeling and digital representations of physical things before they actually exist. Let's find the issues before we put them out there. With our Lucity computerized maintenance management system, we've been preparing ourselves foundationally to have access to data and to lead to being proactive rather than reactive when it comes to repairs and replacements. And we're looking at applying machine learning and artificial intelligence into our operation. With our mapping section, we've recognized that our organically built network within GIS is just not going to keep up and meet the future needs and allow us to use Esri capabilities to its fullest extent, so we'll be transitioning to Esri's utility network. I mentioned our customer information system. It's a best of breed. It's built on the Microsoft Dynamics 365 platform. With 8 updates a year, we'll never be in a horrible position of having to do a massive upgrade every 4 to 6 years. We'll stay updated at all times. It's going to give us an out-of-the-box solution, and our goal within this project is to make sure that we're completely using configuration and no customization. And with ServiceLink, our mobile workforce management solution, we're looking forward to expanding it from just water meters onto the solid waste haulers and our backflow service orders. Thank you, everyone, for giving me a few minutes of your time this morning to provide you some insight into our Business Operations Division and the work that we're doing for our citizens each day. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Tina. I don't have any commissioners on the board, but Dr. Hopes would like to say something.
Yeah, Commissioners, I know this can be kind of like a dry presentation, but I have to tell you that, over the course of these past months, the Utilities Department, these improvements in the way they do business and using analytics goes a long ways to ensuring that we're able to deliver the quality of service that the board expects Manatee County government to deliver, and it's truly bringing us to kind of like the current century with regards to information management and tracking, and it's been a heavy lift. It hasn't been light, but when you put that in perspective of the 6,500 new premises or hookups that occurred last year alone, it was very important to elevate the utilities team and the technology and actually the way in which they conduct business, and it's been an impressive performance by this group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Rebecca Kwiatkowski, our solid waste deputy director. And then she will transition to a consultant presentation by KCI to talk more about waste hauler contracts.
Rebecca, I thought my last name was difficult to spell and pronounce.
I know. I know.
Yeah, between the two of you, you take the cake. Yeah.
And I just want to note before she gets started, she had applied for a number of positions while she was in Ohio. And so she was very much on our radar as a talent where there would be a place, and she landed in the solid waste department. And so we're really thankful that her really decades of experience, she found her way back to Manatee County, and we welcome her. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, Dr. Hopes, and the public of Manatee County. I will be presenting today, in my short tenure of 6 weeks, the Solid Waste Division, which is one division of the Utilities Department. As you all know, we have many functions in solid waste. The one that we consider the gem is our landfill. We have a landfill on Lena Road. If you have not been there, I would recommend scheduling something to come see it. It truly is a gem. I have friends that live in Lakewood Ranch that didn't even know we had a landfill. That's how wonderful our landfill is maintained. With the landfill, we have roughly 1,200 acres of property, of which 312 to 316 are where actually waste is disposed of. And it's buried, and there's a whole process with the landfill, including a leachate management system, a methane system that Manatee County is actually quite progressive in utilizing those resources for other end uses. As you can see, we've had 98,000 transactions at our scale house, which is up from last year. We had 92,000. So as Evan indicated and Tina indicated, the growth is apparent. We received 475,000 tons of material last year. And we operate 6 days a week. We do have wonderful facilities and services to our residents. We maintain a 63% recycling, and the remaining life of our landfill is roughly 19 years. I'm happy to report that in our division, we have 45 positions slated, of which 43 are occupied. And we are currently interviewing 2 of the positions that are part of the Solid Waste Administration and landfill operations. So I'm lucky that we are fully staffed with dedicated, loyal employees. As I indicated earlier, we manage 475,000 tons of material delivered to the landfill. Our collection services are approaching 160,000 residential units and just over 8,000 commercial accounts. These numbers were used in our RFP for the franchise hauling agreement. Again, just to reiterate the operations of a landfill, we have a clay slurry landfill, which basically is a wall that's built around these 300 acres that contain the leachate, which is the liquid material that's developed after rainfall combining with the waste. That leachate is then channeled in a containment system to our southeast plant where it's treated and then put into the holding lakes. So we do manage leachate very well here in Manatee County. I've seen other communities where it's not maintained as well, but kudos to our wastewater people and reclamation staff for doing that. We also have the methane system, which is quite impressive. Currently, our methane system, basically there's gas that's produced from the waste. The waste is channeled into wells. And currently, we have just over 260 wells on site. That methane then is flared, and that flare produces kind of a flame. And then some of that methane, which Manatee County is extremely progressive in, it powers other assets that the county owns within Manatee County. So currently, Kevin, do you have the... Kevin was so nice to bring this from the reclamation plant. So currently, our methane powers our sludge dryer. And the sludge dryer produces a solid, and it creates these pellets. And then we also have an end use for this.
Oh, thank you for bringing those sludge pellets, Kevin. That was kind of you.
I thought it
Make
was
that
really
contribution
a great
to the
idea.
meeting. Oh, he brought some for everyone. That will teach me to be sarcastic, won't it?
Yeah. So what's really nice about these pellets is, again, it's a diversion from the landfill. And those pellets are then sold to other end users like citrus growers, farmers, that then recycle that material into their agriculture. So Kevin, thanks for bringing that. But the methane powers our sludge dryer, which is a huge undertaking. I'm also happy to report that We have amended our Class 1 title to power up a grease boiler that we will start up January 23rd to have our methane power that as well. And the importance of that is that we're off the grid and we're supporting and sustaining our own operations. Another component of the solid waste division is our recycling, which is a huge undertaking for most communities across the country. I'm happy to report that Manatee County has achieved a 63% recycling rate. And out of all the counties in the state of Florida, we were fourth in our recycling efforts, and we would have been second if we had a waste-to-energy facility. So our residents are very conscientious about recycling and being stewards of the environment. Another important part of recycling and just solid waste in general is diversion. And basically, to extend the useful life of the landfill, diversion needs to occur. And again, Manatee County is super progressive in diversion. So the biggest diversion is recycling. The second largest diversion is yard waste that's then recycled in an organic landfill and then reused. And other programs that we have are, if you dispose of your tire in Manatee County, those tires are then developed to be playground bases for gardening, so it's reused. Another effort that Manatee County does very well is our e-scrap, and our e-scrap is recycled and reused into the environment. There's 3 R's. This is the old school of reuse, recycle, repurpose. So Manatee County is doing a very good job with that. The ultimate goal is zero waste, but that's a big achievement to do, but we are doing very well. Another component is the household hazardous waste. Again, if you have not been to the facility, please come by. We have a drive-through, so it's really easy. If you have old paint, aerosols, light bulbs, anything like that, you drive in and our employees tell you where to place it. So you have to place it at the proper area, and then they put it into whatever system it is. And again, we recycle and have end users for all of these facilities. We will be taking this on the road January 28th at Coquino Beach. So we will be doing a drop-off there as well. Our hours are very good for the working public. We do have Saturday operations, so people that work and can't get to us by 5 p.m. are able to come to our facility on Saturday. These are just photographs of some of our efforts that we do over at the landfill in solid waste. And I'll just touch briefly on public education and outreach, which is super important to, again, educate the youth and even the adults of our community on what is recycling and what is recyclable. You wouldn't believe all the questions we get online from residents saying, what if I don't rinse out my pasta jar? Well, then it's contaminated. So we then can't recycle it. So there's a lot of interactive features that the county has, and we're looking to expand on that to get into the youth of the community to really get them, in their minds of what's happening. Orange County has a great interactive program for children. It's an app, and it's a recycling game, and it's really cool. So I would like the county to look at those efforts at some point, but outreach is very important. Again, these are just photographs of the landfill gas wells, our collection system, and our flare. So it's really important to see all of these mechanics of the operation of a landfill. You would just think you just put garbage haulers, just dump waste, and that's it. It's quite an extensive, complicated system, and our staff are managing it quite well. Another effort that we are looking into is renewable natural gas, which is kind of cutting edge for many communities in our country. We are looking at working with escrow on coming up with tax credits for us to reuse the methane and convert it, which means cleaning the methane. It goes through a whole process of scrubbing, and then it can be used to power vehicles and power other assets that the county owns. Another department or division that solid waste is responsible for is debris management. And as all of you commissioners are aware, Hurricane Ian really took up a lot of resources here in Manatee County. I'm happy to say that we completed our collections in accordance with our FEMA grant, and all of our debris sites are closed with exception of one that was handling all the hotspots in the county. So we're encouraging residents, and we put a message out to follow the guidelines that are set forth for yard waste at your curb. Here's just, I won't go through everything, but here's the debris cleanup comparison to Irma back in 2017. I think one interesting feature is there were 3 debris collectors for Ian, and we had 1 for Irma. And you can also look at the increase of cubic yards in terms of material that was collected in Ian versus Hurricane Irma. So we're tracking that data very closely. We're working with the finance department on this and our contractors to ensure that we are getting the best out of our resources and reimbursed from FEMA for our collections. Some 21-22 highlights. The final stage of the landfill became operational. We began the process of looking for a future landfill site. Criteria was developed, evaluation criteria. There's a checklist that at some point we would like to share with the board on moving that forward. Our recycling rate, 63%. We maintained compliance with the Department of Environmental Protection, which is huge. We have so many operations at the landfill that require the state's approval and permitting and all of that. We had no violations and we were in compliance. So again, kudos to Manatee County. Also, another component of the solid waste division is we have an old landfill, the Erie Road landfill, that currently is closed, but we are required by law to maintain it. So we've been maintaining that landfill. We also have steps we have to follow to maintain the ultimate closure of Lena Road. So we kind of have those things kind of in tandem with the actual landfill happening. Part of our garbage hauling contract that's forthcoming in our presentation is a recycling composition study, which I think was very great for the county to look at what is the return on investment of recycling. So in December, KCI, our consultants, conducted a study with our largest drop-off areas, which is Lakewood Ranch, Blackstone Park, and Giteh Bray Park. Also, they looked at the haulers. We have 2 different haulers, as you know, and looked at a sampling of what they were picking up. We are looking at the statistical validity to determine the average market value. And once we get those results, we will be sharing that with the board, in addition to most likely the RFP for recycling. Here's some photographs of the recycling study. If you can see, I know the pictures aren't really great, but there's those infamous blue bags that are in there. That really disrupts the whole process of recycling. But otherwise, I'm anxious to see the results from this study to share with the board and Dr. Hopes. Something that I touched on briefly was the landfill siting. As indicated earlier, the Lena Road landfill has 19 years approximately left of life. But with the growth that we're experiencing, that could be accelerated due to the 20+% growth. So we are working in coordination with SCS, who is our environmental engineers, on site location, timing, permitting, alternative options, and options for the extended life of our existing landfill. There may be options available there as well. Determining the useful life and the impacts of growth are huge for the existing landfill. Also, with that, we're just identifying areas for mitigation, access, location, feasibility. So we will be looking to the board for some direction on that. Another component of the solid waste division is the garbage collection. And we currently have some information that KCI will be presenting to the board today regarding about our collection contracts, the processing of recyclables, our new carts, stormwater, franchise fees, and disposal landfill fees. I'm proud to say that KCI, I've worked with them just for a short period of time, and they have 35 years in solid waste planning. Mitch Kessler and Bethany Jewell are here, and they will be presenting shortly to you on the hauling contracts. They focus in strategic planning and consultation, and they currently have 350 clients. So one of the big issues that we're looking for direction on is the frequency of residential garbage service, the number of haulers, the negotiated options to reduce residential costs, and the service area collection that Mitch and Bethany will be touching upon. So in short, that's the solid waste division of the utilities department. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, but Evan
Becca,
will
could we
help
go
if-
back to the previous slide real quick?
Yeah.
We're 52 minutes in, and you asked us for direction on 4 things, and we saw it for 10 seconds. So I just want to leave that up there for a minute.
Sure.
So I have Commissioner Stacher on the board. Commissioner Stacher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. My question actually goes back a little bit farther, but right now when someone comes in with household waste, household hazardous waste, how does that work as far as what do we charge when a resident comes in with that?
So for the household hazardous waste, there is no charge. When you enter the landfill site, there's an area where you get scaled if you're going to the landfill, and there's a bypass road. Take the bypass road, you make a horseshoe turn, and you drive up to a facility. Literally drive in. And let's say you have paint. Let's say you have light bulbs. You tell one of our employees, this is what we have, and they say, put it here, put it there, because there's different sections, and there's no cost. So that's well, there is a cost. It's part of your rate, but it is operational 5 days a week.
But if if a normal citizen shows up with something like that, they're going to leave, no lighter in their wallet. So I feel, Mr. Chair and Mr. Administrator, I feel like, I don't know if the average, I didn't know what the answer was going to be when I asked that question. I don't know if the average resident in Manatee County knows that, and it might be really worth our while to get that word out because of the benefit to our environment. So great job.
Absolutely, Commissioner. I've worked in many communities around the country. This is a state-of-the-art operation. And in our outreach for this fiscal year, we will be focusing on direction on that, but it's a great service. Bulbs, people are changing bulbs all the time.
Right.
And just keep in mind, we will have a road show January 28th at Coquino Beach for those that live west or any resident.
Right.
To bring those items with them.
I mean, people lead busy lives, but it makes it that much, a little bit easier knowing, okay, you're going to show up and you're not going to, be paying $50, $100, $200 to leave this. So I think that's a great program. I'm glad that we do that, and I would love to see that continue and word get out more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else on the board. I think we're ready for Commissioner Cruz.
I'm not necessarily on the board, I'm just confirming. I mean, we're having somebody come up to talk about these contracts, so does it make more sense to listen to what they have to say before we have this discussion, or front-run
Yes.
them with a
That's-
discussion? Okay, that's what I assumed.
Yeah,
There
we're going to
will
bring the
be a
consultant. We're going to bring the
presentation by the
consultant up now.
consultants.
Commissioner Bearden, or Commissioner Stacher, I'm sorry, did you need on the board again?
Yeah, sorry. I had one written down that I missed. I think this will be a good news. You mentioned how much collection we did from Ian. What about the speed as far as how long it took versus Ian versus the previous?
Yeah,
Irma,
Irma.
there we go. That's the other eye.
All with
I was looking
eyes.
for.
Beware of the
Thank you,
eyes.
Mr. Chair.
It took a little bit longer. There was quite a bit more material. We had 21% more material, so it did take about a month longer than what it took during Irma, but that was expected.
Okay.
And Irma was
I apologize.
drawn
I would have
out, but-
asked you out loud if I didn't expect a different answer, but still, that's very reasonable. Go
That's
ahead.
another point of
But we
comparison.
did get it all picked up. I mean, there's a few.
We did, and
yeah.
actually all the sites
Irma
are
sort of dragged on.
closed now or
Exception of one.
closing soon.
We have
We'll be
one
closing soon.
for hotspots.
Then we'll be working with the school district to close that final school site as well.
Okay. All right, let's move on to our consultant.
All right, Mitch. The show is now yours. And I think he's going to mention it, but around this table, I think with the exception of Commissioner Baugh and Commissioner Clegg, the process that he embarked upon that brings him here today, I believe he'll show the timeline. It started in 2019, so it was before most of the board members were here and before I was here, and then we got in midstream, and you'll see the results of the work that we were able to move in a different direction with the board that was seated in 2020.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Are we on? We're on. Dr. Hopes? Yes, and the folks in the attendance in the audience. I'm Mitch Kessler, as the slide mentioned. My firm's been doing this type of work for 35 years. Also here with me is Bethany Jewell. She's been the project manager. She's the person who knows all the details and helped pull all this together. We're trying to get, there we
Our
go.
apologies, we're in PDF here rather than PowerPoint, so.
Well, while they're doing that, so in the overview, we're going to talk about all things franchised haulers. That's what we're going to focus on, which has been a major effort of the county in the last few months. So today's presentation, as the chairman mentioned and others, has really 4 areas to it. The first is a background area we're going to talk about, which is a brief overview of the solid waste system. Rebecca covered a lot of that, so we'll be able to go through that quickly. And we're also going to talk about the solid waste industry and what's happening in that industry, which is important for you in the decisions you're making. The second section is the procurement process that occurred, and we're going to discuss the activities from the beginning until today that have occurred on the procurement side. Third, and probably most important, is the findings of 4, and we're suggesting there's 4 key decisions that are in front of you to make, and we're going to be requesting your policy guidance on that through the presentation. And last, there'll be a conclusion and discussion that whatever you'd like to have. So let's start with the background and the current state of the industry. I think it's important because you're facing a decision to look at what choices you make, and those choices have to do with some modernization, as Evan talked about earlier in his presentation. Modernization of utilities, so I'm going to bring it home to solid waste, and particularly collection. So the collection methods that are out there are automated and manual. And clearly, there's been a rapid move in our industry towards automation for many reasons. They're up there: safety, labor shortages, insurance, cost savings, and aesthetics, all of which are better on the automated side. So that's an industry trend that we're seeing. The second one I wanted to hit on is technology advancements. And we're seeing tremendous improvements in efficiency in routing software over the years, all of which has been incorporated into this request for proposal. And then improvements in the reporting, performance standard tools, particularly focusing on cameras and real-time reporting, which makes the management that Rebecca and her folks have to do much easier going forward. So some background on that, probably nearest and dearest to everybody's heart on the industry update is price increases. And those price increases are just part of the world we live in and part of the industry in particular. There's been manufacturing delays, some driven by demand, some driven by COVID. Truck and equipment costs have escalated greatly. We all know the price of steel, the direction that's gone. Labor shortage, Evan referred to that in an earlier slide, and there's a tremendous labor shortage. If you think about it, how many more people are on the road driving vehicles in the Amazon world and making deliveries to your home? And would you prefer to drive a large garbage truck, or would you prefer to drive a nice little van going around the neighborhoods? And most people, so there's been a real driver shortage is the point of that. Fuel, we all know where the price of fuel is. And lastly, inflation, we all know where that is. All aspects of our lives, the cost has gone up, particularly in areas that involve labor, raw materials, and fuel. So that's just the facts of the situation. Now, I would say depending on the contracts that we're seeing, we do this work all over the country. Our base is in Florida, but particularly in Florida, depending on the length of the contract in a community, we're seeing a minimum of twofold increases to threefold to the cost of these services, depending on when that contract was last procured. So those are what we're seeing in the state of the industry. What we're seeing, particularly around the state, is minimum of 2 to 3 time increases. I wanted to just briefly mention, Rebecca hit on some of this, but this is more detailed, focusing only on the collection franchise, what your situation is in Manatee County. And you've had 2 service areas since 2008. That was a very deliberate decision that was made. You had 1 hauler before that, and in 2008, this county made a very deliberate decision to go to 2 haulers. So that took some thought. There were a bunch of reasons for that, some of which are here. But one is you have, or I'm going to talk about in a minute, I should say. One is this is an exclusive franchise agreement. 2 is the contracts for the 2 haulers was initiated in 2008, and it was renegotiated in 2016. So that's very important. Now, what happened at that point? In 2016, the contract rate, and I'm going to talk about the contract rate regularly in this presentation. The contract rate is the amount of money you pay the service provider, not the amount of money, because as Rebecca pointed out, there's numerous other factors that go into making the rate that the homeowner and the business pay. But this is just the charge for the person providing the service we're talking about today. So in 2008, that was $8 per household on the residential side. When the contract was renegotiated in 2008, when it was renegotiated, it was $8 per household. Today, that current rate is about $9.25. Again, what you're paying the hauler. And that is basically that increase is due to CPI, the Consumer Price Index, as well as fuel increases that are in the contract. So these contracts expire September 30th of 23. That's basically 8 months and 2 weeks from today. That's very soon. It's very soon. The point of this slide is really for 15 years, Manatee County has been fortunate to have one of the lowest rates in the state for the services. And you should be proud of that. The residents should be pleased by that. And it's been a great ride. But as Evan mentioned on some other areas, we're catching up to what's currently happening today, and that's drastically different. Just one more slide on background on Manatee County. The current contract that you have includes residential garbage on a manual basis. Now, some of the companies have adopted and use tippers on the back of their vehicle, but it's still a manually based system. Automated is when your recycling is collected in an automated way with the large grabbers that come up and pick up the container. So your current system has garbage and bulky waste twice a week. We're going to come back to this theme quite a bit on twice a week. But garbage and bulky waste twice a week. I would just tell you as a preview that bulky waste twice a week is very not typical in this day and age. The second thing you have is the bulky items. You could pick up 2 bulky items each collection, which means 4 items a week can be picked up, and that's what folks are paying for. Recycling is unlimited, which is a good thing, and yard waste is unlimited currently, which has has major implications that we'll see in a moment. On the commercial side, the only thing your franchise agreement does, it allows for the service provider to collect the garbage from commercial businesses only, the solid waste. So that's the current system. I think you all know that fairly well. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them. If not, I wanted to address a bit the procurement process that was undertaken by the county. So that's our second section. The procurement process was to secure a new waste hauler contract only, not the other items that Rebecca mentioned, just the waste hauler contract. As I mentioned, time is of the essence. When this contract expires, it will be very challenging but doable to implement the program in the time frame we have. We're very confident. Our haulers are very confident. In fact, that reminds me of one of the things I noticed some of the service providers and people responded to here. If you could just give a quick wave your company and your name, that would be helpful, I think, to the board to know who's here.
So we're not going to have them speak from the audience because this is a meeting and they would not be on the record.
Okay.
But I think we're all familiar with those folks.
I think you have 3 service providers that are here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time is of the essence, I mentioned. So what's the objective of this RFP when it was first put out? It was to get fair pricing, high-quality service to the residents and businesses at the selected service levels that you hopefully will be choosing today. So the process was initiated in 2019. County staff began looking at options and approaches to doing a procurement. A renegotiation and extension was considered, and it was deemed not feasible. Legal required a new solicitation to be done, and that's what led to this process. The solicitation was published in April of 22. 5 responses were received in June of 22, which spoke highly to the interest. It's very positive when you get 5 responses to a procurement like this, so that was very positive. As Evan and Rebecca mentioned, there have been significant staff changes. I'm most appreciative to the support that was provided by Courtney and Evan when they came in. It was a refreshing improvement to start reaching out to the board to bring you some of the options and items that you're going to be deciding about. There was a negotiation committee, which I think I'm talking about in a moment, and I think I'm talking about it now. Then a negotiation committee was formed in September, and that negotiation committee diligently worked to communicate both with Dr. Hopes and worked closely with Courtney, who was on that committee. Just a little bit more about the procurement process. The new RFP that went out sought a 10-year term as the initial part with a 10-year renewal. That was what the leadership at the time wanted to put in it. It also,
Oh, I was just going to, a little color here. I think that it's important to note that it's a 10-year term because that allows for the amortization of the fleet of the vehicles. So it really helps you to get the best price and the best price for the customers.
yeah, that's a great point. So if you do a 5-year contract with a 2-year term, you pay a fundamentally different price than by letting that truck be amortized. The RFP assessed 2 options, basically, twice-a-week garbage and once-a-week garbage. That was the main thing. All pricing and everything we talk about with money, which we're going to move to shortly, evaluated both the commercial and residential together, because that's what the service provider contract was doing. It was providing residential service that we talked about as well as commercial. So everything that we're going to talk about was the total cost of the service. Lastly, it reapportioned the county into 3 zones. The purpose of the 3 zones was to increase competition, and we'll be talking more about that. The last thing, just as an aside that it did, the current contract has recycling blended in, and it creates a lack of transparency to understand the cost of that. We don't know the cost of recycling because it was included in the whole number. So the document that both Rebecca and Evan referred to will be getting the true cost of recycling processing. The last thing on the first thing on the negotiation committee, so there was an evaluation committee that started that we were not part of, and the folks that I'm about to mention were not part of. And then there was a negotiating committee, and that began in early September. Courtney was a member of that committee. Your interim utility director at the time was a member of that committee. Jake, your procurement director, who's way in the back of the room, was on that committee, and myself. Then when Evan came on board, he jumped right in, and I mean head first, into that and was part of the committee. So your current committee is myself, Evan, Courtney, and Jake, so you know who the people are. What we did is we strove to maximize the reduction that we could get in the rates, and we succeeded in that. We achieved from what the proposers submitted a 12% reduction from what they submitted as a ballpark number, a decrease from that. We also had an objective ensuring high-quality service. That was important to the county. It was important to Dr. Hopes to make sure that your residents and businesses got what they wanted and needed. We identified the 2 most qualified vendors. Again, I mentioned there were 5 submitted. How we did that is we looked at their capability to provide high-quality service. That was one of the criteria. Their ability to meet the short time frame. Can they handle the number of units you have, which is you're a large county, you have a fair number of units. We wanted to make sure they had the experience to do that. We also looked at prices, I mentioned, and references and their experience to do the job were checked. Those two firms became Waste Pro, who's one of your current service providers, and a company called FCC, which we could talk more about either of those firms. So the meat and potatoes, the chairman mentioned this earlier, is the findings out of this work. And the committee is really requesting your guidance to determine the final contract terms today so we could meet this tight deadline that now exists. These are the four main areas that have been referenced. We're going to review each one of them separately to provide you the whole picture of what this looks like. Each decision builds on the previous one, so we've combined those together. So we're going to present you the implications and the cost of each of these four areas. Bethany had a critical role in those numbers, so she'll make sure I stay on track and don't blend the four items together and provide you thorough information on those. So the first decision, which is the largest and most major element, is the frequency. Only the frequency is all we're going to talk about here, the frequency of residential service. So that's getting at the twice a week or once a week. So twice a week service is just that. The garbage, as you know, is picked up twice a week as it is now. And in this RFP, that would be proposed to be conducted in a 64-gallon cart, which in the back of the room is the blue one, which is the same size cart you currently use for recycling. Well, what happens with twice a week service? You obviously have more frequent service, and at the same time, there's more frequent collection, meaning there's multiple days where the yard waste truck, recycling truck, garbage truck, bulky waste truck is going around the neighborhood. Depending where you are, you could have somebody coming to your house 4 days a week. It's not that unusual. So there's advantages and disadvantages to all of these, and I'm not here to tell you the right answer because it's different for every community, but that's what twice a week does. There are some benefits to once a week. First of all, the larger cart to the left, the green one, is a 96-gallon cart, therefore approximately a third larger in capacity. It doesn't look that much larger, but it's just because of the shape of it. So that's the 96-gallon cart. Well, what are the advantages, or I don't know if I'd call them advantages, the elements of once-a-week garbage? It's this, one of the key ones is it's the same-day service for all materials. What does that lead to? It leads to cleaner streets. So on that day, if your day is Tuesday, you put out your recyclables, your yard waste, and your garbage. And it's all picked up by different vehicles, but that one day. So there are less days that there's cans, carts, yard waste on the streets, so therefore it's cleaner.
And just so you know, that's not necessarily a standard thing. That's something that the negotiation committee worked with the vendors to try and provide, because recognizing you'd be shifting from twice a week to once a week.
So less traffic becomes obvious, less wear and tear on the streets, and it encourages recycling. So continuing with the frequency of the residential service, we're going to talk about what was the best price scenario for twice a week service and once a week. And what we mean by that, what are the cost implications of those? So twice a week, if we go for twice a week services, the way the numbers came back negotiated, so twice a week service cost approximately $70 million more over the term of the contract if you select two haulers. And if you select one hauler, it would be $75 million over the term of the contract. And the term I'm talking about is the first 10 years. So you'll see more information on this as we go forward, but just to give you a flavor. Well, why this is important is the frequency decision is critical because it by far has the largest financial implications on the residents and businesses. So that's the warm-up to key decision number one. This table, which could give you a minor headache, which is not the objective, is to talk about, again, as I mentioned, if you look at the box, the middle section, it says once a week garbage, the 111 service, this one right here, oh, Bethany's already on that. That's the industry trend, but what's most important about that is what's showing, and you don't have to worry about this column, which is just showing different scenarios of who you would award to get the lowest cost, because that is going to vary. But if you go with once a week service, the bottom line is it's a $70 to $75 million more if you choose to continue twice a week service. It's really as simple as that first contract term. Now, you might say, well, what does that impact? How does that impact the residents? Well, there are many communities that do once a week service, and it's heading more in that direction to keep the cost down. But probably most importantly is the negotiation committee came up with a procedure in a way that if somebody has a large family or for whatever reason desires an extra cart, They still have once a week service, but you could have 2 of the green carts. That takes some work to fill both of those green carts. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's an option that we would make available to the residents, and that would cost somebody about $4 per month. And therefore, you're moving on more of a user pay system. If you have a large family, generate a lot of material, you get the larger cart, it's $4. It's not costing everybody in the community to have larger carts or twice a week service. So that's the first of the key areas, and I'll stop there in case there's any questions on frequency, which is what we're getting at. Because I want to make sure I made sense with the numbers.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you talked about the $4 for a second can, that would be something that, that wouldn't be an upfront cost. That would be added to their bill monthly.
That would be the charge we negotiated with the 2 service providers we did the negotiations with, the final negotiations with, and that would be $4. We have not determined who would pay that, how it would be billed, but we have a number in case that wants to be implemented. So it's making that option available.
And then that includes the can itself, the extra can.
The can has a one-time cost of $85 delivered to your door, which is significantly less expensive than if you went to one of the box stores to buy that same cart.
And then,
So it's doing it at a very fair price that you could not buy that retail for that $85 delivered to your door, for sure.
you mentioned the $70 million savings. So that's over how many households do we say that are getting this service? 135,000, something like that?
Approximately 130,000.
So 70 million, you would take that and divide it by 10 years, and then you could divide it by 12 months, and then you could divide it by 135,000.
And we assumed a CPI, just a standard number of 4%. I know right now, 12%, maybe 10 to 12%, but we just assumed a standard 4% in that calculation. So it is definitely an approximate number, but we did want to show the inflection of CPI and fuel charges that are part of the annual adjustments that would occur under the contract.
Okay. So
And we do have a number for you at the end of the
you have that
presentation on
number
the household.
the
gonna
number
get
that
to
I
that
just
number.
mentioned, which is because I just want to make sure that we don't make a reduction in service that people may appreciate. Now, if people don't appreciate it, then fine. But I don't want to make major decisions saying, whoa, we got to save $70 million when in actuality that's divided by 135,000 and then divided by 10 years and then divided by 12 months.
It's a great point you're raising. And as we build through these, you'll see that, and we could come back to it at the end and address any part of it in detail, because the pricing gets based on each of the 4 decisions, if that makes sense. This is just, this savings is for this one decision. This one decision is frequency, and you'll see as we get to them, there's increases in some of the decisions and decreases. But this is the largest one in terms of money and the largest one that has day-to-day impact.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to ask a follow-up to Commissioner Satcher's question. In your experience, what percentage of the customers, residential, requested an additional can? And I mean, I'm sort of going off of like, yeah, but you could go through this room, right? Commissioner Satcher's been blessed with a large family. He might need 3 cans. Well, he might, right? Bearden and Ballard and, maybe the Nearys, other people might need 2 cans. I only need 1. And I usually, half the time, I throw a bag once a week in my neighbor's garbage. And I don't have to pull it out at all. But we're, just...
have to say that publicly.
Well, we're friends. We're friends. And I just say, hey, I have 1 bag this week. I'm going to throw it in your can. But that kind of comes to my point, like, those who are, that becomes sort of a user fee to an extent, right? Those that are disposing of more solid waste are paying a little more versus those who are not. So typically, what percentage of residential customers need the extra can?
Well, that's a great question, Mr. Chairman. First of all, within the county will depend on neighborhoods and areas. Just using as a general example, every county is different. Within every county, it's different. But communities, there are communities, quite a few, that have gone to once-a-week collection with 1 can and don't provide the option. So that tells you that percent isn't that high. I live in a community, I live in Hillsborough County. In Hillsborough County, it's twice a week. On my street, when I come down, there's about 75 homes on it. On the second day less than half of the people have put out a can.
Right.
And
yeah,
and
I
that's
mean,
a smaller size can.
like
So-
you say, it depends on your demographic. If you're in the Villages or Sun City Center,
Exactly.
no one needs a second can, right?
Well, in fact, great point, because in the villages, we did that work for Hillsborough County, and in the villages, they actually, I'm sorry, in Sunset
Sun
City,
City?
not the villages, did the work there also, but that's a separate point. In Sunset.
Sun City.
Sun City,
We'll get
not
you there.
Sunset. Sunset is why you come to Manatee to go to the beaches. They requested deliberately a smaller cart. They didn't want the blue cart, which is 65. Many
Sure.
of the homes got a 35-gallon cart, which is more like that black can next to you. So it's very sensitive to.
Because the mayor told me that they made a change and they went to a larger can as well. And he did have older residents who had trouble maneuvering it and complained. Will we have the option? Will we have two separate sizes if someone prefers a smaller can? Yes.
Dr.
I'm
Hopes
getting-
is shaking his
okay.
head
So-
yes.
So for the
Yes.
record, I'm getting a yes.
And that is an option that some people, it's a very small percent who request that, but still it's taking care of each customer specifically to their needs.
And just a note there, if the board opts when you get to it, there was a substantial savings by the county providing the cans, and the cans come with like a 15-year warranty. So there was a cost savings to the customers by the county providing it. That also provides the option for the county to offer a variety of can sizes.
Is it also an option, obviously this would come into the county providing the can, is there an option to eliminate the upfront $85? Maybe I'm confused. Was it an $85 upfront charge or the monthly charge, or are you telling me it's both?
Mr. Chairman, so the first cart, the green one, let's say, for instance, everybody gets one.
And there's no charge?
No questions asked. No charge. That's
Okay.
been covered by what Dr. Hopes has pointed out.
Okay.
The charge that, if I wasn't clear on, I apologize, the charge I'm talking about is if you want a second cart, the county won't be responsible for delivering the second cart because now the hauler will be under contract doing the work. They will pay for the cart and deliver it to the homeowner's account that's in the area that they're servicing. That's what is $85 for the cart and delivery.
But that hasn't been decided yet. The board could decide to
That's right.
provide.
This is the option,
Absolutely.
right? I get it. So,
Right.
and then I heard a monthly $4.50 in there. That's if you want the second can.
If you want
You're
the
paying
se-
$85 plus the $4.50? Is
The
that?
$85 is one time to get the can delivered, which is
Sure.
significantly less than if you go to Lowe's, Home Depot, or anywhere else, well over $100, not delivered to your home. And then the $4 is the charge that we negotiate with the haulers, who now has to stop the truck to pick up the one can
Two
that's
cans,
in the price.
correct.
They have to pull down a little further and pick up that second can and set that back
Sure.
down. And
Okay.
that's the charge. It also impacts their routes because the more stops, the more material in the.
The more,
the
yeah,
vehicle.
sure. The
Right.
quicker the truck fills up and it could alter
Exactly.
the route. I understand. Is there the option of, because when you have people who have large families, oftentimes $85 is a significant amount of money to those folks because they have a lot of mouths to feed. So is there an option to put the $85 on their monthly bill to sort of stretch that out a little bit and make it less of an impact?
Mr. Chairman, the board can decide whether you want to just make that extra can available to the family as part of the capital expenditure for the project, for the 10 years for the county.
Right, so the
Or
board
put it
could-
on the monthly
Okay.
bill or
So we
whatever
could just
the options
eliminate
are.
the $85 cost if we decide to go that route and only charge them the $4.50 a month as an option.
Absolutely.
And,
Okay.
and I wanted to note on the frequency, and I'm not sure if Mitch mentioned it, the one time a week pickup, the model would be all of your waste would be picked up on the same day. Your recyclables would be picked up on that day.
Right.
Your yard waste would be picked up on that day. And your garbage would be picked up on that day. Many communities have trash cans out 4 days a week. In the once a week model, you would only have cans out in your neighborhood once a week.
Sure, it simplifies the process, and I think we all like that. The order of the board is Ballard, Bearden, and Baugh. Anyone with a last name that starts with a B. Commissioner Ballard.
Am I on? Yeah, there we go. So I had a question about recycling and the recycling cans. So this is taking recycling out of the contract entirely.
It's a great question. No, let me clarify that.
Okay.
This contract is only for the collection of the materials.
Okay.
The recycling processing will be different. So it's taking out the processing that you currently have two service providers. Both of your service providers take the recyclables to different locations. The county is not involved in that. Therefore, the cost of that has been buried in a number that started back in 2008. So the more modern way to do that is to have transparency on what that piece costs. This is only talking about what you approved today would only be talking about the collection of the recyclables. There'll be a separate procurement that we're working on with Courtney and Jake for the processing.
And do we have any idea what kind of cost that we're looking at for the separate recycling processing?
Yes, we do. I think that cost will be about, I think I figured it out, $250,000 a year. That would be my estimate. And that's to do 25,000 tons of material. And then depending on the market conditions, the value of paper, the value of aluminum, that would be further offset.
Okay. And so
It's a very small number on a household basis.
it is. So if there were people who wanted to, for example, if we were at once a week collection, who wanted an extra recycling cart, would that be an option?
Yeah, yes, the negotiation committee discussed that at length. And your current policy is if somebody calls up and asks for a separate recycling cart, they get it.
For free.
For free. And that would, the intent, we at least discussed, was to continue that based on the board's direction. So you could have multiple recycling carts and multiple garbage carts. They usually don't go hand in hand, but either one would be an option. It was to provide the residents the most choices to suit.
Okay. And would there be any additional cost for an additional recycling can?
You would make the final decision, but we anticipated continuing the policy that's in place, which is no extra cost.
Currently,
for
there is
recycling.
no additional
Okay.
cost. And
Thank you.
it's to the benefit of us because it reduces what goes in the landfill, it extends the life of the landfill, and we would like to be number one in the state, not number two.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bearden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we've discussed this before, but I just want to go back over this. Are these contracts ending at the same time?
Yes.
They are. Why didn't we put anything in place to stagger these contracts, meaning one contract be 10 years, the other one 12, to best protect our interests here in Manatee County?
The honest answer to that is previous folks that we reported to made the decision on the term, and we gave them different suggestions, and this is the one they chose.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that couldn't be done. Most jurisdictions don't stagger them. They have it consistent. The reason is when you're doing a transition and communicating the information to the public on any changes, it's a consistent message.
Got it.
There are some counties, Lee County has districts, and out of their districts, the contracts have expired at different times. That caused some problems down there, and they moved to also, like most counties do, one date, one change. It makes the messaging much easier, but I understand your point.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking is if we were to extend one of the contracts up to 12 years, could we revisit a lower cost because we're adding 2 more years to one of the contracts?
It's very common that in a renegotiation or an extension that the terms get re-looked at to see if there's any cost savings based on being able to use some of the vehicles a little bit longer because they worked out better than anticipated. In what was put out in this RFP, the 10-year term, I think the flexibility that gives the county in making a decision is obviously if there's a major performance issue, you have ways out, and there's liquidated damages in the contract also. But assuming that doesn't happen, after 10 years, you could revisit that. You don't have to do a 10-year extension at that point. That's the anticipated term, but you could stop the contracts at 10 years or work with the service provider and say, listen, we want to do 3 years, we want to do 5 years. So you have options. It's not a commitment to that second 10-year term.
And we talked about a negotiating committee. Who was on the negotiating committee during that time?
At that time, there was no negotiating committee. There was county staff who was directing the decisions that went into the RFP.
Because this was prior to the publication.
The reason why I'm asking, I mean, this is one of the largest contracts in the county, and I want to ensure that we have the proper procedures in place to ensure that we're getting the best deal possible. So you're saying that extension is not feasible. Why is an extension not feasible currently with what we have?
Of the current contract?
Yeah.
I'd be happy to answer that now, Commissioner. It also might be better when you see the other three elements to have the whole picture on that. So your preference, again, be happy to answer it now.
Are you referring to the current contract?
Correct.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Clegg can answer that because the county attorney's office determined that it had been extended as many times as it could be extended.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically right.
And knowing that this is going to cost us about $50 million a year, what are we currently bringing in? Are we making up that? Will we be able to make up that cost? What are we currently bringing in today regarding what we're paying for these services? Do you know that number?
I'm not sure. You said, what's the current
Yeah,
rate?
well, we have the number. I can tell you that the haulers are losing money every month on the current contract, so they're probably just as anxious as others to move it forward. But we can give you the figures that we have today. We're bringing in enough money currently to cover the cost of the service.
Okay. So,
And I don't think the rates have gone, the rates haven't been adjusted in how many years?
Well, the rates
To
go
the
up.
to the consumer.
correct. So what are we looking at when it comes to the consumer? How much is their bill going to increase?
It's a great question, but I think that it would be hard to answer until you
depends on your
see the other
decisions.
three items, because it totally changes what you pick. So for instance, if you pick twice a week garbage, which is the one we're on now, and I think we should move to another one, that's $70 million. Well, you make the other choice, your rates just went up $70 million, so therefore it's a different household number. Am I making any sense? So each decision builds on that price, and what we've done in this presentation is by the end, will be dead on what you're asking for, which is how much is it going up if we made all those choices today compared to what people are paying now? And we do have that number for you.
So we have the number that what it's costing each household every month. And what is that number currently right now?
We have the number of what you'd pay the vendor.
Okay.
The household number is a little different. You haven't determined what else gets added onto this collection franchise number at this point, because there's landfill issues that are is what Rebecca talked about and what Evan talked about.
Well, sir, I think his question is, what is an unincorporated residential, what is the bill for an unincorporated residential household today?
I don't know what you're.
That's your question?
$9.25. You
Yes.
had it on a slide already. You had $9.25. on one of the
$9.25.
slides.
Yes. Yeah, that's the earlier number.
contract.
If that's what, yes.
But they're current today.
Collections.
That's the
It's
price today.
$9. It's $9 a month today to
Perfect.
the resident.
Just have
Okay.
to remember that a resident on their bill sees about $14.50 because there's other things included. But if you're comparing apples to apples, it's roughly $9.25 versus what the number that we'll give you
That's
based
what
on
we
your
want, is
options.
apples to
correct?
apples. I need a baseline so that as we go into this and we're looking at these different options and we're watching the price fluctuate based on the decisions we make, we know what the baseline is. The baseline is $9. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Commissioner
That's
Bearden, to
what the
hijack your
vendor
floor
is
time there,
paid.
sir.
That's the
The vendor is paid.
that's the fee that is being paid for
Solid waste collection.
picking up the trash at
Correct.
the
Solid
curb.
waste collection.
Right.
That's what
question
we're
being
dealing with
asked-
right now, is solid waste collection.
Right.
Right, but I think the question may ask, what does the resident pay today? So, Tina, do you have that number handy? You?
The residential curbside solid waste is $8.
So hold on. We're in a meeting. I need her to come to the microphone, introduce herself, and be recognized by the chair.
That's not the number that I blended.
This is from the rate.
I blended
Yeah.
two together to get an average.
That's the haul. Maybe what will be helpful, Mitch, because we do need to lay the foundation, is the rate that a customer pays is a combination of the hauler fee for the collection, the recycling cost, the landfill cost, a franchise fee that gets added onto it, and stormwater for the county is funded through what the customer is charged for solid waste.
Okay, so why don't we take a 10-minute recess, and when we come back, you have a breakdown of all of those fees for the board. This board will reconvene at 10:44. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're continuing through our special meeting today about everything utilities. The discussion is currently on solid waste collection. So I'm going to turn things back over to Dr. Hopes, who hopefully has some information for us.
All right, so the question is, what does one of your constituents pay a month on their utility bill? And that is currently $14.33 a month, inclusive, okay? That includes everything from the landfill fee that we add on to it, the franchise fee that we add on to it, cart cost, everything's added on to it. That compares, as Mitch and his colleague go through the presentation, that compares to the $9 a month that we pay the haulers, which currently are Waste Management and Waste Pro. So out of the $14.33, think of that as the retail charge to the customer, we have a hauler cost of $9 today. So $9, we add $5.33 to cover all the other costs, stormwater, landfill, all that. So the relative charge. Now, the scenarios when Mitch gets down to the key decision number 4, which is on the screen today, that $9, based on the competitive bidding and the negotiations, that is for discussion today, that $9 that the customer, that we're paying the haulers, based on the procurement, is anywhere from the $14.22 to $15.37, depending on the decisions that you make collectively when the board's ready to make a decision. And so let's just assume that no other costs go up other than the haulers, and we were to add the $5.33 on top of the lowest number here, which is $14.22, you would be at $19.55.
Right, and then
That's if nothing else changed.
Right, and then as we address those other issues, we'll
Right. And so
those costs will
that may
adjust.
give you a little bit of a reference point. Today, we're merely talking about the waste hauler portion of it. So based on this slide, you're looking at $9 today, as high as moving to $15.27, just based on these decision points. There are other options, but that may give you the reference point. So as I said, if nothing else changed, it would be at the lowest, the $14.22, add $5.33 would be like $19.55.
Sure. For clarification for the board and for the public, stormwater was mentioned as coming out of the 1433. There was a lot of discussion years past, a couple years ago, about a stormwater fee. There is no stormwater fee. However, stormwater management does have to be funded, and so it's funded out of the 1433, just for clarification on that. And that's been that way since, I don't know, a long time. Right. So that's where the stormwater reference came from. Right. Commissioner Bearden, the floor is still yours, sir. You're finished. Okay, then we'll move on to Commissioner Baugh.
Lots of questions here. The first question is, and I missed it, and I know that Evan told us, and I apologize. Who was on the committee that negotiated this contract? I'm sorry, for the haulers. I understand that's all we're talking about today. So I know, but I missed it. Who?
Yeah, there were two committees. One was an evaluation committee, which was done through the purchasing department, and then
Negotiations you want.
the
I want
negotiation.
negotiation,
Negotiation was Courtney, Evan, and his predecessor, when it was an interim utility director,
Jeff Gordon,
Jake,
Jake. Okay, Jake.
and myself.
Okay. Yeah. And Mitch, you were here. I know we talked about 2016, and I think, as I recall, you handled that renegotiation in
Yes.
2016. So one thing I did want to mention is that I was here in 2016. And Mitch, I'm sure you recall this, but I haven't heard it mentioned today. I was the silly commissioner in 2016 who brought up only having one pickup a week. And well, no, it turned out that the residents didn't feel that's what I was at the time, I can tell you. There was a lot of complaints over that. And I would hope, I still today think that, yeah, I don't have a problem with it myself. I think it's fair. But, you know, I'm just letting the new commissioner, well, all of you, because none of you were here then, the residents did not appreciate the once a week. So we got to keep that in mind. The other thing that I would mention are the size of the trash cans. As I recall, and Mitch, correct me now if I am incorrect, but I remember the size of the trash cans became quite an issue because the majority of people were complaining that they were too big, and that's like the size of the blue one here. They were too big to fit in their garage. How are they going to get it in their garage? So we went through that, and now we're looking at one that's even bigger. So be prepared for that when the residents hear about this, because it was a big to-do in 2016. But I'm still not clear. The $85, that fee, we're only charging the residents for that if they want 2 cans.
Correct.
Okay. The first big green can, we're giving to them for free to the
Correct.
residents? And who is, excuse
nothing
me.
free.
That's up to the
Can
board.
I
It's up to-
finish?
That decision
Excuse
hasn't been
me.
made. That's up to the board.
Can I finish my question? At this point, is it up to the county to pay the fee for that trash can? Is that how we're looking at it, Mr. Consultant,
Yes,
Mitch?
yes,
Okay.
that's a series of really good questions, Commissioner. To answer your last one, the $85 is coming out of the county's budget
Okay,
because the county, I'm sorry, the initial cans are coming out of the county budget, the one can.
Right.
The additional cans come from the homeowner who chooses that can,
Right.
unless you make a decision contrary to that.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that we negotiated the best price we could with the haulers, and that's $85 for the cart and delivery for an extra one. The initial ones, the county is going to provide to residents.
yeah, okay, and I just wanted to make sure that I really understood that. And I have to ask, Courtney, I'm sorry, Deputy County Administrator DePaul. I don't remember when you started. When did you start with us?
January 3rd of 2022.
So you've already just,
But she was building department at that time.
I know.
This
You were building
RFP
department at that time. I
This
know.
RFP was put out, I believe, in April. I took over as deputy in June, and that was when actually the evaluation committee had just finished. And so that was when the negotiation committee started. So I started around July working with you and Bethany.
First meeting was in September.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
ma'am.
and I knew it was something like that, but I couldn't remember exactly. And, you know, Courtney, I think you've done a fabulous job. I just wanted to tell you that.
I appreciate that, ma'am.
You know, you've taken on a department with many, many issues that go back many, many years, and thank goodness for Evan, and Evan goes without saying, you're doing a great job. So I just wanted to make sure I said that. But I guess my question is, it's, I know this has not really come before us before today, to this board, and I realize that there's a couple of reasons as to why. Number one, because we have 3 new commissioners, and we knew we were pretty confident that we were going to have 3 new commissioners. But that being said, I know the other reason that it really didn't come up before now is because it would have been a fight. You know, the commission was very contentious, a very good word, Commissioner Satcher. But at the same time, to look at us today, and I'm glad, thank you for this, Courtney, I just wanted to mention that, because it's hard for us, and I don't think it's fair, to look at us saying that, you know, we need to make decisions today on what it is you want to see so you can move forward. That's kind of tough when we don't have all the documentation in front of us. And then to look at us today, this morning, starting at 9 o'clock, and tell us we've got to make a vote, I'm assuming today on this, is also, I think, tough because we haven't had all the information. So I thank you for what you're giving us now. And Mitch, you've been around forever, and I just thank you and appreciate you more than you know. But we've got some big decisions that we have to make, and I don't know that I don't know how it's going to work out today. I have a 3 o'clock executive board meeting in our conference room on the 9th floor that has been scheduled for probably 2.5 months. So I was surprised to see this workshop come today when, it's a known fact I couldn't be here for the whole day. So that being said, it's going to be tough, to miss part of this because I think it's that important. Scott, you were not on the committee. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. And I also just wanted to note, we never intended for you to make decisions today. This was
That's a
supposed to be.
special meeting.
Well, the chair asked that it be a special meeting in case, should the board at the end feel that they would like to make one or more decisions. But just so you know, staff has always planned this as an information and work session with the board with a subsequent meeting of the board once you've had time to digest all this information,
good. I
ask
was
questions.
concerned.
Yeah, we never intended, but in fairness to the chair, he felt that, if for some reason the board felt that you could make one or more decisions, or you wanted to give us direction that if it was called as a special meeting, you would at least have that option.
Gotcha. Okay, good. Thank you for
Yeah,
explaining
because
that.
believe me, this is a tremendous amount of information. It is a long-term contract that impacts every resident of Manatee County.
Well, the last thing, I think it's the last thing, I'm looking at all my notes that I have, is that we're talking about today is just the hauler's fee. Okay, and then we name off all these other things that come into play in what they're charged a month, the residents themselves, of which I think all of us in this room are one of those residents, except for you, Mitch.
Maybe you
Hillsborough,
should
huh?
consider that.
You need to move. But I guess my question is, again, it's kind of hard when we don't have the full picture. So I'm glad that we don't have to make a total decision on everything today because a lot comes into play in making that. So thank you for the information.
Thank you, ma'am. And yeah, to be clear, I had strong reservations about aspects of this workshop, and I thought that other board members might as well, and that's why I thought we should have a special meeting so that we could give clear direction to staff should we choose to do so. On the subject of, because we have 4 points we're trying to hit here, to give them some direction. On the subject of frequency of residential garbage service, is there anyone, I've not heard anyone up to this point object to the same-day service for all materials once a week, and once a week pickup for your general trash. Is anyone voicing objection to that? Commissioner Satcher, your family produces a lot of trash. You speak for, well, he speaks for a segment of the county. I mean, that's my point.
Right. So where I'm at on this particular, not that I want to ask, good questions that get information out there that we need to know. And this is through no fault of literally a single person up here. But before, this ever happened, I had someone in my office that currently serves the county begging for an extension. Not begging, but asking, saying that it would be better, that we have the best rates, that we should extend, et cetera, et cetera. Now, generally, when someone has a dog in the fight, that you take it with a grain of salt. So I took it with a grain of salt. I went to the then director of utilities and said, hey, this is what I'm being told. And kind of my thought was, tell me why they're wrong, And the answer that I got from someone that is no longer at the county, so there's no, I don't have any recourse on this, was they're there, Commissioner. No, I know they get in your ear, they try, but we're handling it. We've got it all good. There's not going to be a big price increase. Just let us figure this out. And fast forward to a few months ago, and I get my first briefing on this, and it sounds like that, the staff person at the time told me something that was completely inaccurate. And so I'm just kind of coming at this all frustrated enough to where I'm probably just going to try to lay low, and then I'm going to vote against this in the end anyway, just because, most likely, and let y'all make a decision, but just because it's so frustrating to me, and there's no one, like I said, I don't have anyone that I can hold accountable because that person is no longer here. I think the citizens are better off that person is no longer here. So just to give you the lay of the land for how I'll probably play this entire thing out. So yes, I object to losing 2. I object to, I won't go into it. I'll keep the peace, but.
That's okay, but if I could dialogue with you real quick. I mean, I think we all agree we don't want to sit here and necessarily hash out decisions made by our predecessors, whether it's staff or commissioners, that we don't always agree with some of those decisions. But as I often say, you have to play the hand you're dealt, and this is the hand we're dealt. So the idea today is that we're going to go through this and put our stamp on it and, see if, basically the idea is to go through this, go through each of these points, give direction to staff, and then see if it is possible at all that our requests can be incorporated into the current bid that was put out. If they can't, then yes, we're probably looking at an extension. But if at all possible, if we can get what we want put into this current bid, then that's, of course, what we want to try to do. Because the further you push it out, the higher prices are going to go. So, I don't think any of us wants to do the bid again in a year because, I can only imagine how high President Brandon will have the prices by then. Right. So ideally, let's, hopefully if we can, try to lock it up today. Yes, sir.
Sorry. So the way, to get the best input from me, I would like to see, instead of on the micro level, this is going to cost $4 more per month was my math approximately for two pickups. What are you going to do with that? Well, I don't know what other shoes are dropping. So I would like to see each one. This particular option costs this much a month for a family. This particular option costs this much. And so, which I imagine hopefully is coming in the presentation and at that time. And then also, I might like to hear from citizens as well, unless, there's just a real strong consensus on the board. So that's the way, like you said, just play the hand you're dealt. I'd want to see the whole hand, and then we'll make the decision.
And not that this makes a massive difference, but part of what does play into my mind as well is that garbage trucks are big, slow-moving vehicles that hold up traffic, and if you're going to have them on the road twice as much versus half as much, eventually all these different things that we continuously do to try to improve traffic, eventually they do add up, right? And I think this is some significance. And one of the things on my list, which is aimed primarily at traffic, is for us to pick up commercial at night and to get those vehicles off the road during the day as well, because they're primarily on your arterials, right? I mean, they're
Right.
going up and down 41 and Manatee and Cortez. So
Yeah. Valid points and good idea on the evening. I like it.
okay, Mr. Clegg, I don't. Oh wait, Commissioner Bearden is on the board.
How many
Apologize.
trucks do we need to purchase? Brand new trucks? Or how many trucks are going to be purchased?
It's a significant number. I don't have that in front of me, but well over 80, 100 trucks.
Okay, and each truck's for about 400,000,
Good ballpark number.
roughly. Have we ever looked at doing this in-house? It's just a question. It's a question, right? Because it's a one operator system, right?
Yeah.
That's it. We just need a CDL.
We could have a discussion with when we have another joint meeting with the city of Bradenton, because they went that route. this new administration had a tough enough time rehabilitating this procurement from the prior administration. But there are models that we could look at and estimate what that would look like.
Out of the 60-plus counties that are doing this, how many of them are doing it in-house? One? Which?
Two.
Two?
Jacksonville,
Okay.
which is a little different government structure, does the center of the city or parts of the city, and Miami-Dade does the residential garbage in-house. All other counties, I might be missing one, but
Why do they do it in-house?
there's history behind that. There are so many cities that do it themselves, but as the jurisdictions, as the county gets larger and larger, it becomes a pretty massive expense. All the challenges that the companies have in finding drivers and procuring equipment are more difficult to a jurisdiction that isn't in that business. And it's become, over the years, pretty clear. We do a fair amount of studies comparing on the city basis, should we take this in-house or contract it out? And it's very rare that the city comes out less expensive, but sometimes on a city basis, they're getting more service and are comfortable with doing it that way, so they continue. And even some of those, such as Tallahassee, has split that up over the years, where it's a shared partnership with the private sector.
Okay, so I don't have anyone else on the board at this time, and I wasn't necessarily looking for a vote or direction, but I was just trying to get some kind of, general idea of where we are on once-a-week pickup. Commissioner Cruz, we haven't heard from you, sir.
Give you a blanket thing since I got a conference call at 11:30 anyway, and we're only halfway through this. Just in case I'm not here. So this is more of a general comment about the once versus twice and so forth. That was mentioned earlier about people can come by places and drop stuff for free. We can give out garbage cans for free. Nothing we do in utilities essentially pays for itself. We've started a practice, and some of this because of old contracts and so forth, where we're focused more on the low cost of the taxpayers, which is great. We've lowered millage twice. I've made the motions twice. That's what we should be doing. But we can't always do it at the trade-off of the services provided to people. We have to be looking at the pros and cons, the cost versus the impact. So, whether we're talking about water rates or we're talking about garbage, we need to come up with the most efficient way of doing things to keep the cost down for the greater population. So the once or twice a week probably works for a vast, vast majority of the people in this county. Maybe a few people need it twice a week. They can get a second can if they want. We're not giving them a second can for free. What you're doing is amortizing the cost of that second can over 400,000 people in Manatee County. People can't drop stuff off at our landfill for free. Everyone's paying for you to drop it off. And when we get later on in these slides, in case I'm not here, there are a lot of things that we quote unquote provide for free, which we don't. They're baked into everybody's cost. Whether you get that free dumpster in front of your house once a year, which 99% of the people who take advantage of that are probably landlords and fix and flippers that are taking that dumpster to put stuff in there, and all the taxpayers are paying for it. The unlimited yard pickup, which very few people need that much yard pickup. The people who do are the landscapers and the commercial operators who are taking advantage of it and spreading their cost over everybody else in Manatee County. All of these things we get for free are not free. We don't have some magic bucket that we can provide things for free. Somebody is paying for everything you get in Manatee County. So we need to look at what do the 90 to 95% of the people in Manatee County actually need, and let the other 5 to 10% of people pay for things as they need it. That's a more equitable way of doing it to keep costs down because they're still going up. This is a contract that was negotiated a long time ago. As you pointed out, there are people currently handling our waste pickup that are effectively losing money right now to pick up garbage because we had a very favorable contract. So it's not apples to apples to say, what was the old contract versus what is the new contract? You have to consider the fact the old contract has 10 years of baked in annualized increase that was never charged. And now we're just catching up. So it's more like you got a discount on your garbage for 10 years and now we have to right size it. But we can right size it based upon what the population needs. And that's where we need to be focusing on, is acknowledging it. Maybe $5 more a month, $10 more a month, whatever it works out. But let's keep that as low as possible for the vast majority of people, and basically itemize out the rest of these things as people need it, because I think very few people need those things.
Okay, beautifully laid out. It would have been nice if you'd spoken up before 11:11. Right. Okay, gotcha. But I literally agree with everything you said. Commissioner Satcher is on the board.
Well, permission to dialogue with Commissioner Cruz.
By all means, sir.
So is your take on that, let me be sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying, is this in regards to one pickup versus two and then all the other kind of fluff services that we're talking about? Or is this for, a family that's got to have a larger can, a family that needs 2 cans, et cetera? You want to be sure they're each paying their share, pulling their weight? Yeah.
Both.
I don't want to argue with a point you're not making. So.
No, I think it's both. I think
Both.
you have to
Okay.
you have to look at what 9 out of 10 people need, and that's what everyone should be charged. The other 1 out of 10 people can find a way to itemize and pay a little bit more.
Okay, so back to no need to dialogue at this point. So contrary to that point, or on the other side of that, I would say that for our families in Manatee County, this is who are paying, ridiculous numbers right now for a dozen eggs. This is the wrong time to be sure they're paying every little bit of their share on a contract that the people before us should have gotten taken care of before we were ever here. The last people we should punish for someone else's ineptitude would be the families that are living here. So I disagree with that. I also disagree with the premise of the argument. Maybe I don't disagree with the premise of the argument, but I just want to point out, because it's valuable for each of us, that if someone who's getting a service to get on a Manatee County bus was paying their full share for what it costs to get on that bus and ride across town, that'd be quite a bill. And this board decided not to do that in that case, so I don't think we should do this in this case either. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I don't have anyone else on the board to discuss the frequency of solid waste collection. So if you want to move on to the number of haulers, sir, turn the floor over to you, Mitch.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just make a comment, observation?
Everyone else is, sure.
I appreciate, the comments on this. This is all I've done for 39 years, and it's a very challenging decision. Every time these contracts come up, you just happen to be hitting this at a point when fuel is the highest it's been, inflation is the highest it's been, the cost of trucks are as high as it's been. We can't really control that. And I will work to do a good job, as good as I can, of working through these key decisions, because I think the healthy discussion that you're having, you'll be able to have with the whole picture. And if you can make a decision, great. We don't have to do it now, but there are significant ramifications to even considering extending the contract that we'll hopefully not have to get into. So thank you. With that, I'll go. So we're good on frequency. Don't have to kind of review that because it's been.
We're gonna, I think we got our information, we had our discussion, and I think we're gonna let it percolate.
Key
and,
decision
we'll get
number
back to it.
2 is hopefully a little simpler. It's the number of haulers. And as I pointed out before, you have 2 haulers now. So, 1 hauler, it's a large number of units. You did that in the past. In 2008, you made a decision not to do that. You don't have backup for storm or other, issues that could pop up, and therefore it's greater potential risk. So that's with 1 hauler. 2 haulers, you didn't, but previous boards made the decision in 2008 to go with 2 haulers. That was the intent of how the RFP was written. It leverages that second vendor. It creates the competition between the 2 companies to both do a good job, and it reduces the overall risk to the county. Most large counties, the vast majority of large counties in this state, have multiple haulers. And the list of that would include Palm Beach, Hillsborough, Orange, Duval, Lee, Seminole, Lake County, and soon to be your neighbors very likely to the south in Sarasota. We're working on their procurement now, and at the current time, they're waiting for a final policy decision, but are going to bid multiple zones. So that's the background on 2 haulers. Let's look at the price scenarios of the 2 haulers. So we've taken the liberty, and now I think you see where I'm trying to go. We didn't make a decision, but it's too much information to discuss both options. So we're just discussing one option in pricing here. It's up there. What happens if you were to stay with 211? But you can see that cost increase we talked about of about that $7 million a year, $70 million plus over the term of the contract. But this is just the number of haulers. And all this is showing is if you went with one company, in this case, the FCC, the difference between having that one company and the second company is about 600,000. As you go down the table and you adjust the zones, it goes up a little bit. But compared to the $70 million decision on the previous page, this is a $600,000 decision to have multiple haulers. Per year. So that's all this one's getting at. And I think if you let me build on the third and fourth, happy to discuss this now, but there's information coming in the others which will give you the full fruit to have a lively discussion. So we'll go to number 3 then. So that was the number of haulers. The next one is a really important one for the discussions I've heard so far, because this is what we did. The negotiating committee said, well, this is a substantial increase. And we went through all the reasons why this is a substantial increase. What can we do to allow the board to decide to make some policy decisions on items that we could further lower the cost to the residents? And that's what these are. And what we're going to talk about, and then we'll show you the cost, is the elimination of bulk service and shifting to a user fee system. That's the 2 items that you could put out each of the 2 days that there's weekly collection. That's what we're talking about. The other item we're going to talk about is removal of a free annual. You have a very, very unique situation here. You allow residents once a year to have 60 cubic yards of material collected at no charge. Approximately, the best number we can get, 5% of some combination of business or residents use that in the county. So that's another one we're going to look at. I'm going to show you the cost. The third one is limiting yard waste. In this day and age, unlimited anything will cost you a lot more money. 4 cubic yards a week is the norm in the industry. 4 cubic yards, to put in perspective, is 12 feet long by 4 feet wide by 4 feet high every week. I'm sorry, it's 3 feet. Thank you. We did the math on that last night. And Evan helped me with this once before. I'm stuck on 4 somehow. It didn't get much smaller. It's still 12 feet long. This is 3 feet high by 3 feet wide. That's a big pile every week. So you're seeing more and more communities go to that. And lastly, I'm not even going to spend any time on this, RFID or chips that were put in carts in the past, that was put in the RFP because the county leadership at the time wanted to be safe to have that. It's not necessary, and I'll show you what we've substituted for, which is another way of doing service verification, which is much higher technology.
We could talk about that now, Mitch, if you'd like, because we don't really hit on that later.
Yeah. Which one? The pricing?
Just allowing for the real-time service verification. So again, this just goes to making sure the contract management, making sure that people are, when they're supposed to pick up, they're picking up, and being able to visually see that, being able to track where the trucks are. So having that access was something that we put into this. So I don't want you to think with the no RFID readers, we've removed anything. We've actually added during negotiations better technology that will assist, staff in managing the contract.
Great point. So let's talk about the money part of this. So what this really is, and we're going to talk about each of these separately, and it's going to take a minute, but this is an a la carte menu for you to consider areas that you could reduce service, change service, and show you what the savings are. The current system has, as I mentioned, unlimited bulk and unlimited yard waste, and that was based on contracts back in the early 2000s where the haulers and the counties believe, well, there's not much of a cost. We'll just pick up whatever's out on the curb. Those days are gone. It's as simple as that. 15 years later, it doesn't work that way. So if you want unlimited anything, there's significant cost. How do I know that? These numbers are about to prove it. So each of these, if you look at the first one, the eliminate the bulky waste and go to a user pay system, I'm going to take you to this column, the total savings, and that's on a yearly basis. On a yearly basis, the others are saying, what did we negotiate with each of the firms? What numbers did we get to? But it's $1.4 million a year, which you multiply out to 10 years, you get to an obvious number, is if you eliminate bulky waste, but not take the service away, residents still have a choice, but it's a user pay system. So we negotiated a number of about $45 an item. So if you want a large couch taken away, it's $45. If you want a refrigerator taken away, which most of the box stores do, for you at a lower rate, not at a lower rate, but it's somewhere between $40 and $75 if you go to Lowe's or Home Depot or any place else. So this is going to a user fee system, and that's that 1.4. I'm not advocating one over the other. You have to do what's right for Manatee County, but our job is to say the numbers you asked about. How much do these services cost? And if you go to a user pay, you'd be saving that approximately $15 million over the term of the contract going to a user fee system. And we could discuss any of these. The next is this annual that I mentioned, 60 cubic yards. I don't know of another community, anywhere actually in the United States, that allows residents to have a one-time cleanup at what appears to be no charge, which, as Commissioner, you pointed out, there is a charge, there is a cost to that, but 60 yards is a huge amount of material. If you took the center space here, you would have to about double it to get 60 yards of material about 4 feet tall. Just as a rough visual of that. So it's a tremendous cost, and that is almost $600,000 a year is what that one is costing.
And staff actually looked at that to see, well, how many people are utilizing that? Is that a frequently utilized system? And what was it, between 5 and around 5%?
So that's what the one fee is. And then limiting yard waste, I mentioned unlimited yard waste. Let's call it what it is. It's really tree companies coming to your house and saying, hey, if you let me cut the tree down and chop it and leave it at the curb, you have unlimited yard waste. I could do it for $500 less. Most people, it's a real challenge, and I actually have a background in horticulture and grow plants as a hobby. I have a nursery with 35,000 plants. It's impossible for me to put out 4 yards a week on a regular basis, week after week. So this is a pretty large number. And yes, there's some people who have a lot of trees and do a lot of trimming, a lot of leaves. But the industry norm, which is my responsibility to share with you, is 4 cubic yards.
And
on
you
a
should
weekly
know
basis.
that there are provisions in here. So if we do limit yard waste, you can still have more. You just have to pay for it. So it would be a separate charge per cubic yard if you needed to set out more because there was a big storm or because whatever happened.
And yeah, the storm would usually be covered if it's an emergency situation under the FEMA category. But Bethany's raising an important point. That the service provider is not going to come out through the tape measure and measure that pile. That's not what they're after. They're just after when it's 40 feet long of logs out on the street or large debris. So the RFID we talked about enough. The point of these 4, again, this will be your choice, your discussion, obviously. But if you add them all up, that's this $2.6 million that's up here on an annual basis. You multiply it times the 10, it's $26 million. If you add the CPI of 4%, it's $31 million ballpark. What does that mean? This is the second largest financial implication choice. The first is 211-111, which was that, I'm using rough numbers now, $70 million. This is the second largest decision at $34 million over the first 10 years of the term. So I just wanted to give you a feel. These are choices for you to make. And I could tell you what the industry norm is. I could tell you what happens in different counties. I'll give you an example. I mentioned I live in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County has zero bulky waste service on a regular basis to its residents. If you want that done, you either hire a company who specializes in that, or you hire one of the franchise haulers. They have 3, and that company has a fee which is in the contract per item. And you pay it as a resident, and you pay that company directly. So there's no collection. So that would be one extreme.
Could you share what that fee is for the bulk items?
$45, I thought.
This was a negotiated rate.
Yeah.
$45
It's about
per item. So if you
$45
have a
approximately.
refrigerator that you need picked up, it's
$45.
$45
A large
to pick
couch,
it up.
$45.
So that was one of the options that's in.
And we negotiated that where the bill would go to that homeowner. So I don't know if there's any thoughts or questions on these. Our job was to say, what do the numbers look like? And again, just to review, you have much more bulky waste collection than most programs anywhere in the country. The free annual of 60 yards is an enormous amount of material for a resident to put out, and limiting yard waste, again, is the norm. So happy to answer any questions about any of those.
No one's on the board right now, but Commissioner Ron, we haven't heard from you yet. I'm just curious as to where your mind is on all this, and then we'll go to Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've lived in communities before that have 1 week service, which seems to work very well. I'm just wondering if we ever surveyed the citizens of Manatee County to see how they feel about 2 days versus 1 day. Also, I like the a la carte system, where you can have it a la carte to where if you want to pick up bulky items, that's available to the citizens, as well as limiting the yard waste to 4 cubic yards. I mean, that's a lot of yard waste. And we're not limiting the citizens to doing anything. It's just that it'd be an a la carte. If you had a refrigerator picked up, then you got to pay to pick it up instead of like it is now. But I'd just like to know where the citizens stand, like Commissioner Sasser does, on where they stand on 2 days versus 1 day, or 2 a week versus 1 a week. I know Commissioner Boss said that she got some last time. She got some feedback from citizens that wanted to still keep the two times a week. So that's kind of where my questions are right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bearden.
How long have we been doing 2 times a week?
As long as you've been
20
collecting-
years?
As long as you've been collecting curbside.
Okay. So that's
Longer.
that's where I'm kind of going at. Once we cut this down to, let's just say we decide we want to do 1 time a week, who's going to handle the customer service calls and the complaints? Will y'all? Or will the waste management companies?
The county.
Because we're going to have
and
to
the-
increase probably to handle those calls. Employment.
Mr. Chair, I think part of staff's job and the haulers that we contract with is to manage expectations based on the board's decisions. With regards to Mr. Ron's question, one of the thoughts that I have had is once we have this work session and these options get out to the public, we have a firm that monitors both social media for us, but they also will do surveys for us, is to go ahead and do a survey so that we can provide that information to you regarding, what is the public saying about these options. So if that makes sense to the board, once you complete this work session, then we have them under contract. We can go ahead and have a survey done to be able to answer some of these questions from your constituents.
Yeah, because that's my only thing is the district commissioners are going to get their emails blown up if there's major disruption, if we don't, go about allowing the public to know and keep that in front of mind. Because, and here's the thing, we probably need to start that pretty soon, right? So.
We have a very important, once the board does make a decision, and not today, but in the future, we have a very important few months ahead of us. We say 8 months until the transition if the board were to make a decision within the next couple weeks. But that is, Mitch and I joked during the entire negotiation about the song "We've Only Just Begun." And that was because we really have only just begun with the transition is the most important part, educating the public, going to talk to HOAs, talking about the changes, getting out in front of the community, going to Coquina Beach or to other areas and really talking about the changes that are going to take place. We obviously don't want to do that until we have, the board's decision on what the future is going to hold. But yes, it's a lot of communication that has to happen. We did also, to Commissioner Ron's point, we did do a survey. Actually, I should not say we. The former Utilities Administration did a survey. Yes, that'd be great.
So
You
it's
were part of
it's
that.
a great question you're raising. We get asked this all the time. A few things. You raised a great point before. Back in 2008, there was objection to this. The reason for that was in 2008, the cost to keep twice a week over once a week wasn't as great as it is in 2023. It wasn't a $70 million decision. It was a much smaller decision back then, only because of how the costs have gone up. That's number one. Number two is many of these surveys are done, and I know how I'd answer it. If you said to me, would I rather have twice a week or once a week at the same cost? I say I'll take twice a week. If you ask that same question, which we've done many times, and say, if you want that, would you like twice a week at a $10 a month increase? The answer is going to be no. But people don't want that. And what we're trying to do here is offer the best price and the best service and make sure it's a user pay system where if somebody wants more, they could get more at a minimal cost. So it's an adjustment, but it's where the industry is going. And there's many reasons for that. But again, is Dr. Hopes pointed out, there's an option here. If you went twice a week, the numbers are what they are. And we will do a darn good job of implementing that and making sure that it works. So I just wanted to mention that on the surveys. You're only going to find out so much depending how you ask it. I could save you the pain because, it's.
Yeah,
I
I'm going
could
to chime in. I'm going to chime in on that. I mean, it reminds me of a conversation that I had with Will Robinson one time. We were watching football at a friend's house, and we can't get out of politics, so that's what we talk about. But the conversation sort of came up about in his level, these constitutional amendments that come forward, right? And I expressed frustration, and he shared it, that there's a big decision that's being made. Sometimes they even piggyback multiple onto one amendment. And I told him, I said, I consider myself an informed citizen of the state. And I said, but you can't put in a paragraph or in 2 or 3 sentences a decision that is going to change the Constitution of the state of Florida and ask me to vote on it. And I said, I don't even want to. I haven't spent the time researching it, like he has, for instance. And I said, there's a reason that I sent you to Tallahassee, Will. There's a reason that we elected you. You're a lawyer. You know how to make laws, literally. And this is your job. You're getting paid to make these decisions, to study up on these things, and to make an educated decision that's best for everyone in Florida. And, we sort of just kind of hashed that out. But I think it's to an extent it applies here as well. And I have no problem with doing a survey, but just know that when you do a survey, the people who are going to respond are those who are the most self-interested, and that it is likely to that's likely to impact them, particularly in a negative way. So I could use this example. That doesn't mean you don't listen to those people, not at all. You want to hear what they have to say. But if you have to, if the results come back, say 100 people respond and 80 of them say, no, I don't want it to go up. Well, what percentage? We have no way of really knowing what percentage of those people are the ones who want the second can. And if let's say 500 people, let's say 1,000 people respond, it's a county of 420,000 people, and you're going to have a disproportionate amount of people responding who have self-interest in what you're asking them. And also have to consider that we've been sitting here since 9 a.m., right? And that's no offense, but that's just the freshmen. The 3 of you have only been sitting here since 9 a.m. For the other 4 of us, this is like the 3rd one of these that we've sat through all day long, educating ourselves on utilities, and have been to the landfill, have been to the utilities department, right? And so because that's our job. Similar to Representative Robinson, it's his job to engross himself in these state issues and make educated, informed decisions. With us, that's the same thing. So I'm not advocating against doing a survey. I'm just pointing out that you're going to have people who are not as it's not their job. They have lives, right? They're working all day. They have other things that they need to be focused on, and that's what they are focused on. So they're coming in with limited information through no fault of their own, and then they're going to ultimately, everyone is going to make a decision based on their own self-interest, and that is going to greatly skew a survey. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't get citizen input. I have friends, neighbors, family members, people who are not all by any means aligned with me politically. My parents, are not aligned with me politically at all. I consistently get their opinion because they represent they're boomers, right? They represent a large portion of our society and our county. So I talk to my neighbors, I talk to friends, I talk to family, and I give them the basics, right? But again, even when I talk, if I sit down and talk to mom and dad about this, I'm going to give them like a 5-minute tutorial on something that I've been spending, almost days, if you cumulatively put it together since I started on this board, days of information that I've acquired through this time and tours that I've gone on and all these things. So it's hard for me to condense that into 5 minutes and ask them to make an actual educated decision. In a nutshell, and we've had, previous commissioners who I worked with up here wanted to form a committee over everything. Yeah. The bottom line is we were elected and tasked with educating ourselves and making difficult decisions. Are they difficult decisions? Yes. If 20, 40, or 50 people email us because they're upset with a change that's made, lots of people are resistant to change. And if we make a decision and 50 people email us, you represent 420,000 people. I mean, if you get 50 or 100 emails, that's nothing. in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't mean those people don't matter and that you don't read those emails. Of course you do, and of course they matter. But in the grand scheme of things, you have to remember it's going to be self-interested folks who are going to reach out first. And we represent as Commissioner Whitmore used to say, you represent everyone in the county, right? She say that all the time. You represent everybody in the county, and you have to make your decision based on that. I'm glad to hear Commissioner Cruz talking about those who use these things, because he's strong on user fees. He is consistent about that. He wants to charge user fees at boat ramps, and he wants to charge user fees for all kinds of different things. I look forward to a healthy debate with him in the future about user fees for these bike and pedestrian trails that he wants to build all over the county. If he's interested in taxing bicycles and inner tube tires and sneakers, running shoes, that'll be an interesting discussion for us to have, because not everybody is using those running trails. Hey, it's a user fee, right? You know, he wants to charge user fees, and I respect that. And this is a good example of where I do agree with him. If 5% of the accounts, let's call them, are utilizing some of these specific services, why should the cost be spread out over 100%? And that's really what we're coming down to, is if a person's made a decision to remodel their home or to purchase a property that has 12 oak trees on it, right, where I have 6 palm trees and I don't have any oak trees on my property. So if you're making these decisions, then there are, responsibilities that come with that. And obviously that would, and, I know Commissioner Satcher would never disagree with me on this. If he makes a decision to have 6 children, then, there are responsibilities that come with that, right? And he's not one that, I know he agrees with me on it, but I think these are all examples. You make your choices, and there are responsibilities that come with it, and those should not be passed on to everybody in the county. So now I've gotten everyone excited. I have Baugh, Ron, and Satcher on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
I'm sorry, my name might be Commissioner Baugh, but for the record, I bet everybody knows I'm a baby boomer. Thank you for the information. I will say that sometimes a baby boomer might have a little bit more wisdom because we've been around so much longer. Dr. Hopes, wouldn't you agree, sir? Yeah.
Right there with you, Commissioner Baugh.
Tell us about prohibition.
I think
Perhaps it's something you should
I think
know
Commissioner
about.
Ron wasn't yet. I don't think you make the categories of baby boomer.
Getting back to the survey, all jokes aside, I love my adopted son. He just needs a little more wisdom sometimes. On the survey and talking to citizens and so forth, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I understand where you are, and I know why you're saying what you did, but I have to tell you, the Board of County Commissioners, that is our job. We report to our constituents. We represent, particularly the district commissioners, we represent the citizens in our district. So we have an obligation to, I know you did. I know. I'm just right now voicing my opinions on this. I mean, I will tell you, for the last 5 years, I've done newsletters that I've paid for myself every month to try and keep my constituents knowledgeable, and I stopped doing it about 4 or 5 months ago, and I'm getting ready to start it up again. But that being said, we have an obligation to talk to our citizens. I want the survey done myself to the residents. I think that is the right thing to do, but I will tell you that I don't want it to just say, oh, well, it's going to go up to $9 and so much a month, because that's not a fair, that's not a fair amount. I mean, we've talked about all the other costs that go into this that they receive monthly in their bill, and it needs to be a total bill so that the citizens know exactly how much it's going up per month. I mean, some people in our communities, we won't hear from them because it's not going to be a problem. For them. They could care less one way or the other, really. But to a lot of our citizens, and I'm thinking about one particular district when I say this, it could make a big difference in whether or not they get to pick up a prescription, perhaps, that they need a month. So, we have to take all of our citizens into consideration when we're looking at that. So I want the survey done, but I think we need to, quote, unquote, and I know we're not there yet, but this board needs to understand what type of monthly payment we're going to ask each resident to pay for all the things that come under utilities with this situation. So That's just food for thought. But that's just from a baby boomer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to clarify, I did not say we should not do a survey. I was just implying that it should be taken with a grain of salt. That's all. And reminding everyone of our, reminding you of our responsibility, right? Our responsibility is to be educated and informed on this.
I totally disagree with that comment. Your responsibility is to listen to your constituents.
That's part of the education process, ma'am. Commissioner Ron, then Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ball, thank you for your comments right along with me. I wasn't trying to create more of a process in asking for a survey, but I'm already getting blown up by my constituents on 1 day versus 2 days and cost versus one cost or another. So my district is a very large district, District 4 is, and we have a lot of folks out there that are accustomed to having the 2 day pickup. I am personally for a 1 day pickup. I think it's just easier for me to do that. I mean, we had a big change when we went from recycling boxes basically to the recycling containers. So there's going to be some pain and change no matter what we do out there today. I do like some of these user fees and a la carte, but I just, my constituents, that's who elected me, that's who I report to. And I do want to hear, some of them might, like Commissioner Ball said, might not care if it's 1 day or 2 days. All they care about is cost. All they care about is what their cost is going to be to them, because the cost today for everything is through the roof. So I would ask anything that we do within a survey, if we're going to do a survey, is let's be very specific on what the costs are going to be to the citizens so they can understand which is the best route. I personally like 2 haulers too instead of 1 hauler. I think that gives us more opportunity to negotiate and have better service. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the first times we spoke about this, I talked about it in briefings. I talked about, because now we have referenced multiple times the county attorney as far as extensions. But if I understand correctly, the law says you have to put out an RFP, you have to get proposals. It doesn't necessarily say you have to accept the ones that come in. And so what I asked was, and this is just how it makes sense to me, if you realize, maybe you didn't know, but suddenly you realize you've got a really great situation, maybe the best situation of any county in the state, then it seems to me we should go to bat to try to keep that situation or that deal for our customers and for our citizens going any way we can. And so I mentioned that. Was there any progress on that? Did we make any moves? Did we say, what would it take for you to keep this going? I understand the trucks are old, but I'm going to go through some, anyway, have we hashed that out with the people we currently have?
Mr. Chair, and I can defer to the consultant, but I can tell you that the 2 current providers have been actively negotiating with us throughout this process. So yes, I would say we have been working with them to determine under what terms they would continue to provide the services, and that's what the whole procurement process has been. Mitch?
I'd go back about 3 years when I sat down with representatives of your 2 companies who are currently providing the service, which is Waste Pro and Waste Management, and we sat down and initiated a negotiation. We had 2 meetings. That was with your current utility director. That was before some of the significant increases we were talking about. At that point, there were a number of concerns raised. It's too far away from the point of the new service to start to be able to give you a realistic number. The rates would definitely go up. We just don't know how much they'd go up. So I'm not saying you can't renegotiate. At this point, you've gone down a path that I think Dr. Hopes and Courtney both indicated that path they came in did a lot of corrective action, and we moved it in the right direction to get you some good numbers. So I respect and understand. My view on renegotiation, which we do many of, is if you have a good price and good service, it's something worth attempting. We attempted that. Then legal took a position that we could not continue those negotiations and had to go out with a bid. That was a different county attorney was in place at the time, but there's a written document that stated that. That's what led staff to say, okay, we can't do that. We have to go out with an RFP. I will tell you that this is a very serious time for Manatee County. What I mean by it's a very serious time, you have a contract that's going to expire. You have 2 choices. You could talk about what it would be to renegotiate or extend, and there's some serious ramifications to that. But if we don't move soon, you could define soon in the next couple of weeks at your next meeting with a decision on the RFP. Those vendors have been very clear with us. They will not be able to get the vehicles, not be able to provide the service starting October 1. Now, when you talk about extending an existing contract, there have been no discussions with the current vendors since that decision was rendered that we cannot do that to extend. At this point, I guarantee you one thing, it will not be at the same rates. You will have old vehicles on the street because both companies have amortized their vehicles over time. That will have some impact on service. And when you rebid the rates, they will not, I will go out on the limb on this, they will not be lower than what we negotiated now because another year will pass. I respect what you're saying. I understand why you might want to do it. If that's your choice, we will help you do the best we can at that. But there's some serious ramifications of those decisions at this late date with, again, the contract's expiring September 30th.
Thank you, sir.
So-
Oh, sorry, continue.
So those negotiations, that hasn't happened on our end at all?
No, so.
I'm asking, I appreciate you, and you're obviously very knowledgeable on the subject, but I've sat down with y'all about this.
We've been negotiating this contract, and if it's about, I mean, we really did base the way ahead on an RLS that we had a decision that we couldn't renegotiate the existing contracts that we had with Waste Pro and Waste Management, and we had to move forward with a new negotiation. When I came in, the RFP had already been put on the street, and the evaluation committee had already finished their evaluation and brought forth haulers for us to negotiate or consider negotiations, and then we made those decisions moving
I
forward.
think that renegotiation and negotiation in the RFP process.
Yes, we were the negotiation of the RFP process.
And one other question for the consultant, for Mitch. So at the end of all of this, we'll have a number. Let's say we get rid of the unlimited, 60 million yards of yard waste, et cetera. We make the reasonable decisions. We don't need RFID. Obviously, we're going to not pay for something we don't need.
Yes.
Okay. So at the end of the day, this number is going to go from right now at $9.33 to approximately, I know that we have decisions to be made within this, but ballpark it for me.
$14 and change, one slide away.
So it'll go up 50%, a little bit over 50%. It's
Just
half
for the
again.
collection service. And then the other things that other folks had mentioned. Yes. Other items that other people mentioned get added into that. And there's a rate study on the way on that. The landfill cost, is it water or sewer that you add into that? The stormwater, the franchise fees, that will get added into that. And as Dr. Hopes pointed out, that's the $9 we pay the vendors will go to the $14 and change, which I'm about to show you.
It's probably going to get close to doubled or more.
Yeah, and I would
By the
tell you,
time it's all said and done?
this is an opinion, that double is one of the lowest things that we're seeing around the state and country right now for contracts that are 15 years old. So to me, you've done very well. I understand the pain that it means to a resident.
So what's frustrating is the conversations I've had before this meeting. It's frustrating to me that one of the two haulers we had was in my office and asked to get extended and said that they could make it work and that they wanted it and said, if you go back on the street, you're going to get a much higher number, but if you stick with us. Then it's frustrating that I spoke to a director and they said, no, Mr. Commissioner, no big deal. They get in your ear. I literally used that phrase. I know they get in your ear. And then the first thing I said once we got beyond that and I realized that we are going down this path is I said, we need to double, triple check and be sure that we have to do this process. And instead, could we look at the great deal that we have, go to these guys and say, what would it take for you to keep doing it, which I understand is going to include new trucks. But I just did 100 trucks at $400,000. I came to $40 million. You divide that by 10 years, they could probably take the loan from the county. And, and we're just talking, if we could keep the rates we have and increase just by the price of the trucks.
So Commissioner Satcher, I think that your question about extending the contract is probably a better question for the attorney.
Yeah, well, absolutely, but I've asked him that before. And so, who knows where we'll get with all this, but what is amazing is this is not the first time I've said this. This is 2 times I've said this in briefings, and now here we are here, which is, and one of the main reasons, Mr. Chair, is not necessarily that I'm Pollyanna and I think everything's going to work out and, all these prices are going to be great and we're going to get this great deal. I just like to be able to tell the citizens I went to bat for them, I tried my best, and there is no one on the street willing to re-up the old deal or even re-up the old deal, with a $5, $6, $7 surcharge for new trucks. There's just nobody out there that's willing to do that anymore. I apologize. Under the way things sit in 2023, this is the best I can do. But I can't honestly tell someone that because I don't think that was ever done, even though they asked, and I think they had meetings with all of us in 2020, even though I was asked to do that by one of the haulers, asking if that was an option. And maybe they only meant a 6-month extension. I'm sure they did. That's the thing. I mean, like I said, I assume that if we had gone down that road, that maybe something would have come up to keep us from completing it, but we'll never know. And the attorney conversation I had was that, yes, you have to put things out on the street for a bid to keep things, fair. And that's the law, but that does not mean you have to keep or hold to those bids. You can reject those bids. Thank you, Mr.
Certainly.
Chair.
Yeah, certainly. Do you mind, sir, if I go to the county attorney? Because we do have 3 new members who haven't had those conversations, and perhaps the public needs to hear his comments on it as well.
Well, I can certainly, Mr. Chair, confirm that that is the correct statement of the law. In fact, it's in our purchasing code. It says the county has the right to reject all bids or proposals in any procurement, and that's standard. You'll see that in virtually any procurement code that's worth its weight. I do think it's a big decision to make if you do that at this point, given that a lot of work has gone into this, and I'm skeptical that you're going to get a different outcome at the end because one of the 2 incumbent contractors is in the negotiation that's being presented to you today. But it's certainly something the board could explore. The board could also go through another round of procurement if you decide you want more information, as long as it doesn't create a substantial change to what you've already put on the streets. You could do a temporary extension. I doubt it's going to be free. I think you're going to have to sit down with the incumbents and negotiate that and pay for it, particularly since you're at the end of the useful life of a lot of capital infrastructure, specifically the trucks. But you could, and then you could ask for more information and go through an additional, round of negotiation. Those are the legally available options. I'm not an expert enough in this field to be able to tell you what you should do from a business standpoint, and it's not my role to do so.
Yeah. And,
Does that answer your question, sir?
It was his point. I was just looking to get some clarification.
Yeah, I mean, it's along the lines that I thought we would find. And I guess maybe I'm just airing the fact that because it sounds like we're too far down this road. But this is not the first time I've had this conversation. If it had started, when we did have this conversation initially, 3 months ago, I'm going to guess. I think it was October. But I'm not sure. If we had started then, we would have had more time to give the whole board, the new commissioners included, maybe some better options, or to be able to just look at them and just say, look, we did our best to save this. It's not an option anymore. And everybody understands sometimes it's time to get a new car. You can't, fix the old one. But just frustrating that here we are, it's too late. Well, maybe not the first time I mentioned it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, County Attorney.
Thank you, sir. So it's 11:55. The order of the board is Ballard, Baugh, Bearden, and I have Dr. Hope's squirming in his seat wanting to talk as well. We'll go to Commissioner Ballard.
So I obviously do have concerns that the cost will be going up significantly for our residents, and will also be losing a lot of services that I think a lot of people really appreciate. I know that even in my own family, there's a running joke that Manatee County is better than Sarasota because we have twice a week trash pickup. That is literally an ongoing joke between my father-in-law and my husband. So I do have those concerns. To Commissioner Satcher's point, I will say we're in negotiations with the legacy haulers, so it would be surprising to me if we were able to negotiate a significantly different result by going back to the old contract, because it sounds like we're working with them, and what they're willing to offer is what we're getting now. I also think that we can look at what it's going to take to preserve the service that we have. I mean, what is the cost for that? I mean, my guess is it's going to be probably cost prohibitive for a lot of people in our county. So we are tasked with making hard decisions. We have to make hard decisions. But I am concerned about the ramifications of trying to start over at this point. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I think I probably feel totally opposite from Commissioner Ballard, and that's okay because I'm a baby boomer. What can I say? You're not going to live that one down. The thing of it is, I have sat in many, many workshops and many, many commission meetings over the years, and I feel like I'm in a repeat. It's always, time is of the essence. We got to do it now. We don't have time. We've run out of time. You have to agree. You got to do this. You need to do it now. Now. No, I don't. I don't have to make that decision today. I don't have to make that decision tomorrow. The people that have to make the decisions to negotiate for the county are in this room. I can look and say, for me, I'm just one vote, but I think y'all all need to go back to the table and work for the county. Because right now I feel like that I'm sitting here listening to our haulers, which, by the way, I love you. I love you guys. Don't take what I'm saying wrong. No disrespect meant to any of you. However, that's not how negotiations are done. It just seems to me that, all of a sudden it comes before us and, we got to do it now. We're out of time. That's not how this game works. At least not for this commissioner. So, I am in no way do I feel today that I can vote for anything without more information. Does that mess up that our contracts are up in October? That's not my problem. It's y'all's. That's your jobs. What I think you're hearing, and Evan, I don't mean that in a derogatory way, so please don't take it that way. My point is that, yes, we have 8, 9 months before the contract expires. I don't think this board is ready to accept what you've brought forward. I mean, at least not this, and I can only speak for myself. So I know we're going to get some repercussions from it, and that's okay. I want to hear from the residents. But with what I've seen so far, you can't even tell me exactly how much you're increasing. You're only giving us part of it today. So here we are trying to, we're expected to make decisions on, once a week versus twice, and none of this and none of that, but we don't know the full picture yet. So how can we make any decisions today? And I think probably from what I've heard so far from the board, I think it's pretty obvious the things that we'd like y'all to work on. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I think we could get accustomed to once a week. I think that's what we're seeing. The bottom line is the people really are going to be more concerned about the total amount of their bill. And if it goes up 50% or 75%, Well, they're not, Mitch, sorry, baby, I love you, and you've done a great job for us, but you know what? They're not going to hold you accountable. It's the board here, the 7 of us, that are going to be held accountable. So that's why I'm kind of looking at staff and the county administrator and Mitch and utilities to say, get back there and do a better job. Not for me, for the 400 and some thousand residents that we have that are going to all be affected by this, because they're the ones that we're going to hear from. And unlike my chairman, who I vote and support immensely, I do care about that, just saying. So,
Okay,
you know,
once
get
again-
back to it.
Once again, I never said that there should not be any sort of,
No, but you said it was your decision to make.
well, ultimately, it is your decision to make. I literally said that I do that. I explained how I do that. I explained that that's part of the education process. But ultimately, there's 7 people who make the decision. And it's a difficult decision, but that's why you were sent here. And I would throw that there's a flaw in your statement. I'm going to help you because I think there's a flaw in your statement. You're telling them to get back to work, but the whole point here is for us to sit down, make decisions, and give them direction. We've not given them direction, and you're barking at them to go back, staff to go back to work. What are they supposed to work on, Commissioner
Mr.
Ball?
Chairman, I said I was speaking only for this one commissioner. I can't speak for all.
But I haven't
But I
heard
made
much-
it very clear.
Other than once a week pickup, I haven't heard any other direction come out of you.
You want me to give you some direction?
That's
I'll
the
be happy
point
to.
of.
You
That's
sure
the
you
point
want
of
to
the
go
work-
there with me?
That's the point of the workshop, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner
I don't-
Bearden.
Well, you just cut me
Thank
off.
you,
Oh, I
Then
didn't
don't
know you were
ask me next.
responding. You turned your mic off. I thought you were finished. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what this all boils down to is simply this. The one that has the gold has the power. Who's going to walk away from a $500 million contract? I sure wouldn't. I would try to actually figure out a way that pleases the people who have the power. And so that's where I'm going to leave this with. We're the ones who have the power. We're the ones that make the final decision. And if we can't bring these 2 guys or these 2 companies to the table and we can't work out a deal, then the deal doesn't work. It's not going to work out. And another question is, we have a British company, right? This new British company. Is that
Spanish.
Spanish company?
That's where they're,
Okay. And how many counties and cities are they currently servicing right now?
tremendous number. That's one of the things we did on our due diligence. They have some of the largest counties in the state, including Orange County, they're a service provider, and Hillsborough County, they're a service provider. And not to mention they have at least 12 contracts in the state of Florida.
And how bad do they want this contract?
They've demonstrated in the negotiation they want it pretty badly, which is why we narrowed it down to the 2 companies.
Okay. So I guess what we're getting from the whole board here is that we don't feel good about this deal that we're currently getting right now. So either we put it out for bid to a couple more companies to see what else, other people are going to come with us at. We look at maybe possibly hiring a second consultant to have a second set of eyes on this. And then we come to a deal, we meet in the middle. But that's just where I'm at with it.
I'm just a little confused, though. With all due respect, if we're here to determine what the parameters of the deal are, and we haven't done that, what deal are you uncomfortable with? Because we don't have a deal.
I just don't feel as if we've been able to do our due diligence on this deal.
Okay, that's
Period. I mean, it's been with another board, with another set of people, and now we're being presented this. I don't feel good in my gut, my spirit. So that's just where I'm at with it right now.
okay. So you just don't feel prepared, and I don't get me wrong. I partially share that feeling. You don't feel prepared to set the entire parameters of the deal today. I don't disagree with that. Okay, I don't have anyone else on the board. It's 12:05. And the lawyer and the administrator would like to speak. Mr. Clegg.
Thank you for letting me go first, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I want to say is the board's my client. There's no decision you have to make today. And this isn't the first time I've seen an elected board be presented with a transaction like this and say, wait, we have some concerns, and we want those concerns dealt with. So there's still room to do that, and we can have a discussion with the procurement official about where we stand in the process right now and what options are available to the board. And that's really all I need to say at this point, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I would agree with that. The only reason it's a special meeting is because I felt the board may want to give some direction to staff. It wasn't to pressure anyone into making decisions or agreeing to a deal today by any means. Dr. Hopes, 1206.
I wanted to reiterate that this is a process, and this is our engaging the board to get a sense. I will tell you that the average number of companies responding to a contract like this is about 3. We have five companies that are competing with each other to arrive at the best deal for the board to consider, and we're still in those negotiations. The sense I had, and maybe I was wrong, that rather than come to you after we have everything, to engage you in the process of arriving at whatever the final opportunity is for your constituents, because based on redistricting, each of you that represent a district is over 90,000 people. You have a lot of constituents, and the 2 at large have at least 420 or even higher. And so this is where we are. And one thing I will commit to is, regardless of when the contract expires, I've been in Italy when the garbage haulers went on strike. I will commit to you that you will never see 30-foot high mounds of garbage bags not being picked up in the county. And this engagement's important, but I do want you to know that the 2 current haulers that have been in the county for some 15 years are and have been competing for this contract, and they've proposed rates, and they've been considered, and at least twice everyone was given an opportunity to come back for like their best and final offer. So I never intended you to make a number of decisions today. And this input is valuable, and we will continue to negotiate and do whatever it takes, such as when the time is right and the board's comfortable that you have all the information you need with which to make an informed decision, then you'll have that. I am not going to come to you and say, you got to make a decision, otherwise, garbage is going to be 30 feet high. We will make sure that garbage gets picked up and delivered to the landfill in this county, however long it takes for the board to feel that you're ready to make a decision. And I never intended today to be a decision day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to add anything before we break for lunch? Okay, we'll recess this meeting until 1:30.
The clock just struck 2. That is our scheduled time for the meeting. This meeting is now hereby called to order. First item is citizens' comment. Mr. Sanders said that he received an email he wanted to read.
Yes, I received an email today regarding a citizen's comment to the CRA board. It says, "Dear CRA, good afternoon. I apologize I cannot attend today's CRA meeting in person. Instead, I would like you to hear my thoughts in a letter. There may be multiple conflicts of interest between council members and husbands married to the council
Mr.
member.
Sanders,
The different agencies were represented by multiple lawyers from the same law firm, Blaylock and Walters, PA. The council person is married to one lawyer who represents the city CRA legal interests. That being said, I will be
Mr.
filing
Sanders,
another ethics
Mr.
complaint,
Sanders.
submitting new information to the commission.
This is
as
not-
well as
this
will
is
be
not what you
separate
said was gonna
separate
be.
ethics violations
I
for
thought
each
you were gonna
city
do this in good
Braden
faith, sir.
council person and CRA board members who fails to at least address this matter in today's meeting. I will be requesting, as per Florida Statute 119, for the minutes of this recordings in the meetings.
Back to business. Consent agenda items, consent agenda item, looks like A.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
I believe there's citizen comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry, folks. Is there any other citizens' comments that are not on the agenda?
No.
Thank you very much. Then, thank you, Karen, for that correction. Going back then, the consent agenda.
A consent agenda is the minutes from, I had the minutes in my packet of August 24th. Yeah, okay, here.
Yeah.
Minutes from August 24th. I'd like to pull that for discussion.
Okay, that's a motion.
I didn't know you, okay.
Well,
I can't pull the minutes for
normally,
normally?
Usually if there's discussion, there's a motion and a second to approve the minutes or disapprove the minutes, and that's when the discussion is supposed to take place by Robert's Rules of Order, but
Okay,
you all can do
that's-
whatever you want.
well, there you go. So, well, there needs to be, so is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to, oh wait, it's just item A, correct?
Yes, item A, yes.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Second.
Okay, that's a motion and a second. You have a comment, sir?
Yes. The minutes of the August 24th CRA board meeting, we had a motion to approve Realize Bradenton, which our director said there was a conflict by the conflict attorney. The conflict attorney resigned, and Mrs. Barnaby, which her husband had,
Wait, is it-
his law firm had the conflict, made the motion to approve it. Second, Member Coker, and I believe that that was a violation of a conflict that wasn't, that was addressed by the director, and it should have been recused themselves of voting.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think we can only just say whether or not the minutes are accurate. I don't think we can get it back into discussion on this other stuff. So I believe they're accurate.
Well, I don't believe they're accurate because they weren't, didn't follow the tape that has that in it, and I have, I mean, that would, I mean, you have to, I'm asking it to be put in because that was what we discussed.
I'll defer it to Ms. Kaiser because she's the one that verbatim listens to that, and I did ask her to make sure that all the motions she double checked before we put them on the agenda. But so I'll let Ms. Kaiser address that.
So we did review, or I did review, by listening to the audio
and that's what I base my notes on, or minutes. I then took them to the executive director. We listened to them together, and that is the motion, and that is the discussion.
Well, there was a discussion around that. That's not true.
Yes, you
That discussion around that, I've listened to the tape. The discussion around that was the conflict, which is Mrs. Barnaby was very upset with, and actually directed her comments kind of toward me because Ms. Voss had been accused of resigning before because of me over the sale of City Hall. And so this was the same exact thing. And so it should be in the record because I and Mrs. Barney had an email with no exchange, just me to her, of the concern that happened right after that at your office, Mrs. Siren.
Okay, well, the minutes on this item, which is item 5A, was for the agreement with Realize Bradenton. So,
Which was said was a conflict.
which was
design.
unanimously approved 5-0. So we have a motion and a second on the minutes. You can vote no, sir. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, wait a minute, this is on all the minutes except B. This was on, only on item A.
Yeah, that's all we have.
I voted, I think it's, call the question, I voted, whatever.
Well,
I voted already.
The motion was made to approve the minutes. And
Yes.
seconded, and there was discussion.
The-
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, all CRAs. Number 4A, accomplishment report.
Good afternoon. Earlier today, I sent an email out regarding the accomplishments that we have, that we have achieved. What I've been telling our staff is we do a lot of work. We finish one project, we move on to the next, and we don't sometimes take the time to celebrate our achievements. So now as we're getting more fully staffed and we have support, we're going to start doing monthly reports. I think that will be not only for the CRA board and for us to capture what we've done in the last month, but also share with the community what the CRA is doing, and so that they know where the money is going and where the efforts are taking place at. So I'm gonna, and I also had a few attachments in there. So the first attachment that I gave is, and we're not gonna go in detail. If you want, we can meet, but we have 53 items and activities that, as of September 30th, the CRA staff were part of. Some of them are very small, are smaller, may take a few hours to complete. Some of them take days to complete. So this is just an effort to show how much we do and how proud I am of my staff for everything that they do on a daily basis. As part of the monthly report for November, you will see the different events that we attended. So November 3rd, we held the 9th Avenue West Commercial Corridor Revitalization Community Meeting in the Central CRA. On November 4th, we had the Festival of the Skeletons in the Village of the Arts. And on 11/23, we had the second event for Main Street Live. And here are some pictures. The top two are from our Central CRA. The majority of you were able to attend. And on the bottom, we have the Festival of the Skeletons in the Village. It was actually probably, they said, their largest event to date, so they were very thankful for the support that the CRA did. I'm not going to go through the RFQ for the Mineral Springs Park because Ms. Farmer is going to address it right after. We are working on removing the mural on the 14th Street substation. We're working with the school board to try to bring an art initiative where the kids, there's going to be a contest and see how we can participate and celebrate the art of the students. In the 14th Street District, we worked on the Village of the Arts, on the former green properties. Again, what I love to see is the before and after pictures. One of the main reasons is removing slum and blight, and we did exactly that with the purchase of these 5 properties. So on the left, you see the back of one of them. I'm not even going to go into the state that we had seen them when we purchased them, and then we removed them, we demolished the buildings, and now we have a clean slate to decide what we're going to do with these.
Can I have your agenda? Can I see a copy of your agenda?
Also Astoria on 9th, which is an 120-unit senior affordable housing project. We also, like I mentioned, celebrate the Festival of the Skeletons. We did a survey to kind of see what the public would like us to see with the 5 properties. So 32 voted for community garden, 28 for parking, 25 for an event space, and public art and housing. So these are some ideas that actually staff is going to be working with Public Works to come back with you and give you some more information to give us further guidance. The Met, 199-unit workforce housing project. Mr. Gabodi actually is going to come in January and give a brief update. But as you can see, for December, they're going to be continuing construction and framing. And they're going to be installing a fence wrap, and it's going to include the work from artists from the Village of the Arts. Riverview 6, 80-unit affordable housing project that we're moving along. The closing is scheduled actually at the end of this month. So, and that's in the Bradenton CRA. Main Street Light event, again, was very successful.
That's not how you do it.
Here we have, we were told that approximately 5,000 people attended the event on November 23rd. We see on the bottom, I was told the Public Works employees worked so hard that they were going up and down the street, cleaning, to make sure we kept everything in great condition. In the Central CRA, Mr. Mignon, our CRA manager, evaluated at the last meeting the CRA-owned properties. So we're going to be working further for that to do an RFP to see what we're going to end up doing with these 3 properties. Habitat for Humanity gave a presentation, so that's another agency that we're going to be working with to see if we can promote home ownership in the Central CRA. 9th Avenue commercial corridor revitalization project. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in another meeting. So again, this is just a quick capture to say that we are doing a lot of things, and like I said, you'll be expecting this on a monthly basis. And being the today, I joined the CRA on December 14, 2020, and 2 years here.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday! Yes, thank you, thank you. And I was very humbled to see so many of our community partners congratulate us, come back and say, how much they enjoy working with myself, with the team. I mean, some of the comments literally brought me to tears. So I'm just thankful for this community. I love this community, and so I won't go through them, but you have it in your package, and that's it for this item, unless you have any questions for me.
I don't have questions, but Chair, may I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
make a comment? You got me at CRA is doing these things. I have to say, I totally appreciate you and staff, because the blighted area that we mainly have to focus on, unfortunately for me, it's in my ward. And not to say that other parts of the city doesn't need or deserve,
some assistance or some tender loving care. I'm just happy to see that as a CRA board and department, that we are looking at those areas, because for quite some time, we have made our downtown and our riverfront beautiful. And not to say you can't improve on that, but 2 years ago when I was running, a lot of the community was saying, well, what happened to the CRA board and CCRA board? And that was reestablished. And Jade, I know you see the benefit of it. You know, the meetings that you've had in the community, that wasn't taking place. Not to slight anybody who was here before you, because that person had to wear like 12 hats. We had to hire quite a few people to just do that job, but to do, you know. So there are people who come to me, contrary to the belief of the loudest person in what is considered our community. There are a lot of people that see the change. They see they want to be more involved. That's what we saw in the last meeting. So kudos to you, and I'm looking forward to more.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Comment, everything she said is true and more. The CRA has went through a great transformation in the 2 years you've been here, and with your education and background and prior CRA experience. And as you know, when you came in, our records weren't up to par. There was missing information, still missing information of things that were done in the previous 10, 15 years that I'm still looking for and will be looking for on some of the transactions. So having one person that was in charge of the city and the CRA and multiple other departments were very stressful to the employees and stressful to the council to get all the answers with independent information. But what I want to ask you is the minutes that I had for this meeting had item B, employment agreement for the CRA executive director, which is you. And I haven't had I understand there was an email that took that off, and I'm concerned as to why it took it off, because you're the only director in the city of Bradenton that does not have an employment agreement, as all others do, to my knowledge. And with the recent threat against your employment, I considered this something that should be done, and I advocated for it, and I would like to see this done, and I put this, but it's on the agenda, so it wasn't changed timely for the public notice. You can't change it, you know, I guess you can drop anything, but why drop an employment agreement in the 11th hour before a meeting? That should be for protection of an employee.
Mr. Sanders, I'm going to steer you back to the agenda. We're on all CRA's accomplishment reports. So we just heard a very positive report of what's been done over the last 2 years. And I don't really want to see any negativity spun into this for any reason.
Well, no, I'm questioning.
Well, sir, it was obviously pulled by our director. So I guess what?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to go make my comments to the report,
Okay,
get back on track.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean,
Just curious if she.
I'm mostly pleased. I want to reiterate what Councilman Coachman said about the CRA board and how, and I think the accomplishments show that. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I want us to still try and get those other two CRAs with the same kind of input from the stakeholders and the community. So I do think it shows in the accomplishments that we see here, and you should be applauded for that. So thank you.
Thank you. And also to mention, I'm actually drafting the bylaws, what's going to come before you, hopefully in January, so that we can establish 2 new CRA boards, because that's what the board directed. So I just need to finish and work with our attorney to make sure that it's legal and looks good before it comes to you, but it's in the works. So.
I just have to continue beating my drum.
I was
So-
trying to beat it with you. I just want to apologize. I think I referred to you by your first name
Oh, I
a
don't-
moment ago. Just wanted
That's
to
fine.
clarify that.
No offense.
Councilwoman.
No offense taken.
Okay, and to wrap this up, I too want to compliment you, Katerina, and the staff for 2 very successful years. I mean, I know where we were when we started and where we are now, and, I'm just very proud of what we've done, and most of all, on this page of the 14th Street Sorter, when you see what was there at the green property and what it looks like now, that's what it's all about, and I look forward to the day that the bottom picture of Bogies is gone. I mean, we need to get the art off of there, wipe that clean, next step. I think it's already been voted on, so.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Katerina.
Thank you.
Update on Mineral Springs Public Art.
Hello. Well, a year ago in November, I started, so I'm really happy to be here too. So I'm going to give you an update on the RFQ for the Mineral Springs Park. And first I want to start by thanking Tammy Winton Spearman and Nicholas Toth. She's the purchasing director, and he's one of the purchasing people there. And they have helped us a lot in giving us guidance and making this process easier for our board members who are actually going to be the evaluation committee for us. So tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Mountain Time, the deadline is up for everyone. So on Monday we had 51 entries, and Tuesday we had 61 entries, and this morning, well, as of 1 o'clock today, we had 71 entries. So that's a lot. So we've got maybe another 24 hours. Who knows how many more we'll have, but that is a lot of entries. So anyway, we're excited about that. And we're going to have a meeting on January 31st for what will happen is the board, we use Cafe, and Cafe is wonderful. Actually, that's where the only ones I've ever noticed, I don't think there were any others, but that's how they found out about our call was Cafe. So it's a very good choice for us to have made that. So they will go online and they will look at all of these entries and make scoring. So when that's done, that's when we'll meet on January 31st and we'll review all of them. And then that's when, we'll have our first round.
Awesome.
So kind of exciting. Any questions? I just want to make one more comment. Patrick Groff, you were my chair, or not my chair. Well, you were my chair, but I mean, you were my councilman, for the last 9 years. So I just wanted to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jean. It's been a pleasure. Any other on the public art? Otherwise move down to 9th Avenue West Corridor Report.
Business Flair unfortunately had a conflict, then they couldn't be here to present. So I just wanted to make sure you received the report, that you had enough time, yes, to between now and January, when we're going to try to get them to come and present. But some of I just very quickly, I'm going to go through some of the things that they mentioned. First of all, I want to say this is the beginning. This report is not going to be something that we, one and done and it stays on a shelf. So this is truly the beginning of a process to truly revitalize MLK. And so I thought the consultant did a great job capturing some recommendations. The focus area is 9th Avenue. Can we put it on the? Thank you. Is again 9th Avenue West, and the boundaries east-west are 9th Street East through 9th Street West. They made several observations, and they gave some recommendations about what can be done in the short term, what can be done in the medium term. So short term is like immediately the next couple of months, easy to do, not a lot of money. Medium term ideas are approximately 2 years, 2 to 3 years, and then long-term ideas, 3 years plus. So they talked about targeting vacant property that the CRA owns. They talked about activating spaces, so potentially doing some events, farmers markets, food trucks, outdoor vendor spaces. Look at the abandoned buildings for adaptive reuse, invest in the streetscape, and partner with churches and look at these underutilized lots and continue the programming and events of those spaces. What I love to see them actually capture, even though they're not here, but they talked about historical charm. We have that area is so rich in history, and so I would love to see us find a way to capture it and continue promoting it. Invest again in the streetscape, talk about the partnerships again, improving the residential inventory. And it was interesting to look at the different lots and who owns them. So when I looked at the ownership by block, there were 9 churches, 16 parcel IDs that are 8.6 acres, just from 9th Street East to 9th Street West. So I think that's something. I know a couple of them are not even functional. We tried going and reaching out to them, and nobody's there. So I think that there's an opportunity to work with our religious organizations there and see how we can together do something. So again, I just wanted to do a very high level of what this report is about, and again, Business Flair will do a more thorough explanation when they come. But if you do have any comments, any questions, either today or you can email me so that when they present that we can address them.
Anybody?
Thank you. This started as a conversation, and here we go. Thank you.
It's good. Well, and the one thing, I mean, going back to accomplishments, that when we were told by the auditors that we were sitting on too much cash, and so we paid the loans off. So in the CCRA and the 14th Street CRA, what had been done is that by sitting on the cash and paying the loans, that was the money that was that could be used to do things like this. So that was one of the big corrections that we made. So anyway, it's just a point of how when you start doing things correctly, it starts working better. Okay. Next is meeting dates for 23.
I have a question about, we're making a decision for people that aren't sitting on the board yet. Should we push making this decision to January, or have you had discussions with the people that are coming on?
I have not had discussions. Normally that is done in November, but since we pushed it to December, the only thing we can absolutely do that, I would need the date for January, so at least we have one date, and then we can go on with the rest, if that's what the board wants.
And actually, that was something I thought of, that I shouldn't be voting on your meeting dates.
Also, I want to say we gave you an updated one that has a teal color, the one with more color on it. So the teal color, I reached out to METV. So in addition to Wednesdays that would be available, they found a couple of Tuesdays and Thursdays that they may be available also. So you have all these options in teal to decide on. So I will forward that to Mr. Kramer and Mrs. Moore, and then get feedback, and maybe in January we can discuss what works for everybody, if that's, or it's up to you. I look for your guidance.
Sure, come on. But we certainly do need to, if nothing is done, choose a January date.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Kramer, Councilman-elect. They're on the same dates as I checked earlier, all the council meetings, correct?
In the past, they've been. At the last CRA board meeting, there was one comment that maybe we should look at other dates, and that's why I just wanted for you to have options as to what you prefer.
And that was because the meetings were running so close together, right? That's why we.
And it becomes this all long day, yeah.
Yeah, that makes such a long day.
But I'm conscious that you have school, so.
Yeah, well, fortunately And unfortunately, I do have some flexibility in terms of scheduling my groups. I just might have to shift, but they prefer for me to, if I'm going to make that shift, it be permanent, not
Yes.
just swing back and forth.
So, I mean, and maybe if it was more towards the end of the day, would that be easier for you than if it was, or first thing in the morning? I don't, you know.
Whatever, I will go with the majority.
I just, for me personally, the long one day is a challenge for me. I'd rather have 2 days, and even if they're full, you know, as they need to be, but it just would be easier for me to have them on 2 different days.
And
But I know that becomes an issue for METV, but,
Well, Jane, your first suggestion was that the new board can vote on this, and
Mhm.
obviously there's input.
Yeah, I'll just say that we're okay if we want to have the meeting on the 18th, January 18th, and
Okay.
then we can address future dates at that time.
okay, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we hold our meeting in January 2023 at 2 o'clock on the 18th, and that the new board would address a permanent calendar at that meeting. Is that,
I'll second
everybody
that.
comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'll second
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Is there a second? You second? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Now to the Braden and CRA funding request for Arts Center Manatee.
Well, this is going to be the fun part of our meeting today. So we have we have Ms. Carla Neerman, Executive Director of Arts Center Manatee, and they have a funding request. We have given you an agenda memo, and I have to say Ms. Neerman did a great job on putting the request. It was nothing, sometimes you have to work with the request that people bring you in, but whatever she submitted, you all got it with no changes or anything. So I will let Ms. Neerman make her presentation and hear back from you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Happy holidays to you all. I truly appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. I am Carla Neerman, the Executive Director of Arts Center Manatee. So you have seen our proposal. You've heard our story about this exciting project. So today I will do my best to respect your valuable time. We are having technical difficulties, huh? Thank you. So the Art Center began in downtown Bradenton in 1937. We have endured wars, a depression, several recessions, in different locations that we had to move in the downtown. Through it all, our mission has remained the same: to provide a welcoming, professional environment, to educate novice and experienced artists of all ages, to provide galleries to exhibit and market original artwork, and to enhance the visual arts in Manatee County. Our exhibits, which change monthly, are local, regional, national, and international shows. We offer over 400 classes a year, and they are taught by 45 instructors. The classes are for ages 4 and up. I think 99 is the oldest so far that I'm aware of, which include both day and evening classes in drawing, jewelry, glass, mixed media, painting, pottery, and sculpture. We also have this amazing gift shop that has handcrafted items that our guests can purchase original artwork for a broad range of prices. Our Arts and Healing program, which is free to participants, currently targets those afflicted with dementia, and we've just added stroke. We are a staff of 5 full-time employees and 1 part-time contractor. We are open 6 days and sometimes 7 days a week. So in 2018, it became apparent that we needed to move forward. We were challenged with meeting the demands of our community due to space. And while our building, built in 1955, has served us for over 63 years, It was tired, and rehabbing was just not a viable option. We looked at numerous options, including moving out of the downtown area, but we had a deep desire to stay downtown. It was our home. We needed to stay. We were fortunate to receive a donation from Bradenton Riverfront Partners of land, which would allow us to build an iconic building. Our new building will double our space. It'll allow greater offerings to our community, and it will allow us to serve more young artists. Our kids' space is going to triple in size. The design has already won an AIA award. So let's look at some pictures. This first image is of the entry into the building. You will see on the right here. There are doors that are going to be pivoting on a center fulcrum, which will allow you, when you walk in that building, to immediately see art, which, if you've been to our building now, is an experience you have. This is our site plan for the new building. Just to orient everyone, 9th Street West is on the left, and Avenue of the Arts, or 3rd Avenue West, is on the bottom. We will build our new building and move into this beautiful building. This is our existing footprint, the blue box, or the blue outlined blocks. This is the 3rd Avenue side. This is where our galleries will be located. You will notice there are only transom windows. This will protect the artwork from sunlight and allow greater linear space to hang art. The exterior here is a pre-patinaed copper. This is a courtyard that delineates the space between the galleries and some of our classrooms. This will be yet another gathering space, a space for rental, and allow guests and visitors to view what is going on the studios, which will have glass windows. Once we have moved into the new building, we will raise the old building. The corner of 9th Street West and Avenue of the Arts will become a community green space and sculpture garden. It will provide a natural connection between the Riverwalk and the downtown. We believe also the space will provide our community with a welcoming entry into Bradenton as you come over the Green Bridge, and satisfy those who desire walkability and gathering spaces. You may recall from the last City Council meeting, there were several comments on maintaining green spaces. We agree. We need to be mindful of the delicate balance between development and community gathering spaces. This greenscape and sculpture garden is a landscape rendering only, but the concept is that step ladder landscaping that you build up from the sidewalk. This is the location where our property is in the Bradenton CRA. The center attracts between 30 and 50,000 visitors a year. They range from 41 states and 8 countries. The guests and students come to our downtown, where they shop, they eat, they consume fuel, and they sleep, all contributing to our local economy. For instance, we currently have the International Scratchboard Society on display. 43 scratchboard artists came in a week and a half ago, spending an average of $865 each in our downtown area. Combined, their spending was over $37,000 over a long 3-day weekend. This is one weekend in the year. Our farthest student that we're aware of today is from Dubai, who came in for a 3-day workshop. The instructor that I flew in for that workshop, we flew in from Australia. So as we continue to bring in high caliber exhibits and workshops, we attract guests that spend money in our downtown core, strengthening our local economy. The Bradenton CRA's mission is to enhance the riverfront downtown as a beautiful, high-density, mixed-use area that is livable and walkable for residents and visitors. This project aligns with your mission. The Bradenton CRA's executive summary says that downtown Bradenton has a tremendous future as a center for urban living with a rich cultural arts and natural resources. With a coordinated plan and tools for success, downtown Bradenton can ensure its potential as a livable city in which young professionals, retirees, families, and visitors can come live, work, play, and visit. This project aligns with your executive summary. While we are a nonprofit, specifically, we do not pay taxes. A strong arts and culture community attracts tourists, new businesses, and residents to our area. Our taxpayers want these assets in their community. In fact, it is not uncommon. In fact, even today, someone came to me and said that the Art Center is why they moved to this area. In other words, you need to give taxpayers a reason to land here and a reason to stay here. I believe taxpayers want their city leaders to support assets such as the Art Center. The Art Center has never asked the CRA for funding. Today, your support is vital to our success. I ask you to invest in it. I respectfully request you approve funding of $600,000 over a 3-year span. This iconic building will be an immense, impressive gateway into our beautiful downtown. I thank you for your time today. I welcome any questions.
Comments, questions?
Ma'am, did you get the deed? Was a deed transferred in the Art Center's name?
It's in process. Ed Vogler from Bradenton Riverfront Partners is working on that as we speak.
Okay, the reason I asked, because I went and looked, and I didn't see it.
Yeah,
so.
no,
And that was my,
it's in process.
that was my
We are
hang-up,
anxious.
that you
That's
own
okay.
it.
Yeah.
And it becomes yours.
Yes,
So that nobody
exactly.
can mess with it in the future.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
thank
very
you.
helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
And Chairman, if I may clarify for the record, because I know in the past we had discussed providing funding and support for the new structure, but after doing extensive research, we found out the new structure is not in a CRA, but the existing structure and parcel ID, which is parcel ID 324-900-1759, is within the CRA boundaries. So the request from the Art Center is that the support is in this parcel that is existing within CRA boundaries. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Very good, yeah. And I know that we've discussed this several times, and that was one of the, we have to make sure that when we do things, that, you know, because I think that the support of the board has been with you the whole time. We just had to figure out how to do it correctly.
Yes, I understand. That's important, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's very important. Yeah. So I have some public comment cards, but we do a motion first?
No, you can take public comment anytime you want to. But we should have a motion if we're going to discuss, but you can take public comment anytime.
Okay, well,
It's up to you. You run the meeting.
well, I try to be accommodating. So, well, let's just go through the comment. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, so if you want to come forward, please don't say the same thing that the last person just said, so we can keep it. So let's start with Kathy Simon McDonald.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Simon McDonald, and I live at 6460 Morning Dove Drive in Bradenton. I'm an internationally competitive and award-winning watercolor artist. My husband and I bought our first condominium in Bradenton in 1991, and initially we were snowbirds, but in 2015 we became full-time residents. When I retired from working for 35 years as a special ed teacher, middle school special ed teacher, I quickly realized I needed to retire to something. Art Center Manatee provided the answer when I started taking watercolor classes and workshops. In those workshops, I made and met friends and artists who traveled from Lithia, Bradenton, St. Pete, Venice, and Sarasota, just to name a few places, to partake in classes and workshops at the Art Center. During full-day workshops, we usually ordered food in for lunch from local restaurants, and frequently after class, we would go out for supper or have a glass of wine before traveling home. Art Center Manatee has been a mecca for artists working in many different disciplines, both in Bradenton and from other communities. At a recent 3-day watercolor workshop, there were participants who traveled from North Carolina, Georgia, and several from the east coast of Florida. They stayed in our hotels, our bed and breakfasts, ate in our restaurants, and shopped in our stores. For me, Art Center Manatee was one of the main reasons my husband and I sold our home up north and bought our present condominium in Bradenton. In 2019, I won Best in Show in the American Watercolor Society International Show, which is considered the premier watercolor society in the world. Art Center Manatee started me on an artistic path in retirement that I could not have imagined, and I'm not alone. For that reason, I would ask you to grant the funding request made by Art Center Manatee today. As an aside, many years ago, I wrote a letter to the CBS network asking them to not cancel a certain favorite program of mine that was on the chopping block. I received an interesting response. They thanked me for my letter, but they stated something that was very important. They said for every letter they received, they viewed it as representative of 100,000 other people who felt the same way, but for whatever reason didn't write. By way of analogy, I would say that those here who are asking you to approve this funding only represent a small part of the others who feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have James Brady.
Mr. Chair, as Mr. Brady is coming, I just wanted to say Mrs. Simon McDonald, she's a co-chair on our Public Art Advisory Board, and we enjoy having her input and contributions, so thank you for everything you do for the board.
Thank you, and congratulations on that award. That's pretty impressive. Sir.
She's a great artist. You got to see her work. I'm Jim Brandis. I'm a board member at Art Center Manatee, and I'm a Bradenton resident. I've been involved in the arts, probably the past 40 years or so. I was instrumental in the building of a new building for an art center and museum about 10, 13 years ago. I could tell you, I saw firsthand the impact that had on the community and the center itself. I mean, we went from having 750 people at an opening to having a few thousand people at an opening. Wow. And that accrued not just to the center, but it radiated throughout the entire community. We're going to have increased numbers at Art Center Manatee as well. Art Center Manatee is going to be a gathering place for events. We're going to have weddings there. We're going to have corporate events. You know, we're going to be able to expand our offerings to our constituents, our adult learners, the children of this community, and the artists that we serve. As Carla said, you know, we're not just going to participate culturally, we're going to do so economically as well. You know, when you think about Art Center Manatee, you really got to think long term. I mean, 1937 is a long time ago, right? So we're going to be around many, many years into the future. So if you take $600,000 and you amortize it over the next 60 years, you got to ask yourself, is Art Center Manatee worth $10,000 a year to this community? I think we're worth a heck of a lot more than that, I'll tell you. So I'm proud to be part on the board at Art Center Manatee. I'm proud to be part of this community. I think the future is extremely bright. So right now we need your help. You know, this $600,000 is going to make a big difference in our campaign. And what's also extremely important is that, you know, you're going to send a message to the rest of the community. And that message is that basically you believe that Art Center Manatee is worth it. You know, that bears repeating. You can actually say it too. Art Center Manatee is worth it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Harold Bintz.
Some of our postcards. Did he do some of our postcards, I think? Were you the artist on some of the postcards? Was he the artist for some of the postcards, Brandis? No. A different Brandis? Okay.
Yes, it's a different guy.
Oh, sorry.
Hi.
In 2020, Arts and Cultural
organizations added $876.7 billion to the U.S. economy. That's 4.2% of the gross national product. In the state of Florida, that number of value add was $32.5 billion. That's a big number. Cultural audiences spend an average of about $32 per person per event every time they come to an activity. And that does not include admission costs for those places where there is admission. To talk specifically about the Art Center Manatee, I'm certain that many of you today here have attended one of the monthly exhibitions, and you have seen the number and the diversity of people who attend just the opening events, let alone those who view the galleries throughout the time that the exhibit is open. They buy the original works of art that are for sale in the retail space, which helps to support many local artists. Bradenton made progress by establishing the Village of the Arts and invested in public art, but the Art Center is now bursting at the seams in its 1950 building. It's in dire need of additional exhibit space as well as upgraded facilities to help a new generation of people in creative arts. So why is this important to you? Because with it, you're adding to the quality of life in our community. That draws people to this area. I moved to Bradenton 5 years ago from Ohio. I could have moved to a number of places, and I looked at a number of places in Florida. I looked at Fort Myers, Naples, Englewood, Venice, as well as Bradenton. And I knew people in each of those places, people who had already been transplants. And I chose Bradenton. And I chose Bradenton because of, and I will name them, the Riverwalk, the Downtown Library, the Bishop Museum, the Performing Arts Center, and last but certainly not least, the Art Center Manatee. It's these places that make people want to visit here and to live here. So please vote your financial support to help the Art Center Manatee. Thank you.
And Jacqueline Taylor.
Jacqueline Taylor, and I'm from Lakewood Ranch. Some of you may know me. I have been very active in the Village of the Arts. I served on that board for a couple of years, bought several properties over there and rehabbed them, took them down to their bones and rebuilt them. Some of them were boarded up at the time. So made quite a bit of an investment, my husband and I, into the community, and we don't live in Bradenton. But the Art Center Manatee, looking for some place that I could take a class, is what originally brought me over here. And the night that my class was supposed to start, I wanted to get something to eat, and I found Arts and Eats restaurant in the Village of the Arts. And the rest of it was history. My husband and I have supported both the Village, as well as Realize Bradenton, and the Arts Center. The Arts Center attracts people to come here, and as a result, we spend money here, we invest. We often go to restaurants now. Bradenton has become our basically backyard. I think we spend more time here in Bradenton than we actually do in our own community. It's a wonderful community, and the Arts Center absolutely brings a great deal to it. I'm not going to speak to all the finances. I didn't come here, and everybody has said that. But I am going to tell you that it attracts people from all over the county. And as a result, that attraction invests in your community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Robert Moran.
Some of you do know me. Rob Moran. I live at 6904 Arbor Oak Circle. I basically have lived in Bradenton for 44 years. I've been coming here for 65 years. My grandparents got married on Anna Maria Island, had their honeymoon there. So we have a long history with this area. At present, I am on the board of Art Center Manatee. My mom is the one who introduced me to Art Center Manatee. She took watercolor lessons here for probably 25 or 30 years. She lived on the island, and she would constantly say, Rob, you have got to see what it's like. Well, I hate to say this, Mary Ann Barnaby is the one who finally dragged me into it, but I have fallen in love with Art Center Manatee, and it is, as I tell everyone it's a jewel in the crown of Bradenton, so I hope that you will heartily support our request for funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Linda Enberg.
I am Linda Enberg, and I think I've mentioned to you before, when my husband and I were deciding where to relocate for retirement, we made the decision to come to the west coast of Florida, but to come specifically to Bradenton, to settle here. The thing that attracted us to this area, as you have heard, is the rich fabric of arts and culture that we have here. In fact, the reputation was the key factor that motivated us to buy a home and become taxpayers here. As the area grows, and we know it is growing, east, especially to the east, we must maintain our reputation for having a good quality of life here, which has to include the arts. Or folks will settle somewhere else, and businesses will follow them to somewhere else. Based on a calculator from the Americans for the Arts, the Arts Center's annual economic impact 5 years ago was calculated to be $2.9 million a year when we expand. And that is probably more now, but that is the number that I could find easily. We all know that vibrant cities have to have vibrant art environments. Just take St. Petersburg as an example. St. Petersburg was not doing too well 15 years ago, but because their art environment became rich, St. Petersburg has developed accordingly. So to invest in the Arts Center, a strikingly successful community art resource, is to invest in a key component for a vibrant city. You want more taxpayers and businesses in the downtown to support the downtown CRA? Keep the Art Center strong. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you very much. So we should probably have a motion and then we're discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am?
I would like to make a motion to approve funding assistance to Art Center Manatee towards the creation of a community park and sculpture garden in the amount of $600,000, $200,000 each year for the next 3 years. The funding can go towards the demolition of the existing building, preparation of the site, procurement of public art, landscaping, installation of pathways and signs, and reimbursement will occur after the CRA has received payment receipts for those costs.
Second.
Okay, that is a motion and a second. Discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Mr. Director, well, this will continue, obviously, to stay in the CRA, so it doesn't, upset our funding, so it's always going to be there. And is this property now, this may be a question also for legal, is this property on lease from the city, or is it already been through Riverfront Partners, or has it been deeded?
Mr. Chairman, the property is still under lease right now. They have a request in for the city to deed that property.
So at this point, it is city property on lease to Riverfront Partners. Ms. Iron, have you ran that by conflict counsel?
We don't have a
I'm not sure that I needed to, but if I missed something, let me know.
Well, I understand that the company that's going to build it is NDC. That's what I was told. I don't know, maybe that's changed.
Mr. Chairman,
Is that true?
I see someone that wanted to speak to this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have some answers to Councilor's questions.
Okay.
Which might be helpful. So there was a request, basically, by Riverfront Partners to transfer title, fee title, which the city owns. The overall parcel is leased to various entities, basically. And at the present time, the city holds the 150-year, it's a 150-year lease of the master space, basically. And so there was a request as it relates to deeding the property in fee ownership, meaning complete ownership, to various property owners, including the Arts Center Manatee and ultimately Catalyst as well. If you remember, at the last meeting, Catalyst was in requesting, I think it was under section 2251, they had a request for, I was looking up as we spoke, and that is an amendment to the plan development agreement that's in place. That's what came before you. If you were wondering, that's what I was trying to do. So I spoke with Mr. Vogler, and I said, here's a little bit of the problem after speaking with Mr. Rudisell. And Mr. Rudisell and I kind of compared notes, is that there's a couple things going on. First, ownership of the property, where it is exactly within the CRA, outside the CRA, and Katarina started to speak about that. We need to make sure that if it is within the CRA, that we comply with Florida Statute 165, which means basically if you're going to transfer property ownership from one entity to another, just like we consider it with City Hall, you have to basically publicly notice it for 30 days. So that was the first issue that we have to deal with as it relates to transferring the ownership. The second issue was the structure that was proposed was to transfer the fee ownership directly to Riverfront Partners, who would then transfer it to Manatee Arts Center, and we're not so sure that's the best way to do it. There might be tax benefits for them that we may or may not be concerned with at the city, but we wanted to explore that. And to this extent, Mr. Vogler and myself and Mr. Rudisell agreed that we would probably try to talk through these things in January and report back to either the CRA or council as it relates to those two entities. Manatee Arts Center before you, I think there's good support, an awesome program that they have and everything else, but we have to make sure that the technicality of the transaction itself is compliant with law and city policy, and that's what we're trying to do.
Mike, I have some questions. So we kind of got the cart before the horse, really, because we should make sure we get through those details before we vote on transfer of money, even though that's going to come down the road. So, that's just my personal opinion, but and I'm for this. Don't take that wrong. That I'm trying to find a way against it. But we've got a very complicated agreement there with Riverfront Partners that I've been trying to understand for 4 years. And I've asked for this 150-year lease directly to you, Mr. Perry, and I have not been provided with that. Can I get that lease, since you mentioned it just 2 seconds ago, can I get that today?
I don't think you can get it today. That lease has been, I think it was originated in the 1980s and has been amended many, many, many times through different types of things. I don't fully understand it. And I would probably have to sit down for literally 4 to 8 hours with a lawyer going through each amendment, how it took place and the like.
Absolutely.
As far as the record goes,
I agree with you.
Itself, it's interesting because when you asked for it, I asked Corey to try to, because we have what we call property files. And we tried to assemble it, but they're in different places and the like, and so we're trying to get that together.
And the only thing that's been provided to me was the one in the late 90s, and that looked like the first draft, which was a 99-year lease. So when Mr. Vogler was here a few weeks ago and said there was a 150-year lease, my eyes lit up. Now, I haven't seen that. I'd like to see the language. I've seen all the amendments. I think there's been 4 amendments. But what this is for the public is this property is all owned by the city of Bradenton, commonly referred to as the old sand pile. And we, Riverfront Development, formed a partnership back in the day to lease this from the city, and then they've built apartments, they've built condos, they've built lots of things on that property. The Manatee Players Performing Arts is there. I don't know if that's deeded separately. That's a question I have. But anyway, it's very complicated. I agree with you. Probably 4 to 8 hours wouldn't do it justice. So, but I, as a councilman now, and I know I'm leaving, but I still have an interest in this from the public's viewpoint.
If I could jump
Hold
in.
on a second. This is important.
Yeah, I know it is.
Okay. So, Mr. Rudisell, I've asked you, Mr. Vogler was a partner in your law firm at the time this was consummated. Now, I sent you an email, it was very direct, and asked you to respond, and you haven't responded. And I don't know why, but I'm going to ask you today. Why haven't you responded that you may have conflict because of what this arrangement was previously there, and now you would have a conflict because the construction company that's going to do all this building is now represented by your law firm. So why haven't you recused yourself, and why hasn't we've presented this to conflict counsel? Here we go again.
Here we go again with you.
Right, I know,
Correct.
it's all my problem. Right, I understand.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Vogler.
Is that your answer?
I mean-
If I'm the problem, then that's the end of it.
Okay.
You don't think there's a conflict?
That is correct, and we told you that during the hearing. And
Well, I don't care what you told me, that it's definitely a conflict in my opinion, and it's something that has to be brought before the Ethics Commission.
Okay, well, now we're completely off topic.
No, we're not off topic.
Yeah, we are. So
that's your opinion.
having been here and remember some questions that are being done. When the Bradenton players were next door and they wanted to move over to this site, the city helped with that. I was on the board. I met with the players over there, and it was a food fight on my part. I was the recipient. But then we came to an agreement. The property is a very similar situation. The property was owned by, it had the lease by the partners, owned by the city, and then what we had done was we'd worked out and we loaned them, I believe it was about $2.5 million in 3 installments. And we made an agreement with them that if they paid it back in a certain amount of time, that we would forego something. I forget what it was. That we would help. We would sign the deed over. So this exact arrangement existed previously, and the city spent, I believe it was 3 installments that equaled about $2.5 million. So that figure I'm not sure of, but the facts are it was owned by the city, leased by the, and we were able to give the money, and then we got it paid back.
What was the parking lot across the street part of that? Is because we just extend, that was a different, $2 million?
No, it was not. No, it wasn't.
You said no, and you said yes.
I said it was not part of the original agreement with the Manatee Performing Arts Center.
Correct.
So it was a separate agreement, a $2 million loan that we still have with that? I assume.
No, it was, they paid it off because that was the.
No, we just lowered the interest rate on it.
Well, that's a different loan, Mr. Sanders.
Different loan? It was on, what's on that parking lot, I think.
Mr. Chairman.
The arrangement we made was that if they paid the loan back in time, we would transfer the title. So the point is that it is possible to do this because we've already done it.
And Mr. Chairman, for purposes of Art Center Manatee and their request today, I think it's fairly simple that it can be done contingent upon them getting fee ownership.
Exactly.
in the
And I'll be
property.
happy to change the motion saying that.
No, you already had it covered because it says reimbursement will occur after payment for hard costs, so you're covered.
It's
But with
covered.
your, none of this can happen until it happens.
Okay.
Okay, and I just had a comment as well, because I am wholeheartedly in favor of this, and it is the gateway to our downtown from coming over the Green Bridge. I think that the economic development from it, and I wholeheartedly agree, it's one of the jewels in our crown. I do want to say, though, outside of that, I think I'd like us to, in the future, be very judicious about giving to nonprofits not because it has nothing to do with the value of the project. It has to do with our, the TIF and the funding tool that we're using. So I can bring myself wholeheartedly in favor of this, but I just feel like I have to make that comment for anything in the future.
Okay. And I want to make a comment that as I just cleaned out my office and I'm putting my plaques away, one of my valued plaques is from my service on the board of the Arts Center Manatee. So and I know that this was being talked about way back then. So thank you for bringing this forward. It's beautiful. Persistence always gets it.
So can we take a vote?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you to you, Councilman Roth and Councilman Sanders, for your service. I know you're coming off the board, and I'd also like to say that I have completely enjoyed working with your executive director. She's made this process very easeful and helped me move it along in a timely, efficient manner. So thank you.
Very, very good.
Again, happy
And-
holidays, and thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. And that's why I thought she did a very clever job of working out how it could be transferred from one spot to the other. And I know a future retiree that will probably be knocking on your doors in the future.
For watercolor.
Yeah, thank you. All right, other discussions or new business?
Just to echo, I know this is the last meeting for the two of you up here, so I just wanted to thank you for your service. I wish you all the best. May you have health, and again, just it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, thank
Ditto.
you.
Ditto.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank
Happy
you.
holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Okay, welcome back. So we were almost done with solid waste collection when we closed out when we went to lunch. We had recessed for lunch. The only thing that we hadn't really covered, we didn't make any hard decisions on anything. None of the 3 of the 4 points that we did cover. The one point we did not cover was zones. Dr. Hope's, well, I guess my question is to the board, do we want to make any decisions on anything today? Do we want, or we have to make a decision on something? Or is our decision today that we need to come back at another workshop, sort of process what we've heard and what we've talked about today, and then come back at another workshop or another meeting, I guess, the next time, and make decisions later, go back, talk to constituents, come back at a meeting at a later time and make decisions? And with that being the case, do we want to, and talking to Dr. Hopes, he doesn't feel that zones are, if we're not gonna make decisions today, zones are sort of not that pertinent, because we're not gonna sit here on a map and draw the zones ourselves. And if we only have one hauler, there are no zones. So, some big decisions to be made before we sort of get to zones. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I think if we're not in a position to, because I don't think we're voting on anything, right? I mean, I think I understand it's
Up to the board.
I understand it's, my point is, my impression of what we're hoping to accomplish today wasn't necessarily to create a hard and fast line to Dr. Hopes and the consultants. It was more to give general direction of preference. So we're not really voting on anything. I think what they want to hear is the preference one haul or two? Is the preference one day or two? That doesn't mean that's going to be the be-all, end-all, that's the only contract they're getting. They just have a general direction from us while they're discussing, and the companies making the bids can get a general idea. We can still change our mind down the road. We're still going to see some options in a matrix of pricing. That's what I thought this was, because like I said from the start, I mean, if we were giving direction, I would 100% go with once a week. I'd 100% go with 2 haulers. 100% go with pulling out all the bulk and the excess, yard waste and all of that stuff. That would be my preference. I'm only one of 7 people, but I'm willing to make those because I've had at least 2 briefings on this. So we discussed it at length. I had a utility briefing where we discussed this. So, I mean, I've had enough briefings where I'm comfortable that that's my preference on these things. Relative to the zones, I agree. The zones are a little quirkier. I think that just comes down to price at the end of the day, because there's 3 zones, and I don't have a preference. I don't think that is overly meaningful more than where the pricing comes in, because obviously people who get more zones may get a little more competitive. So I don't really feel that's a preference thing for us. That's where's the pricing come in better, how you can allocate those zones.
I appreciate your thoughts, because you sort of went briefly through and summarized where you are and everything. I think I agree with everything you said, and the only general direction I would add is that I would like the 2 zones to be roughly 50-50, divided up equally. How's that?
And if the price was the same, I'd 100% agree. I think you get better attention to service, because if you have someone with a really small zone, maybe they don't give you the same level of attention. Sure. But I do believe that the benefits I've heard from my briefings of the 2 haulers are important, because there is a risk factor that we mitigate by having the second hauler on site here. And if giving them 50-50 allows both of them to give better attention to Manatee County, especially if we have a need of having to extend one of them due to an emergency or otherwise, then I would agree with that, all things considered, yes.
Put me down for what Commissioner Cruz said. Commissioner Ballard.
So I actually was just going to say, I agree with Commissioner Cruz, but up until this point, I don't think that we'd really given anyone idea of what we wanted to go forward on in general direction. But that being said, now that is happening, and I happen to also agree with Commissioner Cruz's suggestions on all fronts thus far.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would totally agree with everything that Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ballard said, except for one thing. I would like to look at the alternative that was for some reason marked through with the 1 hauler scenario. I think that at this point, it would behoove us to make sure that we understand why that was marked through. what exactly that entails. I'd like more information on it. I too have been briefed twice, maybe 3 times on this. It's not my first rodeo with the hauler contracts. And that's exactly why that I'd like to look at things out of the box a little bit with only the one hauler. Nothing wrong with looking.
Thank you, ma'am. So we've heard from districts 7, 2, 5, and 3. You want to should we keep going around the horn here? Commissioner Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I made my comments pretty clear in the earlier part of our meeting. I do agree with Commissioner Cruz, and I was right along with him to begin with, and that's where I stand on that.
Thank you, sir. Either Satcher or Bearden, who would like to go?
Do we have, if it were to go with the 2 haulers, is that map already?
We're not making hard decisions. We're just giving staff an idea of where each of us is so that they can sort of try to, sit down and come up with something that's more in line with what the board wants. So we're just going with preferences.
Yeah. I would just consider probably leaving some leeway in the decision because there's other on the map, because you've got how many households divided 50-50 sounds really easy, but how they're also going to be thinking about how much distance on average there is between those households and how much distance there is to the landfill once they do the pickup. So might want to give them a little bit of leeway there.
Roughly 50-50?
I understand. Good point.
Okay, because you're 100% right. If someone gets Mayaca and somebody else gets, in town, they've got a much easier make of it. And whoever's closer to the landfill has an easier go of it as well versus running from the beach, Commissioner Bearden?
I agree with everything y'all say. I'm easy.
Okay. Hopefully that gives staff some direction and gives you at least a temperature of the board. And then I assume staff will then bring us back to another fun morning of discussing trash.
Yes,
Perhaps
sir.
We don't need gifts next time, but I do enjoy the gift. I'm going to put the sludge on my desk. Yeah, I thought this was food at first.
It's good plant fertilizer.
Yes. Okay, so you feel that gives you good direction to
Yes,
start
sir.
with, and we'll come back and do this again
It's
in the future.
valuable and it's important. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
We're ready to move on to the next topic, sir.
Let's dive right into water and wastewater.
I'm going to invite Kevin Morris up to give a presentation on the wastewater system. And as a reminder, Kevin is our Deputy Director for Wastewater.
Thank you, Evan. You just hit page down? That's it. Okay, good. So, good morning. Wastewater is not glamorous, but nothing stops a party faster than an overflowing toilet. Okay, so wastewater is important. Okay.
How do you all end up in this line of work? I wonder sometimes, We're appreciative, very appreciative, and you're very smart folks, but I often wonder how.
And I told some of you when I ended up here that when I was in graduate school and I had to study all this stuff, I was like, there's no way I'm ever going to deal with this stuff. I'm going to be an epidemiologist. And then here I am with wastewater.
Let's see if I get through the presentation if I'm still in this business. Yes, right? So Manatee County provides sewer service to unincorporated areas and the island cities of Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, and Holmes Beach. And although we don't maintain their infrastructure at Longboat Key, we do treat all of their wastewater as well. We've got 3 major water reclamation facilities, and they're currently running at about 80% of their combined permitted capacity. As you heard Evan earlier talk about, every 10,000 homes creates about 2 million gallons a day of wastewater. Right now, we have the ability to assimilate about 40,000 new homes before we have to have additional capacity. And we do have one plant that is undergoing expansion now. So we'll talk a little bit more about expansions that are coming up in some of the later slides.
What about commercial? You said 40,000 homes. What about commercial?
It's the level of service of 200 gallons per day per ERU. It kind of includes the commercial reservations. So this is and I don't know how well you can see it from the back of the room, but this is a list of just some of the studies that we do on the wastewater side. A number of them are required, some of them are just industry best practice. And I want to share this list with you for one very important reason, and that is that the unprecedented growth that we have seen in the last short period of time was completely not reflected in these studies when they were done 2 years ago and 3 years ago and 4 years ago. So, you know, the CIP program, we have to be nimble and we have to recalibrate. And so we look annually at the population projections and we have the opportunity to bring to you revised plans. And you'll see that later this year when we bring our 24 to 28 CIP budget for consideration to reflect the expansions to provide service to the new growth. So in the wastewater division, we have 182 positions. Wastewater is also it's the largest and the best division in utilities, right? Sewer service areas. There's 3 sewer service areas. Now the water division, one plant serves the whole county as well as part of Sarasota County. But on the wastewater side, we have 3 major wastewater reclamation facilities. They're divided by geographic boundaries. So the Manatee River is the boundary between the north and the southern ones, and then the Braden River and 301 kind of divide the southeast and the southwest. The yellow areas that you see there are Palmetto and the city of Bradenton. They provide their own sewer services inside the city limits. So the largest and oldest treatment plant we have is the Southwest Regional Water Reclamation Facility by the golf course out on 53rd West. The county commission districts in this zone include most of District 3, about half of District 4, and part of District 2. Let's look at the historic flows for this area. So this is our largest wastewater plant. Again, it has a capacity of 15 million gallons per day. It's been running at about 90% of its capacity. The flows have been increasing about 1% per year. That's likely the result of aging infrastructure and some infiltration, but also some of the single-family residence tear downs, and they're building bigger homes with higher occupancies as well. We're going to start, our plan is to start design for a capacity expansion on this plant next year, and we hope to have that online, as you can see with the graph here, by 2027.
When you say added capacity, how much will that increase the capacity
right now,
by?
we are looking at a 3 million gallon a day increment, so it would go from 15 to 18 million gallons per day. The southeastern service area, this serves everything from the Braden River and 301 to the west, south of Manatee River. It's some of District 2 and all of District 5. So this is Lakewood Ranch that it serves. Let's look at the flows in that area. This facility is rated at 11 million gallons per day. It's currently operating at about 73% of capacity. Now, flows in this area have been increasing at a rate of about 4%, but this is going to serve all of the new development along 44th Avenue East, Bourneside, Rangeland, and Uline. So there's a lot of development coming out there. So the plan is, again, to increase the capacity of this plant by 3 million gallons a day by 2027. And of course, the youngest and the smallest of our wastewater plants is the North Regional. The North Regional service area, it's all of District 1 or most of District 1. If you go far enough east, the southeast one could actually pick up some of District 1 as well. There's also some of Districts 2 and 3 in this zone. Let's look at the flows here. So this facility serves the rapidly expanding area of Parrish, Buckeye Road, anything up there in North County along the interstate. Facility is currently rated at 7.5 million gallons per day. Flows have been increasing at somewhere around 4%. We're also projecting the need to expand this plant by 2028. Preliminary cost estimates we've gotten in for that are about $200 million in investment for that plant. Okay, so everybody's favorite topic. Let's just dip our toes in it a little bit. So generally, there's 3 levels of wastewater treatment. There's the primary treatment, preliminary treatment. This is where we remove things from the water that can't be digested by microbes. So we take out things like cigarette butts and rags and wipes, and the jail sends us lots of orange peels for some reason. We get a lot of orange peels from the jail. Q-tips. There are automatic fine screens that clean this material out, and it fills up dumpsters, and then we swap the dumpsters out. And this is also where we remove the sand and grit. The sand and grit comes from the mortar or the cement lining of our lift stations, but also new development. Sometimes they do not protect the clean outs, and a lot of sand can get washed in. So brand new development in your lift station is filled up with sand. The second stage is nutrient removal, and the nutrient removal happens with the naturally occurring microbes. We expose them to lots of oxygen, and then we stress them out by not giving them oxygen, and that helps them to absorb the nutrients. And the final part of this stage is clarification, where the microbes all settle out so that we can then recirculate them and use them again and again. The third stage is filtration, and then high-level disinfection. And the serpentine nature of this design just gives us a nice long contact time without very much short-circuiting. So the treatment plants, just in general, perform really well. BOD5 is just a term we use in the industry to describe the stability or the nutrient level of the water. So we get better than 99% removal of the biological oxygen demand. We get better than 99% removal of suspended solids. We get about 85% removal on nitrogen and 60% removal on the phosphorus. So the plants perform very, very well. So our plants are manned by licensed operators. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When I showed up last night with my little jars to fill up, 9:30, while you were enjoying the game, I was filling up jars for you. Yes, sorry, it was a bad memory. I should not have brought that up. So they're manned 24 hours a day. There's a lot of moving parts at our treatment plants. You can see the 5-year CIP, almost $300 million. That does include some of the expansion work at the Southeast plant, but it takes a lot of money to keep these facilities operational. Corrosion is a really big issue. You hear sewer gas, that's hydrogen sulfide that forms in the sewer system, and it tends to be very, very corrosive. The sulfuric acid that it creates is very harmful to metals and also cement. So, a lot of wear and tear on these plants, and it takes a lot of reinvestment to keep them functioning good. This is a skeleton map of our wastewater system. You can see the force mains in red, and the green lines are the gravity mains. We've got about 1,900 miles of collection pipe in our sewer system, and that's a distance from here to Yuma, Arizona, if you were to put it all in a straight line. So it's a long distance. We have to maintain it. And we've also got 23,000 manholes in our system. And we're adding 50 new manholes every month at the rate we're growing right now. So we're adding about 2.5 miles of pipe and 50 manholes every month. Takes a lot of dedicated people and equipment to maintain and repair the wastewater system. One of the neat tools that we have are little computer, little robots that crawl along the bottom of the pipes, and they look for leaks. And so we deploy them at our lift stations, and they run up there and they look for leaking joints, where tree roots broken the lines, as a contractor, bored a hole in the line. So it helps us to prioritize and understand where we need to invest money in the system to repair it. Lift stations. Every lift station that we have, and these are some pictures of a few of them. We have over 700 lift stations. There's 17 master lift stations. We've been adding about one per month. We rely on sensors and signals from these lift stations to tell us what's happening out there. We have a telemetry system that polls each one of them in a continuous loop. So we're looking for things like pump failure, a high liquid level, high pressure. And when we have an alarm at one of them, we have to dispatch a crew and time's ticking. The clock is ticking on lift station issues. Here's another map that just shows the nodes where all the lift stations are located. Some of these lift stations are simply pumping water in a leapfrog manner to the next lift station. Some of them are pumping it to a master lift station. Some of the masters pump to another master lift station. One of the big concerns that Hurricane Charlie or Hurricane Ian taught us was emergency backup power is important. All of our master lift stations have got emergency backup power. Not all the others do. We have about 600 lift stations that do not have emergency backup power. And you might ask, well, why don't you put it in there? Well, it's cost. Cost is the major issue. So a 50 kW emergency backup power system, which is not what you'd buy at Home Depot for your house, that would provide backup power for 6 to 8 homes. One of those units cost about $130,000 to put in. So we could program to put those in for 600 lift stations, and you'd be looking at probably about $100 million capital investment. And there's also a cost of about $2,500 a year in preventative maintenance for these emergency backup power cells. And then once you have put in a piece of equipment, 6 to 7 years down the road, now you're looking at repair and replacement costs as well. So that will add up as well. So it's the board's decision. It's a prioritization for us. We have prioritized emergency backup power at all master lift stations, at all lift stations that are fed from another lift station, and then all the lift stations in the Braden River watershed, because we do not want a sanitary sewer overflow in an area that might contaminate or put at risk their water supply. So just wanted to share that. Here's again some of the lift stations. The developers don't often give us a lot of room to work with. Some of these lift stations are right in someone's backyard. We are literally feet from their garage or their back door. Here's a couple of this one picture, Commissioner Satcher in District 1 of the master lift station. It almost looks like an artist rendering. It is so pretty. That's actually a picture, though. Brand new. We're very, very proud of that. One of our most recent accomplishments. So I want to talk about reclaimed water briefly. We distribute about 17 million gallons a day of reclaimed water. Potable water is precious, and so we want to try to reuse reclaimed water where we can for irrigation. We do a great job. We use about 65%, beneficially reuse about 65% of our reused water, which is really, really good. We're at the high end of the list for the state of Florida and one of the best in the Southwest Florida Water Management District when it comes to our efficiency at reusing reused water. But there are also wet days when no one wants to irrigate, and on those days we do have 4 injection wells for our wet weather disposal. This is a node map that just shows our reclaimed system. The red dots are the water reclamation facilities. The green dots are the booster pump stations. And the red lines are conceptual connections between the county's reclaimed water system and the city of Bradenton's reclaimed water system. And we're also looking at some other opportunities to partner in a regional fashion with them. This is just one of the pictures, one of our lakes. We have 1.2 billion gallons of seasonal storage in lakes and ponds, and we have 33 million gallons at our water reclamation facilities. The biosolids that Rebecca talked about and that I gave you a jar of, this is the facility where those are generated. It's been online since 2008. For a while, we also treated the city of Sarasota's sludge. That sludge is thermally disinfected. It forms a great fertilizer. We put it out for bid, and the dollar value, they pay us for that product. And it doesn't pay for itself, but it does offset the cost significantly. This facility, as Rebecca said, it operates off the methane gas we recover from the landfill. We still use electrical power at the facility. We still have the dryer and some equipment that use electrical power, but the fact that we don't have to use electricity to create the heat is a significant advantage. Just a couple more pictures here of the biosolids facility. It's a really fancy, loud piece of equipment. So Want to touch on regulatory compliance? You got a picture there of fat, oil, and grease buildup in a pipe. Our regulatory compliance program, there's over 1,800 locations in the county, anywhere that has a food service facility, so schools, fire stations, anywhere where, even our own facilities. If you have a significant kitchen, you have the ability to create a significant grease load to go into the sanitary sewer system, and that can create matting, which across the top of your lift station, it'll form like almost like an ice flow that affects the ability of the pumps to work and also affects the control. So we take it very seriously. Our inspectors visit every one of the 1,800 locations on an annual basis. So just a few highlights, and you can just read them for yourself here, just a list of some of the accomplishments this last year. The last one being very impressive. Within 48 hours of Hurricane Ian coming through, we had service restored on the island. That's just amazing when you think of how much effort was involved in that. So we're very proud of our people that helped us to accomplish that. So challenges and opportunities coming up. So staffing, you heard a little bit about, there's some niche positions, the instrument control techs, the SCADA techs. These are folks that can get to work, they can go to work for an AC repair company and they can make really good money. And we're having a tough time with those. You know, with the AC repair company, you go home at the end of the day. With us, you might have to work all night. I mean, if there are lift stations that are failing, you get called in. Some people don't like they don't like that overtime. They want the consistency in their job. So we're having trouble with that, but we are looking at opportunities to use apprenticeships, some trade schools locally, supply chain issues, just the cost of everything going up. I think recently I heard an electrical cabinet had 130-week lead time. So you're looking at 2.5-year lead time on some electrical switchgear. So I mean, folks, it's significant, the challenges we're facing with the large capital improvement projects. Private system turnovers, every private system is like the little old lady's car that was only driven on Sunday. There's no problems with it, and so we have to go and we have to evaluate them and we have to look at them and find out what the deficiencies are. But in the stroke of a pen, where you turn a system over to us, we have inherited sometimes 20 miles of pipe and dozens of manholes in a lift station or two. So it's really important for the rest of the county that we be very smart and deliberative in those turnover processes. We need to expand the Southwest Regional and North Regional plants. I touched on that a little bit, and we expect to come back later in the year and talk about our CIP planning needs for that. I talked a little bit about the regional collaboration on reclaimed water. We have an opportunity to adjust rates. As Evan showed earlier, the FIF fees that we are collecting have not kept pace with the cost of capital improvements. So there's an opportunity for us to adjust those. And then service beyond the FDAB and the contiguous properties. It's just a challenge for us to size a lift station and size a force main when we don't know how far it's going to have to go and how many homes it's going to have to serve. Just a challenge. We can overcome it, but just some of the challenges for us, and I don't know what the answer to that is. Hopefully you have the answers for us on that. Just some general numbers here. We've got about, your wastewater system is about $600 million worth of your CIP currently. It's going to go up as we expand plants. Some of the high value ones, again, at the very bottom of the list there. And again, I'll just rephrase how repeat how I started it. Nothing stops a party faster than an overflowing toilet. So wastewater is very important. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Ron.
Kevin, thank you very much for that presentation. I know more about wastewater than I ever knew before. My question is to you, basically, can you tell me, or is this someone else in utilities, what the average age of our sewer lines are in Manatee County, since we do have some failing infrastructure?
We'll have to look into a specific number for you. We do have a map. I believe that's actually may have made it into the Raftellus presentation later that shows 3 different age brackets of the age of infrastructure throughout our system. But I don't have an average number, but certainly can get that for you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Always interesting when you reference Commissioner Baugh's car during the course of the presentation.
It was not.
That only is funny if people are paying attention and listening to the whole presentation. Okay, anyone else have questions for Kevin? None. Okay. I think you did a great job. You answered everyone's questions. That's great. Thank you, sir.
All right, next. Next,
Wait. Delayed reaction. Commissioner Satcher has a question.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, and then these are the only opportunities I get to say this, so I'm going to keep beating this drum. I liked seeing the connection to Bradenton's system, at least on the horizon, thinking and looking at it. And here's the reason why for the board, guys. I don't necessarily, if you saw, Governor DeSantis just rolled out his budget, and it's some crazy number that he's putting towards Everglades restoration, right? And the truth is, that's going to make a difference for generations to come. It's going to make where they swim, et cetera, so much better. And it resonates with voters. So I'm looking for projects like that. And I just encourage y'all, if y'all don't like the one that I've thought of, which is when Bradenton gets, a big storm comes in, they have to release water directly into the Manatee River, and it ends up offshore. And so I'm trying to help them with that issue while they catch up. And we have extra capacity right now. We won't necessarily have extra capacity. Well, hopefully we will in the future. I guess we're planning ahead. But I am open to other suggestions if anyone else has another, big hitting idea that will resonate with, our county. I'd love to. But if not, though, I at least love that made the presentation. I appreciate it. Even if it was a little shout out, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Evan?
All right. So next up, we have Katie Gilmore, our Deputy Director for Potable Water.
Hi, good afternoon. So my slides will introduce you to our potable water section, and they'll show you what it is and what our staff does. So we serve over 400,000 people in Manatee and Sarasota County. We're the sole providers to the cities on Anna Maria, also to Longboat Key, the city of Palmetto, and we're Longboat Key, city of Palmetto, partial provider to the city of Bradenton and Sarasota County. As mentioned earlier, unincorporated Manatee County and the island cities are served in a retail capacity, and then we wholesale to Palmetto, Bradenton, Longboat Key, and Sarasota. Currently, we're producing about 46 million gallons. This would be helpful. 46 million gallons per day of potable water in fiscal year 22. All right, in total, the Water Division has 131 employees, and I'll tell you a little bit over the next several slides who they are and what they do. Starting with our supply and treatment. So we're very fortunate to have a diversified water supply in Manatee County. We get about 2/3 of our water from Lake Manatee, which is surface water, and the other 1/3 is groundwater from primarily our East County well field and also the IMC well field. The surface water and groundwater are both treated at our one plant at Lake Manatee. The streams are treated separately and then blended prior to distribution. The treatment plant has a capacity of 84 million gallons per day, and we currently are permitted for about 53 million gallons per day. The plant is staffed 24/7 with state licensed operators, and then we have a maintenance staff of 21 employees, and they're available in an on-call status to respond to emergencies after hours and on weekends. All right, so our surface water source is Lake Manatee. The lake was created when we built the dam in 1965 on the Manatee River. The dam has an original clay core as well as a soil cement slurry cutoff wall that was installed in 2014. The water level in the lake is controlled by a spillway, which has 3 adjustable gates, 31 feet wide and can be opened up to 12 feet each. There's also an emergency or auxiliary spillway that's designed to open up to pass a probable maximum precipitation event. The depth of the lake varies from east to west, and it's about 50 feet at its deepest, about 12 feet on average, and it holds about 6 billion gallons of water when full, and it covers about 3 square miles.
All right, here you can see our distribution system. So we have over 2,000 miles of pipe in our distribution system. They range in diameter. The largest is about 54 inches. The most common sizes we have are 6 and 8 inch, and those make up the majority of the pipes in the neighborhoods. We have a variety of different pipe materials. Currently about 2/3 of our pipe is PVC. Aging pipe is replaced through our R&R program, and when we do that, we also look to make improvements to fire flow and water quality. This distribution system is maintained by just a group of 36 employees. We actually are down several employees in that section, so that's the number of positions that we have. These employees repair leaks and breaks, as well as perform our preventative maintenance on the system, and they help us plan for CIP projects. They're also available on call 24 hours to respond to emergencies. All right, we have 6 booster pumping stations in the system, and those help maintain adequate water pressure. Those are depicted here on this slide, and then the picture shows you the pump room of one of our largest ones at the Elwood 1 facility. We also have 6 elevated storage tanks across the county, as shown on this slide. The elevated storage tanks help to moderate system pressures, and they also provide a fire flow when needed. In total, between these elevated tanks, the ground storage tanks that we have at some of our booster stations, and the ground storage tanks we have at the water plant, we have a total of 32 million gallons of water storage in our system. Okay, our water compliance section oversees our drinking water compliance, and they also run our water conservation and cross-connection control programs. So an important part of ensuring that we have water supply for the future is conserving what we have today. So our water conservation staff is focused on outreach and education. We offer low-cost rain barrels available for purchase. We have both indoor and outdoor rebate programs for customers that implement water-saving features at their properties. Our staff visit schools and festivals. We have a booth at the fair right now. In fiscal year 22, we made 24 classroom presentations, and we visited 7 festivals and community events. And actually, the classroom presentations were still somewhat suppressed. Now that we're fully welcome back in the schools after COVID, we expect that number to increase. So these pictures just show you some of our outreach events. And that middle one shows us passing it along to our own children. This was at our Take Your Children to Work Day for utilities. And my daughter's holding the spray bottle in the middle there. Our cross-connection control program helps protect the potable water system from non-potable contamination. There's over 90,000 backflow prevention devices in the county. One is shown here. These are required to be tested annually. The customer owns and maintains and tests those devices, but our staff oversee the program to ensure compliance. All right, so everybody's water and wastewater bill is based on water consumption, and that's read off the water meter. Our water meter services group is responsible for installing, repairing, maintaining all of our potable and also reclaimed water meters. We have currently about 141,000 meters in our system. These range from 5/8 inches to 10 inches in diameter. We've been converting over the years from direct read meters to an AMR, which is the drive-by radio frequency meter. And right now we stand at about 50-50, a few more on the AMR side. And let's see, so we don't currently have AMI, which is advanced metering infrastructure. That's where the signals come directly into your computer system from a data collection system. But that has long been a project of record. And now with some of the CIS improvements that Tina's group is helping us implement, the technology will be there. And so we can look on how we're going to move forward with that in the future. Currently, we're installing about an average of 300 to 400 new meters each month. We also have our quality control laboratory in the water division. This is a National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program certified lab. It's located in-house at our water plant. Lab technicians and chemists perform analysis for regulatory compliance. They help troubleshoot treatment plant issues. They monitor our reservoir and watershed. And they're also available to perform sampling in customers' homes as a result of water quality complaints or concerns. The in-house lab helps us to reduce costs of contracting out these lab services and offers a real-time support to water treatment plant operations. The lab is certified for 43 parameters and performs approximately 45,000 analyses each year. All right, so looking back at the last 2 years, Some of the results and highlights for our potable water program. Currently, we're delivering about 46 million gallons per day, and the rate is increasing, demands is about 2% per year. We continue to make progress lowering the amount of potable water each person uses each day. SwiftMud has a regulatory limit of 150 gallons per person per day, but our permit with them was written even lower at 110. And currently, we maintain about a 90 gallons per person per day, partly because we have been so successful in our reclaimed water program and giving that alternative to potable water irrigation. We'll see this year the lake ultrafiltration membranes are fully installed. They are operational. There's still testing and commissioning to be done and some additional parts to that project. But that should be winding down this spring, and we're looking forward to a ribbon cutting ceremony and having everybody out there. It's been a very, very long project for us. Some challenges we've had this last year, of course, is Hurricane Ian, just like everybody else and all the other divisions. We had that major break underwater in the Braden River at the end of last year. And we're currently dealing with a break in the plant, and I'll show you a little bit more on that in another slide. And then, of course, we continue to reinvest in our infrastructure, particularly on the distribution system, and we're also working on repairs to our dam right now. All right, just briefly, here are some pictures of the ultrafiltration project, from the artist's conceptual drawing to some of the pictures when we were first installing some of those cassettes. Here are a couple of pictures. So the Braden River water main break was at the end of 2021, when the dock contractor hit our water line under the river. That was capped off finally in June of this last year, and that line is fully in service. Hurricane Ian, we had about 12 inches of rain in the watershed, and what that resulted in was that we released about 13 billion gallons of water through the dam spillway in 5 days, both as a preemptive measure to lower the lake level ahead of the storm and then to pass the flows as they came in. At times, there was more than 3.6 million gallons per minute flowing through the dam. All right, so currently, I think you all are aware of a current challenge with a leak on one of our large transmission mains. So on December 29th, the leak was discovered on one of the major pipes leaving the water plant, and this is our 42-inch transmission line. The pipe is pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, and this type of pipe is difficult to repair. It also represents some of the largest and most critical infrastructure in our system. We currently have about 12 miles of that in the system. So we are adding a project in this next CIP to go ahead and start programming that replacement, primarily because it is those large diameter mains that we rely on, and the repairs are much more extensive than some of the other pipe types. So we need to have that replaced and out of our system. So currently we have an outside contractor that is working on us with the repair. We're receiving supplies. Work is going on as we speak. We have to install line stops in order to fully stop the flow to that line so we can keep the rest of the county in service. So they're doing that work. We expect it to be done. The date in their tentative timeline is January 31st, so we'll say by the beginning of February. And then, of course, we're going to go back in and look at installing some valving in that area to better isolate in the short term if we have other breaks in that area.
I just wanted to add, and I spoke with the mom. This is taking place in somebody's yard, and we're working hard to accommodate the family. This has been a longer project than we expected. They've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, I think, or 6-year-old, and so this is not our property. This is an easement. This is actually in somebody's yard by the water plant. And they've been very, very patient and tolerant of all the work that's going on at their house so that we can continue to provide water to the north part of the county.
If this was going on in my yard when I was 6 years old, I would have thought this was the coolest thing in the world.
Heavy equipment. We're going to have a crane out there in a week or two.
Apparently
everybody.
the 2-year-old knows the name of all this heavy equipment. And the mom was like, how do you know that?
Yeah. Okay, moving on. So here, this slide shows
before
us...
Before you get started,
sorry.
Commissioner Ron has a couple questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. That pipe that we're looking at right there looks like it was buried before the Civil War.
Yes.
How actually old is that pipe there?
That one actually is from 1995, I think what was on the as-built. The majority of that piping leaving the plant has been built over the years, so That's right where the plant is exiting to the system. We have several lines with redundancy. Some are as old as the 60s, but this one is actually mid-90s.
So back to my question before on wastewater. What's our plan to go out and replace these older failing lines so our citizens do not run out of water? We have another major break. I know we had to fly in welders from Texas to fix this pipe because the pipe is sorry. Yeah, that's tough. Had too much iced tea at lunch. And what are we going to do to maintain this doesn't happen again? It can happen anywhere. In my district, I have some older neighborhoods in my district that have older lines, and my citizens, my constituents are very concerned about failing water lines after seeing what happened here.
As we look through.
That's an important point of this conversation. We learned when we had the Braden River damage to that pipe, how difficult it is to repair this. In some cases, it's 50 and 70 years old. And it's a major component of what we need to add to the CIP to be able to start replacing this infrastructure that is subject to breaches like this one. This was not man-made. This is a situation with a joint and a reducer, and we have to go about replacing some of this aging infrastructure.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit confused. I mean, I know we've got some old pipes that need to be replaced, no doubt. I mean, this has been a conversation the whole time I've been on the board, but I was under the impression and been told that we have been replacing lines continuously. So have we been doing that or not? I mean, is that true?
Yes. Yeah, so
And how much do we normally cover in a year of replacing lines?
I'd have to go back and look through the numbers, but typically we do our master plans, and I'll talk about that in a future slide, and we look at our water lines. And so we look at it based on both total criticality of the risk. So it has to do with how old it is. Certain pipe materials have an expected useful life. And then we factor in also the criticality, who will they affect if that pipe were to go out, and then anything else, any break history. If we see an area that's been problematic, age-wise or not, we'll program that in to be replaced. So it starts with age, and then we add other factors. This pipe shouldn't have gone by age. The Braden River one was damaged. So we are regularly replacing it, but sometimes things happen. And with this particular type of pipe, the previous approach has been we inspected some of the really old ones of this type several years ago, and we plan to do that on a rotating cycle. But now, knowing how difficult it is to do these repairs on this pipe, and we don't have the expertise to do it ourselves, we're going to program in to replace this type of pipe, get it out of our system. But then we'll continue our normal process based on normal expected age, problematic areas. We reserve $7 million every year for just distribution system R&R as our starting point for the CIP, and then we'll add more as needed. But we do our master plans, and they identify in those master plans areas that should be programmed in and when.
So, for example, I just want to mention the Braden River taught us a lot. Even though it had 50 years of life left on that pipe, when we found out the complexities of repairing it, that changed us to rethink our replacement plan based on how difficult it is should you have a problem with this pipe that's supposed to last 100 years. That's great until you have a problem, and then it's a very complicated repair.
And the reason I'm asking is because I knew that we were and always have been replacing lines every year. So that brings me, I guess, to what I'm hearing from you guys is that now you're going to change how we're doing that, and the more complex ones like this one, you're going to ask or look to getting it done sooner with not waiting for it to obviously break.
We're going to keep our normal system in place. We've definitely highlighted this type of pipe as something we need to program in. We need to get this pipe out of our system.
Then I think it would behoove you guys and help the commission, including myself, truly, to have a workshop or bring it up in a meeting, something like this. Show us the list, show us what you're looking at, how many you have, what the plan is, what the cost is, and give us a little bit more in-depth conversation, because we don't have anything from
Yeah,
you guys.
And I think you will when we
today.
get to our budgeting, this, because we're going to try to put in for this next CIP submission.
As you know, what we did on the Braden River is we accelerated the replacement pipe going across the 44th Bridge.
Right.
And so that's there, but we've had the conversation. This has only been in the past few weeks when we found out how complicated it is to replace this pipe, that now we do need to come to you with a plan to replace specifically this type of infrastructure that supposedly is going to last longer, but we're learning that no, it's not.
No guarantees
Right,
on any of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you will see that very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
So so obviously 30 years doesn't sound, or less than 30 years doesn't sound like a particularly long time for this type of pipe. What would have been, what would be the expected life expectancy?
I think around 80 to 100 is typical for PCCP.
Yeah, the assumption that we had been using was about 80 years.
Okay, so yeah, not even halfway to where it was
This was
supposed to
definitely
be.
unexpected.
Okay, and so what percentage of pipe in the county is this material that we're going to have to be looking at replacing in a really accelerated manner?
So we have about the 12 miles. That's a rough estimate. We need to get and look for sure. And we have over 2,000 miles total of pipe.
Okay, so it's just
right, but
just
it's
this one
large
little
diameter,
section.
so it is expensive because it's a larger. We have a lot of the 36 and the 42s diameter.
And you know what I'd like to note is we've replaced the entire leadership utilities. And so we've got a lot of fresh eyes on it now. And that's why we're bringing this to your attention as we peel back that onion about really what's under the ground. And even though there were surveys done and cameras and reports that said you can get another 50 years out of that pipe in the Braden River, that's unless something happens to it. Right. And that's our first experience of the complexities of this infrastructure that was put in the ground decades ago. It does need to be replaced.
Commissioner Ron.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Ballard asked my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Ball, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just a follow-up question. You know, the Braden River, I mean, it was hit. That's why we had the issue. This other one, it sounds like a fluke thing that's happened, and it should have had a much longer shelf life than what it's had. Have we had any other problems along the same line with the same type of pipe?
Not recently. I think the last break I remember was, years ago along, I think Morgan Johnson was the last 36.
I was thinking Morgan Johnson, exactly, because I remember that.
And that was several years ago.
Yeah,
maybe
it
10.
was.
Right.
Something, you're close to it.
Right. So the inspection we did, we have the oldest lines leaving the plant. The Morgan Johnson one that had broken was part of that segment, and the same one under the river, the old 1965 pipe. And that's what we did the full inspection on. And that's what they told us, we're good, we just need to keep inspecting it. This pipe wasn't included in that inspection because it was 30 years
Too
newer. I think some of the complexities here is that this is right where it's leaving our water plant. And so we have multiple different lines that connect for redundancy, and we have four different pumping areas out of the plant. And so if pumps turn on and off, there's potential for water hammer. And so these pipes see worse conditions probably than some other pipes in the system. And this occurred right at a joint where it's reducing from a 54-inch diameter down to a 42. So I think it's a special case of the situation of where that piping occurs to why it probably failed early. We don't know for sure, but definitely the conditions are a little different.
And then my next question to that, thank you. I mean, that's what I thought you were going to say. So I guess my next question is, obviously, then it's probably something we're going to watch a little more closely than what we've done in the past, but not necessarily start replacing pipe, just because maybe, we're afraid it's going to break or something. I mean, it would be a case, you'd look at each case individually.
Right, we're going to get those numbers together, think of some sort of schedule to program it in, and then bring it to you guys for approval and decide. But obviously, things that are a little farther away from the plant that are a little bit newer, we would probably program it a little bit later. It's going to be expensive. We're not going to do it all in 1 year.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Okay, thank you.
So I forgot to ask Kevin Morris this question, but you can probably answer it as well. Wastewater and potable water, our lines are interconnected throughout the entire county, correct? So
Each other.
Should something happen in District 3, that, with the Southwest facility, wastewater or potable water still arrives and leaves District 3 ultimately. Is that correct?
I'll let Evan speak
I
to
guess
the
Evan is
wastewater.
the person
It's a
to
little more
ask.
complicated than the potable.
Yeah, so there, to your point, there is redundancy in the potable water system where if you have a leak in one area, you can backfeed.
Sure.
You don't have that same luxury on the wastewater system.
Oh, okay.
So if you lose a line or you lose a lift station, you're going to have to go into that lift station, either bypass pump or put in emergency power, things of that nature. Or if you
And
have
is
to collapse, you have to pump
is that
it out.
an industry standard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual to be able to create a network
Right.
with redundancy on wastewater.
Okay. And then I think that essentially, and well, my only other question was going to be, Kevin referenced the amount of capacity that we have when it comes to wastewater storage. I don't remember the exact number, but he referenced the lakes, that he's operating. And so when a storm approaches, since we have, I know that the deep well at the Southwest facility in my district, the capacity is far more than we could ever utilize. So as a storm, tropical storm, or Ian or whatever it might be approaches, do we lower the levels of those lakes in anticipation of the storm via the deep well?
I believe that we actually do factor in not so much an event like a storm,
okay,
but leading up to the rainy season.
Sure.
That we want to make sure that we have the adequate capacity because we know that irrigation is not going to take up a lot of that excess reclaimed water that's available.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we have capacity leading into that season.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to go backwards on the
storage, the
presentation.
water storage is environmentally safe to discharge. The deep well is for our treated wastewater.
Yeah, I know, and I know I was going backwards in the presentation, asking wastewater questions, but I knew that the potable water lines were all interconnected, and so that just sort of led me back to some questions I neglected to ask previously. Commissioner Ballard.
I just had a couple of questions about the ultrafiltration system. What does that do for us?
It provides us a better filtration system. So currently, the original plant and the additional add-ons over the years, the surface water was treated with multimedia filters. Essentially, it's sand and gravel. And so the water goes through that and it captures particles. But as you can imagine, water can short circuit. There's more gaps for the stuff to get through. So if you have particles or things that didn't get settled out in your treatment, they can come through to a certain size. And those particles can harbor bacteria or viruses. The ultrafiltration membranes are a fixed pore size, essentially. So it can only certain size can get through. If it's not working, then you have to backwash your membrane. You can't get flow through that membrane. So it provides you kind of that permanent barrier for those smaller particles. So it gives us a better quality of water for things that potentially could have broken through. It also helps us keep up with the regulations because the particle size is reflected with turbidity, and those regulations have been decreasing over the years. We've been okay. We haven't had a treatment violation on turbidity ever, but we've come close a few times. And if they lowered those regulations even further, we could have some trouble with our older system. And so those filters got past their useful life. Something had to be done with them. And so instead of upgrading, just cleaning up the concrete, redoing the media, we decided to invest in a better technology to give us a better water quality. And it's just the tail end of our treatment
The
process.
ultrafiltration system can filter out viruses and bacteria that the old system could not.
Right.
So for the end user, will they notice any difference in the water that they're drinking, or is it really just?
They probably won't.
Okay, that's all.
So I'm going to ask one more question. It started to slip my mind too, and I think it did slip my mind. Okay, never mind. Maybe it'll
Think
come
of
to
it, let
me.
me know.
Yeah.
Okay to go on? Okay. All right, so this slide presents our historical water use and the number of counts over the past 35 years. Total water sold is shown by that red line on top using the left-hand axis. And then the area under that line is just the total sales broken down by retail versus wholesale. The total number of water counts is the black line, and that one's using the right-hand axis. So you can see that in fiscal year '22, we sold 42.4 million gallons per day, had 131,604 counts. You can see some of the effects over the years. The decrease in our retail, or excuse me, our wholesale is primarily the Sarasota County contract stepping down over the years. We used to sell them 14 million gallons per day. Right now we're at 5, and that goes away in March of 2025 to 0. You can also see around that same time the last big decrease in wholesale. We also had the last recession. But overall, our water use and our number of accounts is increasing. In the last 3 years, we averaged about 4,000 new water accounts per year and around 1.5 million gallons per day of additional water demand each year. All right, so looking at some of the challenges and opportunities for potable water this next year, similar to the wastewater side and everywhere, we're seeing challenges of increasing operating costs, particularly on chemicals, materials, and power, long lead times on our equipment, electrical components, ductile iron pipe, fittings, and valves. We're having challenge finding people for some of our more important job descriptions, the licensed operators, both at our treatment plant and in our distribution system, our skilled technicians, SCADA and instrument control techs. But this year we are going to see several projects come to an end. The UF retrofit at the plant, also our SCADA upgrade at the plant. Our staff now will be happy to have that construction out of their plant, but now they're going to have to learn to operate these new systems, which is a challenge. And of course, we'll continue to start new projects as we reinvest in the infrastructure. One of those projects is a water treatment plant alum centrifuge. You'll see before you, hopefully here in the next few months, a request to rezone one of the parcels at the plant where that centrifuge is going to be built. We continue with our various system-wide R&R projects to replace the aging water pipe in our system. We always have impacts from transportation-related projects. As you do all your road work, our water lines may be in the way or may be replaced ahead of schedule, so we don't have to go back and dig up a perfectly new road a few years down the road. This year, we're going to be selecting the engineering design consultant for our next source of supply, and that's going to be our Buffalo Creek reverse osmosis water plant. We're also a member of the Peace River, Minnesota Regional Water Supply Authority. We're not a customer yet, but the master water supply contract is being renegotiated. That does not happen very often, so it's a good time to make sure that we're involved in that conversation. And our legal staff, as well as professional staff, are. And so no decisions have been made. They're still making the changes to that contract. And we have a decision to make on our dam spillway repairs. I'll talk about that in an upcoming slide, but it may actually include a spillway replacement instead of just continued repairs. All right, so our current CIP for 23 through 27 reflects all of the needs we have as we continue to maintain and improve our system. All right, so briefly, as I mentioned, we're considering a dam spillway replacement project.
Let's go back to, we zipped
Yep.
right past,
Sorry.
like, the money.
Trying to go quick here, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. So the high dollar project, of course, if the Buffalo Creek reverse osmosis plant is in the CIP, it's long been a project of record.
Yep.
So that's the high dollar amount and then just the continual reinvestment.
This is the current board approved
yes.
CIP.
Yep, I just, 329 million was the first one and 99 million was the second one, and I got like 5 seconds and we skipped past it.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of money.
Okay, so as I mentioned, the original dam was constructed in 1965. There's internal erosion issues that probably began soon after that construction. These led to an emergency repair in 2014. That repair installed the soil cement slurry cutoff wall we have now, and that was to prevent a potential breach through our original clay core. That was an emergency. There was always a phase 2 to that work, which was downstream repairs for seepage control, and to offer proper pressure relief. And there was an upstream portion for seepage control and some repairs to our approach slab and walls. We had a very difficult time when we tried to bid those two repairs out together. We think there's a lot of risk on the upstream side, or perceived risk from the contractors. So we went ahead and we bid out separately the downstream work. That's under construction right now, started in December, should finish up this summer. And we're evaluating potentially alternative delivery methods for the upstream work. But we also tasked our engineer of record with looking at replacement of our primary and auxiliary spillways as an alternative to continued repairs. So they completed their initial evaluation. They presented us with some conceptual options and costs. This picture here shows an example of what's called a labyrinth spillway, and that's just the design they were considering. And so we would like to get more in depth with you potentially in a future work session so we can make those decisions of what we actually want to do with our dam. Okay, so we receive inquiries, and we know that you do too, about whether we have enough water supply to handle the growth in the county right now. So just like on the wastewater side, planning for growth is a core responsibility for the water side as well. So this kind of explains some of our process. We do an annual review of projected population and water demands looking at a 20-year window. That just came before you last week in our annual letter that we supply to the Peace River Authority. We also do a 10-year water supply facilities work plan. This is updated every 5 years. It's required by Florida Administrative Code following SwiftMud's regional water supply update, and we just completed that in January of last year. We also do a potable water system master plan about every 5 years. That looks out 20 years. This is what I was talking about, where we help plan which pipes we do need to replace next and on when and what order. We last completed that in 2019, so we're going to start the next one beginning of the fiscal year in 24. So currently, our planning efforts show that our next source will be the Buffalo Creek RO plant, that we need that online by 2031. Preliminary design, as I mentioned, it will start this fiscal year. And then we have a mix of local sources and eventual connection to the Peace River system to get us through that 20 years into 2042.
Question
Yes.
on potable water sources. City of Bradenton, obviously, they have Ward Lake,
Mhm.
right? So what are their, I mean, if they reach a point where they need water from another source, they're going to come to us. So
Potentially.
Right. So what are their projections?
I don't know. We can maybe
We
find
don't
out.
know. That might be something we add to our discussion for them to come prepared to discuss when we meet with them mutually, Dr.
Right,
Hopes.
and-
And then City of Palmetto, they get water from
Us
us.
as well. They're a wholesale customer. We supply 100% of the water to them on a wholesale basis, like
So
we do
then-
at Longboat Key.
If we could at least make some kind of contact with them and find out, because they have potential for population increases just on, if you're on 40 Business 41, you go north through the city, you hit all that Manatee Fruit property. It's zoned for multifamily. It's not zoned single family. So you're looking at some potential population increases in the city of Palmetto. So that's
Right.
just potential, increased wholesale that we might want to look at.
Yeah.
That could affect us.
And I was going to add the one component that's not on this slide that some of you are probably aware of is FPL's water at Lake Parish that will no longer be needed for the power plant because of their solar. And I've begun preliminary conversations around that. And so that is a large source of water. Their parent company actually is in that business in a couple of other states. So that's another factor which we'll be discussing with you as their plans begin to play out. And so that we're in an ideal, I mean, we're probably among our surrounding counties, we're in a very positive position with at least access to our own water resources within Manatee County. It's just you have various ownerships and with regards to our wholesale production for other parts of the county's municipalities. So that's the one thing that's not on this slide because it's very early in FPL's
That's fine.
offerings.
That's fine.
To discuss it.
What are they projecting flows into that lake daily? Do they give you any projections?
Yeah, it was.
Evan?
I believe it was 3 million gallons a day.
Every little bit helps. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then they also have a lot of well credits as well. And then we do have some other property owners in Manatee County who have a number of well credits that based on their own calculations, when they build those developments out east, they will not need all those well credits.
Right. Yeah,
And-
SMRs provide a ton of well
And
credits.
so this is one area where we're in a pretty good place with regards to having access to water for treatment, and we have substantial capacity in the treatment plant with the new filtration system to be able to produce and meet the needs of the county.
Yeah, if you look at 5 million, from Sarasota that we wean them off of, 3 million from Lake Perry, that's 8 million. A million here, a million there, it adds up eventually. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just real quick, and I've got to go. When does Florida Power think that they'll be finished with Lake Parish? I hadn't heard that. It's good news.
They had an accelerated plan until the freeze in Texas hit.
Mhm.
And when the freeze in Texas hit, they had begun a rethinking of how soon they would close that plant down to just keep it on standby. And so I'm not sure. Originally, I think you could recall they were accelerating the closure of that energy facility. But when they saw what happened in Texas, they kind of backed off a little bit.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
And I can just add one more thing to your question. Those agreements we have with Palmetto, with Bradenton, with Longboat Key, they have the contracts can be re-executed. They can ask for more water at a certain point. Right now, they're good through 29 for Palmetto, 32 for Bradenton, and 31 for Longboat. And they're not even using their full capacity that we have reserved for them. And we use that full amount when we do our projections. So there is still room for them to grow a little bit into what we already are committed to providing them.
Great.
So.
Thank you.
All right, so this graph just shows the results of those current planning efforts, our most recent projections for potable water demand and what source of supply we're going to use to meet them. The axis shows the amount of water in million gallons per day, and then that black line is our projected demands over the next 20 years. It starts at about 46 right now in 2022, going up to 64 million gallons per day in 2042. And then the various colored areas represent the permitted sources of supply. So we start today with our current lake and East County IMC well fields. And then beginning in 2024, we show the various additional sources coming online. So first, we had the ability to add some quantities to our East County well field. That's currently a flexible use quantity, so that's just a permitting effort. We expect that in 2024. And then we'll get Buffalo Creek online. And then we're planning to potentially expand our East County well field through well credits or a new local source, if that ended up being FPL. And then eventual connection to the Peace River Authority, which is projected for 2038. Just note that we factor in a margin of safety, so we try to have our new source online when where our current demand plus a 10% reserve capacity. And then the dip you see here in 25 and 26 just represents that Sarasota County contract goes to zero in March of 2025. So you see that effect over 2 different years. All right, and I'm going to skip over these last 2 slides in the interest of time. It's just talking about complexities of where we're located within the region and the difficulty in getting groundwater that we need to go through a groundwater replacement
Before
credit.
we start zipping, Commissioner Satcher is on the board.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had to step out, so you may have already gone through this, but the Buffalo Creek that we're bringing online, it's a different type of water treatment plant, is that correct?
It is. It's a reverse osmosis plant, so similar to the ultrafiltration membranes, the same idea, it's just a much smaller pore size, and so it's treating brackish groundwater, so it's a little bit salty, takes it through a reverse osmosis membrane to make it to potable quality.
So we either have or anticipate having plenty of well credits and the type of water that would be available at that spot needs this type of filtration, is that correct?
We have already permitted this plant years ago in our 2012 consolidated permit, and we had the majority of those credits already through groundwater replacement process we did back then. We initially anticipated this plant had to be online much earlier before the recessions that we saw back in 2007-8. So we have that in our permit. We still would like to add more capacity to it, but we have.
And the deep wells drilled. I mean, it's the that component of it was already completed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No other question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. That concludes it. This is Wet Willie, our water conservation mascot. You may see him at your various community events. Say hi. Any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, next up, last but not least, Victor Ortiz is going to run through some our introduction to the fiscal topic, and then transfer that over to Raf Tellis once Victor's done.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible. It's 2:42, and I want to give them the chance for a discussion, so I'm going to be reading over. So this is what we do in FMD, Fiscal Services. So we monitor the financial plan, we monitor the expenses, the operating budget, the CIP process, debt coverage, inflation, consumer price index. And in the revenue side, we monitor and analyze the revenue sufficiency, rate structure, FIF funding, and consumption and growth. We also monitor the reserves and cash balances. So we make sure that we are in compliance with the financial policies and bond covenants, maintain excellent credit ratings, and we actually have 19 positions in the utility. So we also oversees the warehouse, and we keep healthy levels of supplies. We monitor the agreement terms and conditions. We come with the list of products that the utility needs. We manage the lead times, and just to give you an idea, we ended the 2021 fiscal year with $740,000 in the inventory, and 2022 we had an increment, and right now we have $1,013,000. Accounting sections, we do the cash management, payment, balancing hauler payments, monthly reconciliations, daily function audit leaves, journal entries, credit balance refunds, submit FIF reimbursement, and bad debt write-off review. So here are the challenges that the utility is having. One of them is inflation, chemical costs, energy costs, and all of this is in addition of the CIP project that we were discussing and we were need for the utility. We also have an increment in the lead time, so we have to increment our inventory in our warehouse. We also are managing the impact of personal costs, new staffing because of the growth, and also the cost of living, and how hard it is to get employees at some rates. The CIP cost increases. We manage this 5-year CIP program. I know you may have some questions about this one. Right now, we have a 5 years projection of $1.35 billion. That's part of that is the inflation, aging, infrastructure, growth-related projects, and transportation projects. Our obligation is to keep infrastructure healthy, avoid emergency repairs similar to the one that they discussed previously, keep operations and maintenance on time, keep competitive salaries, and bond issuance. That's a tool that we have to cover all of these CIP projects, and Ralph Tellis is going to talk a little bit more about that later on. The rate structure, everything that they discussed before in the CIP, for the water, for the wastewater, everything has a cost. So we have to understand what we are enterprise fund, and also our consultant will discuss it more, but we need to understand that we are supported by user fees. Utilities do not get funds from the general fund. Revenue sufficiency analysis and cover all costs associated with the department, which is the cost, including the debt service repayment, CIP program, operations, and maintain service reserve to meet industry standards. So now this is my slide to introduce our rate consultant. And so Ralph Tellis has experience in more than 20 states. They actually have more than 160 employees, and they are basically helping government and utilities here in the state of Florida. So their presentation is going to cover the CIP forecast, operation forecast, and the financial plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Terry Bovary. I'm with Raftalis. Thank you for the introduction, Victor. Vice President with Raftalis, been doing rate consulting for about 18 years and had the privilege of working with the county for the past several years. Here with me today is Mr. Robert Ori, who was previously President of Public Resource Management Group. which was acquired by Raftalis in 2019, as well as Mark Tuman, the public, who's a lead analyst on this study, who's a senior consultant and has been working directly with us for the last 7 to 8 years, roughly. So I have a brief presentation. We're gonna, we can go into more detail. We have a lot of information behind the Cs. We have FAQ slides to attempt to try to answer everyone's question. But effectively, it's organized into 3 sections. So a study overview, key issues, recent trends, what our current forecast of the financial plan looks like, rate needs, and then a conclusion slide that goes over our key findings. And ultimately, we'll be looking for some direction from you, the commissioners, and the board. So as Victor kind of touched on, the utility is established as an enterprise fund, which implies that it must be operated like a business, meaning that there's an exchange-based transaction with services provided for a fee. The utility fund is 100% funded from charges for service. The 2 primary types of charges for service are our monthly user fees. That's the vast majority of it, as well as our FIF, or facility investment fees, which are growth-related fees to recover the cost of infrastructure to expand the utility. Raftalis was tasked with assisting the county with developing this financial plan, as well as supporting the issuance of debt, which is anticipated to fund the capital plan, which we'll be going into more detail on shortly. But similar to what Victor touched on, the key objectives of the financial plan are to ensure that, it supports the county's mission, utility objectives, maintains fiscal sustainability, and I'm going to introduce a concept, PAYGO funding, in just a minute, and ensures compliance with the utility's fiscal policies and bond covenants, as well as the county's. I do want to mention that this is a very data-driven process. We have years of historical billing statistics, and Katie, I think, and Kevin were touching on a lot of statistics in their presentations. We're going to be looking at it more from the financial perspective, so the billing side of it as opposed to the production side. So when you hear some of those statistics, they might be a little bit different, but that's part of the reason, and I'll explain that later. We also have a number of years of historical financial data, fixed asset records. That's where we're going to be able to explain a little bit about the age of the infrastructure, inflation adjusted, and how does that look like in your system, in your county, as well as the current budget capital improvement plan. The graphic on the right to the chart is what we refer to as a revenue sufficiency methodology. It's sort of foundational to the financial plan, and it's the goal of the exercise is to balance our revenues with our costs. So we have our rate revenues, our FIFs, we have some other investment income as well, and then we try to balance that against our 3 primary categories of costs, which I'll be referring to throughout the presentation. Our operating expenses, our debt service, and our reserves, deposits to reserves, and capital for PAYGO. And I just mentioned earlier that PAYGO is a concept that we'll be referring to. And what that effectively is when we look at our revenues, less our operating costs and our debt service, what's left over to reinvest into the system for capital. And a hallmark of a fiscally sustainable utility is one that produces sufficient PAYGO to fund that ongoing renewal and replacement within the utility. So we'll be coming back to that concept a little bit later on in the presentation. So jumping right into some of the background and the key issues, I think it's already been mentioned that the county has observed some significant growth recently and is currently still observing growth by virtue of the number of meter sets per month that Katie mentioned earlier. Projecting out that's about 4,000 homes a year. That's going to necessitate the need for system expansion, and that's one of the reasons why the capital needs are greater than what they were previously. We've all heard inflation in the prior discussion, on the solid waste contracts. It was mentioned, but it is also impacting the water and the sewer utility. I have 2 charts on the right. The first chart looks at inflation since 2019, which was around the last time before we had the rate increase in 2022, just to give you a snapshot of what inflation looked like. So roughly about an 18% increase in a variety of different inflation factors. I have a few up here for you. The first is the CPI all items. So that's like your consumer price index. And you can see that blue line, what it's done over the last several years. That's a cumulative amount of inflation. The ENR, so that's a measure of the construction cost indices. So we can see how that's also tracking with CPI. So significant increases to our capital costs and just general inflation. The other element on here, that green line, which is floating a little bit below the red and the blue line, that's what's referred to as the Water and Sewerage Maintenance Index. That's actually a subcomponent to the Consumer Price Index, and it represents an estimate of the national average increase in water and sewer bills across the country. So it's somewhat of a proxy of what other utilities across the country are faced with in terms of, rising costs of operations and capital and infrastructure needs. To put that into perspective, we looked at, what the utility bill has done, since 2009 and charted against your actual bill increases relative to if we had applied, the Water and Sewerage Maintenance Index to it every year, and you can see the delta. So the county has been able to maintain rates below inflation for a number of years. However, I think that this presentation is going to demonstrate a need for increasing the rates because of the amount of capital that's necessary to maintain the operations and meet the utility's objectives. Just to start with the operating costs as one of the first elements, what you see before you are 3 years of historical data. 2022 is estimated, and then we show the 23 budget. And we show actually two columns for the 23 budget. If we look at the growth in the operating costs from the 21 actuals to the 23 budget, that's about a 22% increase. Based on these historical trends, we worked with county staff and we adjusted the start point within our financial plan for the operating costs to be a little bit more conservative. So you can see that second green bar is about 5% lower than the first green bar, and that's just part of the detailed process that we go through working with staff to review all the information that goes into the financial plan. Here is a presentation of the value of the infrastructure by age. I want to explain it so everybody understands what exactly we're presenting. And I don't want to be in your way, okay. So the bars on the right that represent the total, that would be all of your investment in water and sewer infrastructure that's been reported with the fixed asset records and provided to us. And the blue bar represents what that cost is at original cost. So what did it cost us to acquire all that infrastructure and put it in the ground? Then what we did is based on the age of all those assets, we adjusted it for inflation. I believe we used about 3.3%, which is the ENR Construction Cost Index 20-year average, to bring it back to an estimate of today's dollars to give you a better sense of what that ongoing cost might look like if we had to, continually reinvest and want to replace those assets over time, which, as you can tell, a utility is very capital intensive. So original cost is $1.3 billion. But if we do the inflation-adjusted calculation, it takes it to about $2.7 billion, which is pretty significant investment that you have. And that's before we reflect the expansion of the utility system. Some of the projects that Kevin and Katie were talking about, Buffalo Creek, North Water Reclamation Facility, and so on and so forth, those would be system expansions, which would increase that value. If we look at those assets stratified by age, so going to the left, we can look at the assets that are greater than 10 years old, the assets that are only the assets greater than 20 years old, and we start to focus on just what are the assets that are greater or 30 years or older. We have about $1 billion invested in today's dollars, is what that sort of communicates. So I don't have the exact age, the average asset age, but we could probably calculate that for you. Some of the values I have on here in terms of the infrastructure are a little bit dated. I think Katie and Kevin had some more updated figures with actually longer miles within the system and mentioned the lift stations and manholes. And then the treatment plant capacity on the water side, I just want to comment that that's I believe, the max day as opposed to the average day that Katie mentioned. The You have to hit the button.
Is that working? Okay. The green bar you see there. Oh, I want to clear. Sorry, the green bars you see is reflective of the current cost of the assets if you replace them all today. That's that renewal and replacement type discussion everyone was talking about before. You know, I've got assets 40 years old, and it was only $99 million, $99 million, I think that is. That's a very low number, but that was 40 years ago. You know, and if you think to replace that today, those assets, that's $400 million. So that's why that R&R discussion Terry mentioned earlier is so critical. And that's what we were trying to show you, that what we have to do today, although the assets are there, is not reflective of what we invested yesterday. That's the point. So.
Yeah, and I think just to build off of that comment, if you were to just say an average service life of 50 years for all the assets, I know that we talked about some of the large pipes that have longer asset lives, but if we took the $2.7 billion and divided that by 50, you're looking around $55 million a year in capital reinvestment. So what have we been doing, and what does our capital needs look like by year over the next several years? Some of the figures that were referenced by Katie and Kevin were based on just the new CIP items, the recently adopted CIP items. We actually also have capital needs that were adopted in prior years that we still have spending in our projects that are ongoing. So when we develop the financial plan, we're looking at all of those capital needs. So our numbers are going to be a little bit higher, you know, when you compare in totality between the two CIPs. So I just want to comment to that. But you can see that, you know, historically, we've been spending around $50 million a year. And in 2021 and 2022, we've significantly ramped up spending. And we have significant needs identified in fiscal years 23 through 27. And I just touched on, you know, the utilities averaged about $53 million a year, you know, in terms of spending historically. But that's going to need to increase because of those capital needs that were touched on.
And are you attributing that to growth, population growth, or deferred maintenance, or both?
Yeah, both. And, you know, one thing, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. One thing to mention is that the FIFs go a long way to help fund the expansion-related capital. So, you know, the user fees within the system are, you know, would need to be increased primarily for the R&R component, not so much the expansion-related components. And we utilize debt financing to help spread that the expansion-related capital over a longer period of times, because we have to build it before they come. And so when we're collecting the FIFs in future years, we can apply that to the expansion-related debt service, which has been a practice of the county for some time.
The other component, Mr. Chair, as you're well aware, for the board that was elected in 2020, you embarked upon infrastructure projects focused around transportation and roads.
Correct.
And so as we've accelerated the road projects, which is more than just the big six, it's everything from the sidewalks on Erie and all, those have a significant utility component that is part of those costs.
You're referencing utility lines. If you give me a second. You're referencing utility lines that need to be relocated as a result of these road expansions.
And or replaced because you're building the road, so that's the time to go ahead and run the new lines. And so that's exactly right. So it's a component of growth, but there's a significant that wasn't really showing up in the prior plans is all the utility infrastructure that coincides with the major road projects, widening projects, bridge over 75, the 44th bridge, and things like that. And inflation.
Sure, obviously. Okay.
Yeah, I believe when we've been working with, we do a number of these types of studies all across the country and throughout the state of Florida. And, over the past 12 months, the studies that we've been embarking upon, we've been talking with the consulting engineers who've recommended just, flat 15% increases to the CIP from the prior year's study just to kind of keep up with the inflation that they're seeing on the bids. So I think that's part of what Victor was trying to mention with respect to the inflation is really hit the utilities quite quickly. And we expect that, a lot of other utilities are going to have to pass those costs on if they want to realize those projects.
Takes down the buying capacity of the rates because the cost went up, but the rate didn't change. So you buy. Sorry. It affects the buying capacity of your rates because the costs go up, but the rates don't change. So the amount of widgets you can buy are less. So that's and we had one I had on the phone coming here just real quick. They're talking about it was an AC pipe replacement project. The bids came in 60% higher than the consultant estimate was, which was only less than a year old. That's very difficult to plan for and the challenges you're facing.
Yeah, and actually, that's a great segue to this chart because this shows what our forecast of revenues under the existing rates or current charges, so that's the green line, relative to the first expenditure that we have to pay from our revenues, which are our operating costs. They get paid first. And so you can see, based on, the assumptions that we made in, review of the operating costs and escalating those costs and working with staff to identify, additional staffing needs, et cetera, you can see that our operating costs over time are going to increase and outpace the growth in our revenues, even with the growth that we've assumed in the forecast. And to Rob's point, when your operating costs are outpacing your revenues, that reduces the amount of cash flow that you have for that concept I mentioned earlier, which is pay-go and even debt service. And you can see here the average growth rate in the expenses is about 4.7% per year. The underlying inflation in costs is about 3.7%. But if you recall earlier, we had made an adjustment in the first year and we were phasing that out over time with the budget. So overall, we start a little bit lower, but then we end up at the same point over time and inflate around 4.7% per year on our operating costs. The other item that we've touched on already quite a few times, and you've heard a lot of discussion about the capital needs of the system. Again, over the next several years, we've identified a total of about $1.3 billion. Some of those key projects that we've been discussing, Buffalo Creek, the Lake Manatee Spillway, and that's, I think, primarily design and some other costs. I think there are more costs that are outside of this CIP's forecast that will require additional funding, which is another reason why we need to maintain that PAYGO funding, because that creates a recurring revenue stream for you to be able to issue debt in the future outside that 5-year window of this current CIP. The Southwest Water Reclamation Facility, North Water Reclamation Facility. And I think Kevin mentioned about $70 million in lift stations. We broke that out between existing growth related, just so you could see that dichotomy. Overall, this chart presents the funding sources. The yellow represents the debt that we're assuming to fully fund the CIP. And with the CIP of this magnitude, if we hadn't assumed debt, then the rate increases would need to be much greater than what we've identified. In addition, by assuming debt to the extent that, the timing of the capital isn't exactly as we identified, it has a lower effect to the overall rate plan that we've identified. So we think that it provides flexibility and balances the needs. And also, when you're debt financing, particularly expansion-related capital, it allows you to recover those costs into the future when those customers are connecting to the system as they connect to the system. So there's a few different reasons why we would want to develop a funding plan like this.
So
I do.
Before we go any further, I'm looking at your key projects, and I understand they're just the key projects. You have total funding at $1.3 billion. I'm adding up those key projects, and I'm coming up with like 700, right, on the high side, which is basically half. So what am I missing? I mean, the other projects add up to the same amount as the key projects?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, I can't put this into a PowerPoint. Normally, we'll have a report that accompanies or precedes these types of presentations. But here's just a listing of some of the capital projects that are actually within the financial model. And we have a listing that we can provide that breaks down all of the capital needs by the major funding sources and reconciles back to the 1.3 billion.
A lot of it's the R&R projects, the $15 million in water distribution lines every year.
Yeah,
That's
and we'll get
$70
that
million
too. 'Cause you'll
right
see,
there.
because in the detail, you can see
Yes.
how much each one of those segments of like Erie Road, what the utility cost is in that project.
Perfect. That would be
Yeah,
great if you
we'll,
could send us
we'll
that.
get that to you like by
Okay.
the end of the day.
All right. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just a quick question. 18% of this funding plan is based on facility investment fees, based upon future growth, expansion, homes being built. Do we account for any backup plan for that? Here's what I say. You have to build this stuff way in advance. You have to build this before you need this. Otherwise, you're in a lot of trouble. So we're planning now for growth 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Well, even 5 years from now. But we got to plan it and build it now. We got to fund it now. We have to make sure. If you showed me this slide in 2006, I'd be like, great, let's build $1.3 billion worth of stuff for all these people moving here in 2009. Guess what? Nobody moved here in 2009. You didn't collect any facility investment fees, but you've committed to it. You started building it. You possibly floated $677 million worth of bonds that have to be paid for. You pulled all of our cash reserves out to keep a project going, hoping that development starts back up again before you burn through all of our cash. Now we're short $250 million. How do we account for that shortfall once we put a shovel in the ground and commit to $1.3 billion based upon an assumption that we have guaranteed growth, which we know for a fact we do not?
Well, I think you identified some of the challenges that many utilities across the entire state faced back in 2006. And that was a pretty significant event with the mortgage-backed securities and the housing crisis. I think Cape Coral was like the epicenter of the entire country back then around that time. So yeah, excellent point. If we've got to build it before they come, how is that going to impact the financial plan if the growth doesn't materialize? And what I would say is that, and as kind of Kevin mentioned, we want to do, or the county wants to do design first. And then, you shelve that design until you materialize the flows to the system. And then there's a trigger point required by law that forces you to then construct those assets. And so, the county is going to follow that process. It's not entirely, foolproof because, growth can stop in a moment's notice. However, a lot of these expansion-related projects are coming in the next several years, and I think that there's enough time in the plan to adjust if you find that growth. Because I think what you're also alluding to is that there's a bit of a concern with the economy in its current state. There are several economists, notable economists, that are anticipating a potential slowdown in the economy, and they're expecting it potentially this year. We don't know, but that's an expectation. So I think that there's enough time, if there were to be a slowdown, for you to adjust the timing of the actual construction of those improvements, which would save the county if a slowdown were to occur. Now, if you were to get into a situation where you built that facility, in advance, and then the growth slowed down, I'm not really sure how you could deal with that necessarily. But you try to plan for the best that you can, and the alternative is that if you don't have the capacity for when that growth happens, that can be a significant issue as well. So I think it's a challenging question.
But that's not an issue. But that's not an issue we can take a risk on. That's a non-starter. We have to have the capacity when the growth comes, one way or the other. There's no, you can't be one day late.
Right.
And so, wouldn't we be better served, albeit more expensive? We'd have to factor that in to do more of a 70-30 debt cash. I would argue 75-25 and have a little bit of cash in the background, because if the economy turns, that pay-go is going to turn too, because you're probably accounting for that growth that may not come. And then just pay back the additional debt with the facility investment fees if they come in, to minimize the debt service on that additional debt.
Yeah, you can certainly do that. That could be a good strategy to maximize the debt for the expansion-related capital. However, one consideration that we place on is that, by law, FIFs can only be utilized for expansion-related capital. So they only have kind of a singular purpose. And we're sitting on quite a bit of cash reserves, FIF cash reserves today. And what we would like to do is recognize the use of those cash funds against these expansion-related projects to minimize the overall debt that we're issuing and minimize potential impacts to our existing ratepayers, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Cruz, my question would be for you. Are we able to tie expansion fees to debt service?
That's what I was saying.
Because they're not guaranteed.
It's still expansion. I think it's just a matter of a chicken or the egg. Are we expanding first and then repaying? I mean, this may be more of a bond question for Greenberg or something, or for the county attorney. Like I said, my concern is you put a shovel in the ground, you're 70% complete, and we start debating the bad money after, or the good money after bad. And then all of a sudden you want to talk about rate increases. I mean, we would have to basically fund the remainder of that expansion through pure cash if we don't have that facility investment fee. If we've already collected it, it's a different story. That's cash sitting around making less than 1% right now. But if we're banking on future growth, we're already seeing slowdowns, not so much locally, fortunately, because people are still moving here, but nationwide, you have a lot of single-family home builders pulling back. You see much less ground-up construction on certain asset classes, just based on a concern about the future of the economy. I'm sure that's baked into your model, but we don't have the time to wait. And the longer we wait, the more inflation is going to move that 1.3 closer to 1.4.
Yeah, and just to maybe clarify, all the major projects, of the total CIP, we're funding a little over 50% of it from debt. So all the major projects are going to be prime projects to be debt financed.
Well, let me ask, because I think I know where you're going to. You're looking at leveraging debt capacity.
I'm saying whether we need this in 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, we eventually need this expansion. It's not a matter of if, it's potentially a matter of when, based upon the growth trajectory going forward, which has to do with the economy, inflow, so forth. So we know we have to build this at some point. So the question then becomes, do we want to be in a position where we start and stop a project and the cost implications of that, or do we want to guarantee completion of the projects through
leveraging the
debt and existing reserves and then repay that debt? Right. And if the growth happens according to plan, then it works out effectively to the same. We end up with $677 million worth of debt. If growth slows down and we're stuck with $750 million, well, we have the projects done. We have to do them anyway.
Right. So because this is a more conservative approach, but you're right, with the debt capacity that we have, we could.
It's a more conservative, but it's banking on guarantees of growth that aren't guaranteed.
Right. No, I see where you're going. That makes sense. We can model that.
Yeah, and I would actually suggest that this plan is very akin to what you've described, and we have a projection of what some of the financial metrics look like under this plan. One of the key metrics that rating agencies look at is debt service coverage, which is your net revenues divided by debt service, and we try to maintain healthy coverage ratios. So we don't want to fall below that, and we're actually coming up to that level. It's still very, very healthy, as you'll see, but we've really maximized the use of debt to fund this very significant capital improvement plan that's been identified.
Okay, and admittedly, I haven't seen any models or anything. This is the first time we're seeing it, so it's just more of a thought relative to the growth projection. I'm sure you have very conservative scenarios, and once we see it, we could be 100% satisfied with the risk associated with it.
I think you have a bit of a natural inclination to rate consulting, it seems, because that is a common strategy to issue, try to balance the flexibility with the issuance of debt to minimize the rate impacts to customers. And that's actually one of the things that we tried to do with this plan.
I think as you get further into it, you'll appreciate that, number one, you're right, and you'll see how the model plays out.
So going back to kind of stacked bar, the revenues at existing rates relative to our funding requirements, we've now added on top of our operating expenses, our existing and our proposed debt to fund the CIP that we just showed you in the prior slide. So you can see how much our annual debt service rises, just to get back to your point about utilizing debt to help fund that capital plan, you can really see how much we're adding to the existing debt service payment through the rise in that bar over time. And you'll notice that, by 2026, our expenditures will be exceeding our existing rate revenues right off the bat. And I would go insofar as to say even by 2024, that margin that's there would almost be a minimum requirement to maintain a good, healthy pay-go requirement on an ongoing basis. So I'd suggest that even by 2024, we'd have concerns about the financial plan, let alone getting to 2025, 26, 27, and so on. So the final funding requirement, when we stack on top of the operating costs, our debt service, and the order is in order of priority of payment. So our revenues have to go first to pay our operating costs, then our debt service. And then what's left over is somewhat more discretionary, where we can utilize it for what we refer to as pay-go capital reinvestment. And by the end of the forecast period, we've actually improved that pay-go a little bit. We're going from roughly $40 million a year in pay-go to about a little over $50 million a year in pay-go. That kind of resonates with that 50-year service life we talked about on the inflation-adjusted replacement cost new of the infrastructure. And it also goes in hand with some of the other financial metrics we'll be presenting in a moment after we show the proposed rate adjustments. But I do want to mention that without rate adjustments, we wouldn't be able to execute the capital plan, assuming that's what we would look to cut. We'd be able to have discretionary adjustment to potentially, and it would be significant. So we can talk a little bit about that in a second. But this slide presents sort of what the rate impacts would be to fully fund the plan within the period that we've identified. And I'll start with the table on the top. You'll notice it's about 9.75%, but that translates to anywhere from about $7 to a little over $10, $11 per month on average. That's about $9 and 29 cents a month over a 5-year period. However, this would maintain and achieve a lot of the things that I'll be going into in a minute about fiscal metrics and targets. But more importantly, it keeps pace with your growth and operating costs and allows you to fund that capital improvement plan and issue the debt to support that capital improvement plan. Some questions that you may be wondering, or maybe members of the public might be wondering with respect to these proposed rate adjustments. About 40% of them are driven by operating cost increases in the forecast, which means that the other 60% of the total rate adjustments are all related to capital reinvestment, the CIP, growth and debt, pay-go. So for every, so roughly 10% per year, 4% of that every year would be required just to keep pace with inflation. So if you were to think about what's the absolute minimum you could do just to maintain your existing operating costs, that would be, roughly 4% per year based on our forecast. And then to fully fund the capital plan on the other end of your bookend, that'd be that 9.75% that we identify. So I have a rate comparison here, and I do want to clarify a few things. One is this isn't to suggest that where you're at on this is an implication that you need to raise or lower your rates. It's just merely a means to sort of benchmark where the county is relative to peers, and also provides me an opportunity while you see where the county is, because they are very low relative to their peers. Talk a little bit about what's going on around the state. So a number of the utilities, on the Gulf Coast are raising their rates or have raised their rates. If we think, Charlotte County, I think they've just implemented a 3-year, 7% per year rate adjustment program, and they're going to be on the higher end of the comparison. Hillsborough County is looking at about 6%, 6.2% per year for at least the next 5 years or so. And many other utilities on this comparison are likely going to have rates at to raise rates, at least by some sort of inflationary adjustment. So if you look at the first dotted line, that represents the survey average. And if we were to apply, a 4% annual inflation factor, where that average might look like by the end of the forecast period, it'd be around $127. But it could be even higher. It could be a little bit lower. We're not quite sure. I'm just speculating. But just to kind of put that into perspective, if we were to apply, those 9.75% for the whole forecast period, that monthly bill would still be below that second average line. So you'd still, even with that significant ramp up to help do all of the capital funding that you need, you'd still be below that second line. And I intentionally didn't want to put that line in there because one of the hallmarks of this financial plan is a 5-year plan that recommends coming back to administration to review that plan every year. To the extent that it's not necessary to implement those rate increases, the idea would be to come back and lower that. But it's necessary because of the amount of debt and the amount of CIP that we're proposing this to adopt a 5-year plan. The other component of this plan that I do want to mention too is that we're also proposing a pricing indexing adjustment by the 4th year of that 5-year plan. So that way, when inflation is higher or lower, the rate adjustments will automatically be adjusted. This is a common mechanism that other utilities use, automatic inflation indexing. Hillsborough County, Sarasota County, and others adopt multi-year rate plans commonly. So it is a good strategy to help you maintain pace with inflation. And if you hark back to that other slide that showed, where the utility, could have been, I think that, we'd be in better position for this capital need if we had had some indexing provisions in prior years, for example. So what are the key metrics that were sort of our guardrails for the financial plan? I'm just going to talk about 3 and then recap the presentation. The first one is PAYGO metrics. So we talked a little bit about that earlier and the importance of that. It's, in my opinion, a barometer of capital reinvestment and indicator of fiscal sustainability. And our benchmark in this case is annual depreciation. For our accountants out there, depreciation, they understand that it represents the amortization of our infrastructure. And we adjust that for the capital additions. So that's why that line is increasing, which is incidentally why, we're trying to target a higher PAYGO as well. This is considered a very healthy level of capital reinvestment and will provide some cash flow for you for some of those additional capital programs that are identified just outside of our forecast period. So we don't have to worry as much about a surprise when we're doing the financial planning in a year or two with additional capital. Just as a reminder, PAYGO, as a reminder of the calculation for PAYGO, it's our revenues minus our operating expenses and debt, what's left over for capital reinvestment. So I alluded to debt service coverage just a little bit ago, and that is calculated by taking our net revenues, which are our revenues minus our operating costs. And since debt is the next thing you pay after operating costs, that's why it's referred to as debt coverage. How much do our net revenues cover our annual debt service payments? So for example, if we had $1 in debt service and $2 in net revenues, we would have a 2.0 coverage or a 200% coverage. So you can see that we're trying to maintain a 2.0 coverage. That is, equivalent to a AAA rated utility, very strong credit rating, and provides you some leveraging capacity for unknowns outside the forecast, potentially even, higher capital costs, et cetera. So we believe that, and this was something, when we were working with staff with Dr. Hopes, he impressed upon us the need to make sure that, we have a fiscally sustainable plan and that it's also attainable. The last key metric, would be our cash reserves. And, you can see here, we've got, not all of our cash shown, but the unrestricted cash and our FIF cash. And you can see that by the end of the forecast period, we're utilizing all of our FIF cash. So that's demonstrating that, that we're putting that money to good use for expansion-related capital. The other thing you'll notice is that, the two lines that we're targeting, one is our minimum fiscal policy, for utilities in the county. That's at that 75-day, 74-day operating expense target. But for rating agencies, we'd prefer to be to maintain that credit worthiness. We'd prefer to be above 250 days, ideally. And those two lines, those two metrics, don't really apply to the FIFs, although I have the bars stacked. It applies more to our unrestricted cash. And so you can see we're actually falling a little bit below it, below the 250 days. But we get back over it by the end of the forecast period. And so we anticipate there's going to be some timing differences between when we appropriate a project and when we actually fund it. So we're hopeful that, we won't actually fall below that. But this just goes to show that, we've really tried to develop a very balanced plan and not overestimate the rate needs, but reflect that, we need to execute a pretty significant capital plan. So with that, I would just like to conclude. Some key takeaways. Observing significant increases to operating and capital needs. Hopefully that was conveyed throughout the several presentations today. Without rate adjustments, the county would need to significantly reduce capital spending. And we're proposing to achieve all of the objectives, maintain the fiscal strength, achieve the CIP, a 5-year rate plan as laid out on the prior slide, the 9.75%, with an indexing provision layered in by the 4th year. And we can go into more detail should you have questions. I mentioned earlier that we're recommending annual review to assess changes in the plan. I think Katie and both Kevin talked about how, these master plans, the capital needs, they can change. So it's always good to kind of continuously review this. And if at all possible, if growth is coming in better than expected or other things happen, it'd be ideal if we didn't necessarily have to implement that full 5-year plan as identified. And lastly, we just recommend performing a more detailed cost of service evaluation in the future, which we talked with staff. I'd like to open it up for any additional questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, I mean, I guess I'm going to put this up. Right?
Commissioner Bearden.
Do my due diligence. We increase pricing of services, then we're going to have to decrease how much we're paying in taxes. Like we're going to have a major cut in taxes if we're going to increase on services. So, I mean, I get it. That's the benefit of living in Manatee County. Everybody wants to live in Manatee County because, the cost of living here is, pretty affordable, or it was. But I want you to think about that, that I want to see a major cut in taxes if we're going to increase on services. So that's all I have. Like the biggest one I've ever seen.
Commissioner Ballard.
So my question was, I think you had this on a slide that I saw briefly. The cost to the average end user every year, it looked like we were going up about $10 a month for 5 years straight for people. So for your average family, that's an extra $600 a year on utility bills. I mean, that's a big deal for a lot of people. So I just want us to be really cognizant of that potential squeeze that we're putting on people, especially when we're also having to increase rates for solid waste as well. So I mean, this is potentially really going to put a burden on families, especially in areas of the county like my area that has a lot of people who are just getting by.
Well, sorry. Is it okay if I just mention something about affordability? So the federal government has a program that they just came out similar to LIHEAP that does provide funding assistance, utility bill funding assistance for those with low incomes. It's not an annually recurring program, but it was just funded for at least this year, maybe next year. The other thing to mention is that the utility bill does have a fixed and a variable component, and that there is some discretion potentially. However, I do recognize that those in the low income bracket have much less discretionary use. But I did want to just mention those 2 points.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
I hear what everyone's saying, but I think we just need to factor in some, I'll state it as my opinion / having been here for a couple of years. These are two wholly separate things. The government and our utility department, you can almost pretend are entirely separate entities, much like when we put our hat on for the Port Authority. Like to say raising water rates means we have to lower taxes is like saying the cost of eggs have gone up, so we need to lower taxes. We don't control the cost of the eggs. We've lowered taxes 2 straight years, but we didn't do it in exchange for increasing water rate. We have done the largest tax decrease you've ever seen in your entire life over the course of the past 2 years. It was flat for 8 years prior to that. The reality is nobody likes raising rates. We've lowered the millage twice. We cut the red light cameras in part because we were trying to minimize that. We cut transit fees because we're doing our best to minimize cost to people, especially people in need, especially in this current economy. That's what this board has been doing for 2 straight years, and I'm proud of it. But because nobody likes raising rates is why you saw that slide earlier showing that we're massively behind, and even very nominal, you barely even notice it rate increases, much less rate increases tied to inflation because the cost of providing this goes up. All of our utilities is an enterprise fund. They do not make a penny. This is not a for-profit profit-generating portion of our government. It's barely a portion of our government. It's almost like our government oversees a private break-even enterprise, and their whole goal in life is to collect the exact same number of dollars as they're going to spend to make sure they're providing you the service you want. But the thing is, it's a commodity service. They can't provide you better quality water. They're not going to show up at your front door and hand you Evian. All they're providing you is water, and all you're hoping, and all the citizens of Manatee County are hoping, is when you turn your faucet, the water's going to come out. When you flush your toilet, it's going to go down. And none of that is going to go into our river. That's what people want. And we're providing a break-even commodity. And if it costs more to provide that, unfortunately, that's what we have to charge to cover because there's no other source of revenue. The only other source of revenue is bonding, but those bonds still have to be repaid by the rates. The debt service has to be repaid by the rates. We don't use a penny of our general fund taxes on our utilities. It's almost like there's a wall between them. We do not fund it. They have no other way of doing it. Kevin's not out there having a bake sale. All they have is the revenue that we give them through rates, and that determines how fast they improve our water production. That has to do with how fast we can change our pipes, so we don't end up with what we're dealing with right now out at the water treatment plant, or you don't end up with a pipe bursting going underwater out to Longboat over here. Because the reality is, if you care about the water quality, you care about our boat ramps and our beaches, you would rather replace these pipes 5 years early than 5 days late, because that's the difference between a potential massive economic or environmental problem. And we have to account for that, and we need to collect the funds to fix that. We need to account for improving our supply. We need to account for what we're going to do with Peace River and how we're going to handle that, how we're going to get the well credits. So it's unfortunate, yes, but part of it is unfortunate because we are 34% behind where we should be anyway. I mean, that's just reality. If we just would have ticked up by inflation the cost of the chemicals we're putting in, the manpower we need, we wouldn't be having this discussion because people would have agreed to very, very nominal, you'd barely even notice it increases just to cover the cost of providing the service you and everybody else wants. Instead, everyone kicked the can down the road. We're the ones, unfortunately, standing here looking at a dam that may break and some pipes that are coming due that we can't kick the can down the road. We have to make the tough decisions we're voted to make, which is we need to get this infrastructure up to speed so everyone has the water come out of their faucet and nothing goes into our rivers and we don't cause an environmental problem, because people kicked the can down the road with Piney Point and it kept kicking down the road, and we were unfortunately the ones who caught that one as well. If someone would have fixed that 20 years ago, it wouldn't have been the issue that we had to deal with 2 years ago. So yes, it's unfortunate, but at some point this needs to be caught up. At some point this needs to be fixed. And it's just something we have to do. And it's not as a trade-off of cutting other services or other costs, because it's a wholly separate enterprise. And we just need to admit that we're the ones who caught the falling knife when other people kind of dropped the ball on it.
And Commissioner Cruz, I agree with you on that entirely. I was just commenting that it's unfortunate that we are where we are, and that like you said, that those increases haven't been made incrementally as they should have been over many years, and the can was kicked down the road for as long as it was.
And I think that's why they're proposing having these unfortunately larger increases at the front end to effectively catch us up to what should have been. So everyone can look at it like they got a discount for 10 years and now they're just paying back the discount that they got, and they took advantage of the float of the savings. But then after that, they're proposing just a straight cost of living adjustment effectively going forward, so that no future board has to deal with this. It's just what almost everyone else does. It's just, this is the cost, the increased cost of providing water, and we just bump it. So that's where the sticker shock is that 9.75 for a few years. But that's more of the catch up from the past 10 to 15 years, not an immediate increase.
So Dr. Hopes wants to respond to Commissioner Cruz. Then after that, the board is Satcher, Beard, and Ron.
And I think what's important, if you look at the rate comparison, as Commissioner Cruz has mentioned and Commissioner Ballard, this board and this administration is tasked with making some difficult decisions that should have been made years ago. But if you look at the rate comparison, and that's a perfect picture of how we're by far one of the most rapidly growing counties in our region, and you look how low our rates are. And that's very telling. But what's also important is a lot went into this model to reflect the conservative approach that this board takes. And even with the rate adjustments, you can see we're still below our neighbors and able to fund the work that needs to be funded. And we've got some catching up to do. We really do. But also, if you remember the consultant's point, is it's structured so that the board can look at it each year to see if we're staying on target. And these are the decisions that you're elected to make on behalf of people. I will tell you, with the effort to go fare free on the buses, if you look at where the impact will be made greatest, those are also people using public transportation. And so that $7, $8 a month in the beginning of this model is more than made up just in helping those people to ride fare free with our public transportation. And as Commissioner Cruz mentioned, this is an enterprise fund. We have to generate the funds to both cover cost and make the investments in it. It can't be subsidized by tax dollars. But as I've told you, we've looked and we continue to manage our cost so that we can present to you a budget each year, and have done so for 2 years, to afford you the opportunity to lower taxes.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back, I believe it might be right around page 12. First one where we showed our CIP program, and it had that was it, about 2 right there. So the bright blue on that slide is our facility investment fees, correct? Okay, but the amount that we're spending on that is nowhere near linear. We're spending a good amount in 2023, much smaller other years. Am I correct that that's because we have a reserve built up of facility investment fees, so we're spending down that reserve?
Yes, sir. And also link into the expansion-related projects, the timing of the expansion-related projects in the forecast period.
So how much in 2023, is that fiscal year or calendar year?
Fiscal year, sir.
Okay. How much of, on the bar graph, it's hard to see the exact number. How much is that facility investment fees going in 2023?
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, let me just see if I can.
You can ballpark it if you know. I mean, I
Yeah,
just can't
there you
see
are.
it from here.
81 million.
Around a ballpark of 81. And then does that spend it all the way down? How much reserves do we have in that?
Yes, sir. In the forecast period, we're spending all of the FIFs down. I have an FAQ slide I can go to that shows the forecast of those funds. But I think one of the last slides I was shown earlier, you can see the stacked green bar right here represents our ending cash balances in each fiscal year for the FIF funds. And you can see that cash down by 27 is fully utilized. And then in each year outside of that, we do have some additional expansion-related debt that's issued. So as we collect more FIFs, we can apply them towards that debt service payment for those projects.
And then, so that's our facility investment fees reserves. That's what's on that chart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What other just reserves all in, cash reserves in this separate enterprise fund?
Yeah, so what we're showing
What do
in
we
this
have now?
total cash?
No.
I'd have to get back to you, sir. Maybe Mark can look that up. We have the audited financial statements, but that includes our operating reserves and our capital reserves as well as our FIFs, but also our debt service reserves, which are restricted.
So it's over 500 million?
I don't.
They're showing 300 million in that graph for 2022.
Yeah, but that's
just the
there's some other
facility investment fees.
restricted
Right.
cash. So just to be
It's not all usable.
Yeah, this would be more of the cash that, as Dr. Hope said, might be more usable. The other cash isn't really available.
So if I had to guess the answer, if we were to have the answer to the question I asked available, I'm guessing it's well over $1 billion.
Of cash? No, sir.
No,
So it's over
not in
500, but
utilities.
less than $1 billion.
I can get you the exact value.
And remember, in utilities, there's a substantial amount of cash reserves that are there for the future landfill. That takes up a large portion of it. And projects of record.
Yeah,
and-
projects in prior years that have the funds appropriated.
Right.
Because you've issued the project, but you haven't spent the money on that project. It's construction work in process.
We'll get the
That's in
numbers
that
for
number
you.
too. Yeah.
So you're looking for
350
you're looking for
million.
unrestricted cash on here.
350 million.
Right.
No, I feel like we're playing. I respect everyone here, and I realize they got dealing with a lot more information and do this day in, day out for their career. Okay, so I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the three of us ran together. We remember the shell game that we called people on. We said, "You're telling us there's this much money in the county, but there's no way that is anywhere near accurate. You're naming money, name it the road fund, name it the this fund, name it the, Pelican fund, and then all of a sudden you won't tell anybody about that money anymore because you named it. And then now, we have a policy, not a law, but a policy in the county that if something's in the capital improvement plan that may take years and years and years and years and years to complete, every bit of the money for that completing that plan has to be set aside immediately, full out, which most counties don't have that rule in Florida. Even if we know it's going to take a long time. And when we say, and we just have to, I feel like we need to come to these meetings looking at people's self-interest, okay? Sorry, it is what it is. The administration and county employees, it's in their self-interest to raise rates, raise taxes, more bonding, all that thing that gives them more security and nicer things. I understand that I'm not saying, we should bankrupt things. I'm just saying you have to realize that's in their best interest. I also realize that if you're a consultant company that's hired by administrations all over the state or maybe the nation, it's probably in your best interest to make that look very reasonable, to make a 10% increase per year, 7, 8%, whatever it was, look real reasonable and absolutely necessary. Boy, there's no way we can wait. Let's go ahead and approve it for 5 years. You can review it, but I bet there'll be some reason why we need every bit of what's proposed when that time comes. So I hate, to say it, but we have to watch on Stockholm Syndrome, right? Like, are we representing the people that voted us here, or are we representing, consultants or administration? So I'm not necessarily saying, the first slide up there, going through our how old our infrastructure is. Can we go to that first slide? Let's take a look at that. The very first slide, going through how old our infrastructure is.
I don't know.
The first bar graph, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why the PowerPoint's.
Yeah, they're probably.
Okay. And I'll go back to the slide, but I do have the audited financial statements up too.
We're fine.
Okay. Which slide, sir?
Very first bar graph slide.
This one or sorry.
Clear. The one that said the overall ages of our infrastructure.
Yeah, let me maximize this for you so you can see it better, sir. Was this the slide you were referring to?
That's the slide. Perfect. So if I were to look at that, just first glance, or if I was a viewer at home, I'd be like, whoa, $423 million worth of stuff that's over 40 years. Then you've got, 1,000 million, so $1 billion worth over 30, and then 20, and then 10, right? Because just looking at a graph and the way graphs normally works, I would add all those up in my mind and just think, whoa, look how much they have over 40, how much they have over, that's a lot. But each one of those is getting counted, the ones that is over 10 years is getting counted 4 times on that graph. So instead of saying, infrastructure that's between 10 and 19 years and then having that number, and then infrastructure that's between 20 and 29 years and having that number, et cetera, which to me would be a much more useful number and not lead to an inaccurate, you just have to watch numbers, statistics, things like that pretty close, because this looks like, whoa, we're in a disaster. Look how much, there's these huge graphs full of stuff that's so old. But each one of those should be subtracted from the one right before it to even give you a real picture. And the only one that's, visibly that you can look at and draw a real conclusion on is, in my mind, is the total, which is still a lot. I'm not saying that that's no big deal, but I'm just making a point that we need to recognize who's in the room, and the point of the room is to get us to approve as big of a rate as they possibly can, and then we get to go, to our town halls and to the publics, and we defend that. I feel like we should go to bat for our citizens as much as we can, and from one presentation, I don't get totally convinced that with the reserves that we have, et cetera. I do understand prices are going up. I know when I'm trying to do construction, everything that's coming back is going up. I understand that, so I'm not blind to that, but I would like us to at least come to the table. If they end up, the truth is, if they end up sweating a little, right, because we worked them hard to get as low of a manageable number that's still going to get us what the citizens need to set aside their water and the waste treatment that we do need and require, and I understand that. But it's a false dichotomy to say approve, hundreds of millions of bonding, approve 10% a year increases for 5 years, approve this, approve that, or your toilet's not going to flush anymore. I don't think that is true. I do understand that previous people may have put us in a bad spot by not at least keeping up with inflation at the time. But do you really want to do you think we have the need to make up for every bit of it right here, right now with this board? And if so, just realize that we're the ones, that could very well end up paying the price for that rather than others. And I think there's probably a way to do both. Usually, if you work at it, you can find something that will make the people happy and still make the toilets go down, the clean water shows up at your house, which I am all for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The speaking order is Bearden, Ron, and Cruz. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Satcher brought up some great points. I think we need to be more creative in the way that we look and approach some things in a certain way regarding services and things of that nature. Now, how many people currently today on a monthly basis can't pay their utility bill? Like, how much are we losing currently right now? Do y'all know the number?
We could look at the amount that we wrote off in uncollectible fees as the people that can't pay their bill, and we do end up taking them to collections and turning off their water. But we have that data, and I think last month it was about $100,000 for last quarter.
Okay.
300,000 for last quarter, so 300,000. 100,000 for last quarter, yeah, 100,000 for last quarter.
So, looking at the services, increasing services, that number is going to apparently go up. I could see that definitely happening, right? And so if we're looking to increase certain services at a certain cost, we need to look at decreasing a service that maybe we're not utilizing as much. So that's the way that I'm looking at this because, I want you guys to be more creative in regards to what we can do as far as adjustments goes, because that's why we pay you guys the big bucks, right, to do these certain things. And the way that I see things is like, if I'm going to increase, or if I'm looking at this board and I see increases in service, significant increases in services, right? The first question that comes to me is, am I increasing to cover up other mistakes, right? Because I need more revenue. And so I'm not going to be as easy when it comes to these certain things. So I need something more, right? I need you to come at me with something different than this is what I need. And we could talk that out and work on these things to ensure that we're giving the citizens the best deal possible, because that's what I'm about.
May I respond?
Commissioner, more commissioners itching to get on the board, so I'm going to continue through the board. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The three of us new commissioners here ran on the fact that infrastructure had been kicked down the road forever. And it was going to be painful for this board to make the decisions we were going to have to do, because the citizens of Manatee County, no matter if you're in a district or at large, have an expectation that their water will flow, their toilets will flush, and their quality of life will continue to go on and get better. I'm not happy that we had to go out and increase rates or look at this, what we're talking about today, but I don't see any other way that you can do this without the massive infrastructure we need. We just saw a pipe that failed that basically could have been catastrophic to the people of North County that could have ran out of water. Their water had no water. So we have infrastructure that we've seen today that is failing in Manatee County. How do we propose to pay for it? We can't pay for it out of taxes. We can't pay for it out of general fund. The board last 2 years has lowered the millage, which was great for all of us here in Manatee County. But I think the citizens could understand, and I hope they will, and when they see what we're trying to put together, where their infrastructure, we're not having this conversation 20 years from now or 30 years from now like we're having today because of prior boards' bad decisions, and as Commissioner Cruz said, kicked it down the road. So there has to be a happy median to where we're going to be at doing this. I want to protect the citizens. I don't want to see their water being shut off or whatever, but how do we get to the point of the infrastructure we need without having to pay for it somehow? So that's kind of my point, is that, yes, this is going to be painful. It's going to be painful for this board, because I know the district commissioners such as myself and the other ones are going to get the phone calls. We're going to get the emails. We're going to get those type of things that people are upset that we might have to raise fees. But what else do we do? Do we sit on the status quo, Or do we accept some of the numbers that are up here and say, look, we're not going to do this immediately, but it's getting done over the next 10 years? And how do we do it properly without impacting the citizens as much as they need to be impacted? So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, then Bearden, then Satcher.
Yeah, I mean, people can make up their own mind. I just look at this like this isn't a nicety option here. It's just not. It's nice to build a library. It's nice to widen roads. It's nice to lower people's taxes and come up with some savings. This transcends general niceties. There is no trade-off. There's no, well, if we're providing more service. We're not providing more service. Effectively, for all intents and purposes, the utility's job is to keep the same services consistently year over year over year. You're not getting better service per se. Your best case scenario is you keep getting the same service. Again, you keep getting the same quality water out of your faucet at all times, and it's our job to provide that. It's one of the few things government needs to provide around here. Like everything else is the nicety. This isn't. This isn't the hill to die on in terms of saving money, because we can't say, well, if we're going to have an increase in cost of water, let's find an offset. I get that, and I love that concept in general. It just doesn't work here because you can only offset other water-related utilities because it's an isolated box of funds. So the only thing you could say is, what? I mean, what are we going to propose? We could say you're going to go and force people to put low-flow toilets in. We're going to start that process around here in Manatee County. You know, I'm just saying because that could offset some things right there. If you start having regulations requiring low-flow shower heads and things like that, I'm not going to vote for that. But that is in theory a trade-off if someone wants to get creative. Otherwise, we just have to fund the existing services. And relative to the consultants, and I'm not here to necessarily defend anyone, I don't know them, but I would guess they're not getting a percentage of this rate. I don't think, and in all honesty, I would gather if they want to be successful in life and keep getting hired by people like us, they would come in with the lowest possible rate increase humanly possible that makes logical sense, because consultants typically don't get hired by boards of county commissioners who come in with nearly double-digit annual rate increases, because nobody wants to hear that. It's the consultants that come up with the creative ways to get the 0% rate increases or the 2% so the 3%. They're the ones who keep getting hired because people want to hear the lowest possible, because then they can hide behind the low number, and then if a pipe bursts, they say the consultant told me I only need 2% and it's their fault. We didn't have enough money. So I don't think they're coming here with smiles and bragging about their 9.75%. They're almost swallowing it and saying, well, this is the reality. Because, you know, I do finance for a living, and people come to me with 5-year projections on things. But I always have to tell people, I don't care what's on your Excel model, because Excel model is not reality. It's great you can project something out, but what happens, happens. I can't go to them and say, come up with a better number that lowers that 9.75 to 4%, because it's all made up anyway. A pipe's either going to burst or it's not going to burst, regardless of what's showing on an Excel model. And so they're coming up with a reality based upon standard deviations and norms associated with average life expectancies of our facilities, coupled with the need for future expansion of our facilities. They're trending it out and saying this is the cost you need to bond the dollars you need to bond to cover those costs. Maybe the pipes last 3 years less. Maybe the pipes last 5 years more. They can only go based on average. But if it's when it bursts, regardless of what we say. We can't go and tell that pipe, nope, sorry, our model said you still had 2 years left. That's not how it works. So I don't think they're coming to us trying to con us into a higher number. I don't think they get any net benefit out of a higher number. I think it's almost a detriment for them to come at us with a higher number. So you can either trust them or you don't, and that's everyone's opinion. I don't know them. I'm not vouching for them, but that's just reality. I mean, you know, when we hire people, I hope we hire smart people that do their diligence and present realistic numbers to us, and we can either accept them or not, and that's what our job is up here.
Thank you, sir. I'm the only one that hasn't spoken yet, so I'm going to weigh in real quick. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz is saying. Numbers are stubborn things, and when they don't tell you the story that you want to hear, it's very frustrating because they don't move much. You know, the numbers are what they are. We can defer. Our options are obviously we can. Well, you can not trust the numbers that you're given. You can, you know, that's always an option. Or you can decide to defer some of these projects, push them down the road. That's another option. But I think as Commissioner Cruz said, it's in the consultant's best interest to bring us a low number. And I think that staff has gotten to know this board by now, and I think that they know that coming to us with these types of proposals is not going to be received well. And so I'm sure that was taken into consideration before they came to us with these numbers. At least I certainly hope it was. I've not made a hard decision of where I am. Yeah, I would like to find a way to sort of lessen the pain and try to either draw it out further. I'd like to try to find a way to lessen the pain on residents if it's all possible. If it's, I think we all would. If it's not, then it's not. But I'd like to dig deeper into this with staff. Yes. I'd like to see if there's a way to lessen the pain. Yes. Are there possible projects that could be deferred and pushed further out? Maybe. I'd like to dive into that as well. But I understand that no one put these numbers in front of us, just sort of on a whim or hoping that we would get hoodwinked in some way, shape, or form. I think this is the reality. Commissioner Bearden and then Commissioner Thatcher.
Yeah, I mean, not to beat down, a dead horse, but it's just we're looking at increasing waste management. We're looking at increasing this, and I just want to make sure that we approach this in a way that we're looking at all things and then projecting in the future the results from those things, all right, from our actions. And I know that we have restricted funds and reserves, right? I don't see why we can't go to the state and say, hey, look, we need these. Is there a way to unrestrict these funds? Is there a possible way we can do that?
I would refer to the county attorney. I believe these are self-imposed restrictions.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bearden, these are legally restricted funds. Some of them are restricted by virtue of our bond covenants, others because of state law. So FIF funds are basically impact fee proceeds. They have to be used for capital expenditure that benefits new growth. And the funds that are in our bond covenants, they cannot be changed without the consent of a majority of bondholders. I actually have the bond covenants open on my screen for this whole day, because I'm going back and looking at them as we go. So it's very hard to change the general rules about how we can or cannot use utility systems revenues for that reason.
So what would be the process in order to make that change? Because you know me, I don't like to take
It
no
depends
for an
what
answer.
you want to do. It depends which revenue source you're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
Because you have
Manatee
FIFs and then you have
we're a
systems
rich county. I
revenues.
think we're a rich county. I think we got a lot of funds that come in, right? Looking at some of the numbers, I think we have significant amounts of money in this county. So I'm looking at it in a way as if, can we utilize and keep moving forward in the direction, if we have to increase, okay, we increase waste management or whatever it might be from a service perspective. But looking at the overall picture, I want to continue to try to do with what we currently are bringing in. Because more people are coming here, more people are living here, more people are paying taxes, so those revenues are going to increase over time.
Well, I've been sitting here quietly, but I do have a couple of thoughts. Could we go to the slide that has the bars that show the different revenues and expenses operating and then debt service? Yeah, that's the one. That's really the most important slide, at least in my mind. So the black there is the projected operating expenses for the system. And those are costs that the board isn't going to control. In other words, they're telling you those are costs that are going to happen and they're going to go up. The debt service that's in orange, that's debt service. That's the payments on the bonds that have already been issued. Under the bond covenants, you have to charge enough money to cover the black and 115% of the orange. in order to meet your basic bond covenant. So that's legally required. And I see the fiscal person nodding, so that's good. That means I haven't messed up. And then what you're seeing in those other, that lighter colored, my wife says I'm partially colorblind. I'm going to go with beige. That the projected proposed debt service, and then the green on top of it are the additional revenues and expenditures over and above what's going to happen. And those are the two pieces of each bar that the board does control. But I think that the rate consultant is right to point out that there's a certain amount of capital expenditure you have to do, because you also have a covenant in your bond covenants that says you will maintain the system. And that means that you have to continue to keep putting money into it as infrastructure wears out and needs to be replaced. It takes people who really understand utilities management, and it is his own business expertise, to make those decisions in terms of what you need to spend and how far you need to go. I do have to say the one thing that puzzles me about this slide, and I got a little stumped on it during your presentation, is why is the green, the first three bars are costs, but the top one is described as gross revenue.
Right, that's the.
And I don't get that. That's not a cost.
Yeah,
That's
so if
just
you were
money
to
on top
if you were
of
to
everything.
implement the rate adjustments, what would the solid revenue line look like over time? How would that grow? And the green line, correct?
No, I'm not talking about the
no,
green
it's
line. I'm
right
talking
here.
about the green part of each bar.
Yeah, the teal at the
Thank
top of
you,
each bar.
Commissioner Cruz.
No legend for the teal. The teal is your
I'm sorry.
revenue, your net revenues.
Everybody's going at once here.
I think the teal is your net revenues after funding operating cost and debt service. Those would be the net revenues that you use to fund your reserves moving forward. And if you notice the slope on that, well, let me let the county attorney finish.
Well, I guess my question was, and maybe that answers it. So in other words, there's a projected breakdown of that last top piece that's going to be needed for different expenses that aren't described on this slide. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Mike, sir, I need you on your microphone so you're on the record. Sir?
Your microphone.
I need you on your
sir.
microphone so you're on the record.
That's the amount, that's the program deposit from rates for capital improvements that PAYGO Capital, reserves that Dr. Hopes just mentioned, and those type of items. The second thing, when you said your coverage ratio, 15%, that teal, that's where the 15% would go. And we all know 15% of that orange number, if you think about the capital plan, 15% of that orange is nothing compared to what you
Conservative.
have to do. And that teal color can, if you look at that teal relative to the orange or beige, they have the two together, that's your coverage. That's the amount of dollars we're programming for capital. Funding should be linear.
So
If you look at it's very linear. Spending, if you look at the spending curve, is very lumpy. You got big project this year,
So if I
2
may.
years. Okay, go ahead.
What it accomplishes, what was not accomplished by those before you and us, was a marginal amount that can be used out of current earnings to fund the repair and replacement, to fund future growth. And that's an important number because when you look at these graphs, that wasn't accounted for in the past. And although when the 2020 board was elected and came in, and then when they hired me in early 2021, there were substantial reserves, which we've depleted. Those reserves were there because they weren't doing the work that needed to be done to stay ahead of or in alignment with the growth. And so the other point that I want to reiterate is that this proposal builds in an annual review of where we are in the capital expenditures, where we are in these road projects and in spending, so that you have that latitude. I do want to go back to a comment, and I appreciate your comment as a professor of the graduate school, the preeminent university where you got your MBA. If this were the federal government and we were paying $100,000 for toilets and $10,000 for hammers, I could get it. But I will tell you that these consultants, they have been challenged. Staff, and you've seen the new staff, they've been challenged to get that low-hanging fruit. And we spent the 2 years from 2020 to 2022 on a lot of that low-hanging fruit to reach efficiencies, and we're not done yet. And that's my commitment to you. But this is a pretty conservative approach. What is not in these slides is one of my asks was to ensure that we maintain our AAA bond rating. That I wanted to ensure that we didn't cut it so tight that we lose that bond rating, because that affords us very favorable rates. And so is this a smooth landscape? No, this is a rugged landscape. This is, the economic models don't predict what occurred in the past 2 years.
Dr. Hood, something I do want to say too, and this supports what you're saying. The other thing on these rate adjustments in the AAA to keep that, the first ones are the most important. We've kind of talked about that, but I just wanted to reiterate that to the everyone here, that if you do a rate phasing plan, change something, the first ones are the most important. We have bonds being issued here really soon, and they need to be there to meet the covenants in the bond resolution as well. That's something, I just wanted to make that point to you as you're talking.
And what I can say is that at least the track record that we've had with regards to moving these capital improvement projects forward, we've been able to stay on task, and you see the projects moving. But these are not easy problems to solve, and they did not have an easy course at working with the challenges that I put them up, because I understand who I work for, but we have all the detail, and I will make sure that this is only 100 and something pages of slides, and there are probably 1,000 pages of detail that we'll share with you, and I appreciate the challenge, and I appreciate the questions.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Bearden,
Mr.
the
Chair.
county attorney had not finished his thought. If you
I
don't.
did want to make one additional point about this slide, which is most of what you see, sort of, for lack of a better term, consuming that dotted line that angles up, is not the black and orange. It's the beige and teal. And that's these are generalizations, and utility systems are complicated, and there's a lot going into those. So if the board wants a better understanding of what the details are of what you're financing, it's the board's right to ask for that. I mean, that's part of your decision-making as the governing board of the county. And that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden, the floor is yours.
No, I appreciate everybody's hard work working on this. I know this is a lot of work, right, coming up with these numbers and things, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to challenge you. So, but in reality, I mean, you have a board that doesn't like to increase anything, right? So like I said, we just approach this in a way that is best for the citizens of Manatee County, to ensure that if we do have to raise rates, we're doing it in the right way.
Yeah.
But I really do. I appreciate everybody's hard work on this.
And I'll tell you, because it's, graphs can get complicated, and I, as someone that teaches very high levels, a poor statistician can prove anything. But what I'll tell you, what the graph, what you should see in that graph is, if we do nothing, if we don't implement the capital improvement plan, that graph tells you we can keep rates where they are. Because through 2027, I'm not sure about the bond compliance for the existing bonds, but what that graph tells you is, if we just do what others before us did, and we don't do anything, we don't move the capital improvement plan forward and don't do these roads, we can keep rates the way they are, and we'll probably be safe in bond compliance in 24 and 25. But if we do Moccasin Wallow, and we continue on Erie Road and Lena Road and all that, what that slide tells you is we're going to have some significant problems.
Commissioner Satcher. Okay. I don't have anyone else on the board. I would just throw in that, I know some people get frustrated because I mention national politics during our meetings as if they have absolutely no implications, to what we're doing every day. But that's not really the case. And I think today is a great example of the consequences of elections. And elections do have real consequences. And we're sitting here today frustrated over, increases to the money supply over 20 years through quantitative easing that have now resulted in inflation that we're having to deal with when we go to expand our infrastructure and rebuild aspects of our infrastructure. So you can take the position that has nothing to do with what we do every day all you like, but it's not true. It affects what we do here every single day. And this is a perfect example of the frustration of the consequences of recent elections. So do you have anything further? That was your conclusion? Dr. Hopes, do you have anything further?
I just wanted, Commissioner Satcher, we have $377 million in unrestricted cash in utilities, and there's $60 million in restricted, and that restricted, I think, has to do with the future landfills, a good portion of that.
And that includes the FIFs or no?
It does, and if you recall the earlier slide, we had like 1.1 or 1.2 billion in capital improvement, and so that's that delta between the 377 million cash that we have that we would begin depleting.
It
or we
shouldn't
are
include
depleting.
the FIFs, right? Because those are restricted by nature to.
There are other funds in there, not just those.
Yeah, so this would be the total public utility system at the end of fiscal year '21, shown right here. You can see the 377 million in unrestricted cash, and then we have restricted cash that's current right here, and then we have some more unrestricted cash that's non-current right there, and this is for the total.
And that's
utilities.
the audited year-end 21 because we don't have the audited year-end 22 yet. But we've been spending reserves, so.
And yeah, and so, for utilities, it's less than that, and what we program into the model, it comes from the trial balances just for the water and sewer enterprise fund.
Okay, we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on anything utilities? So when you get to the microphone, you have to turn it on at the base there. It'll show green. Then please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay. It is green. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Merkley. I'm Director of Municipal Sales for FCC Environmental. Back to the solid waste a moment. I live in Volusia County, Florida. So, hearing today, I just wanted to be able to put a face with a name and some of the things that you could take a little deeper dive in what we're offering with our services. So we offer more routes, more people. There we go. More people, which creates a higher level of service. We do less homes per route than the national average, which provides safe and quality workmanship on the streets. We hire full-time employees that have benefits. It fosters a better morale and better camaraderie with our group. That way we have people that are getting taken care of on the benefit side of things. We're also proposing a brand-new dedicated compressed natural gas fleet, which will...
I'm sorry,
Yes.
sir. Are you one of the waste hauler contractors that's proposing on the current RFP? Is that?
I am.
All right. There is a rule in our procurement process that prevents you from addressing the board at this point in the process. So I would respectfully ask that you conclude
Absolutely.
your remarks.
Apologize
I did talk
for
to
that.
the procurement director during lunch to verify that's where we are, and he did inform me of that. So I need to just interrupt you. I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. Is there anyone else from the public who is not hindered by a current RFP who would like to come forward to speak to the board for public comment? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll close public comment. Is there anything further from board members? All right. We're adjourned.